Happy Unicorn Day. For those who are not aware, April 9th is National Unicorn Day. That's right. Unicorns, even though they don't exist other than us, are in fact celebrated as a holiday. So that is the origin for UniCon, which we started 5 years ago and have been kept it going for the whole time here. And it's why it is always April 9th. Of course, if it's like on a Sunday, we're not going to do that to you. So you'll get honorary Unicorn Day if it ever follows on that. But the idea for today is to bring a bunch of different folks from around the community to talk about a lot of the different kinds of problems we have. One of the things that I think is so much fun and interesting about this, besides the fact that you can see in the chat, we have a very active community, all there supporting and engaging with each other, is the different kinds of perspectives that we bring. Cybersecurity, as we all know, is not solved and is not anywhere close to being solved because it's such a complex problem. And so much of it comes down to your business, your users, and where you are. But beyond that, some of the perspectives we're bringing today, which is one of the reasons why I'm so excited to have Ron Gula coming up to kick us off, is it's not just the challenges we face in our organizations. It's the market. It's the mindset. It's what's going on there in the greater world. And it is all too easy when we're stuck in the tactical to forget the strategic and the bigger interests, which is why folks like Ron are so wonderful to get that from. Mark?
Yeah, spot on, Bryson. I think we've got a great lineup. Just a quick recap of the agenda we've got today. We're going to be running from 10 a.m. Eastern through about 4:30 p.m. Eastern. We've got Ron that's going to be kicking us off with his keynote, followed by Sunil Yu. After that is going to be talking about AI. We've got Jackson Wells from Toyota talking about building an autonomous BaaS program. And then we're going to have a break for about 20 minutes. That'll let us catch up on various things, let you guys grab food or whatever you need to do. And then after the break, we're going to have Ian Anderson from Oklahoma Gas and Electric talk about cyber resilient readiness and lessons learned from the field. I think that'll be a really great session. Bryson's going to rejoin us after that and talking about building an effective CTEM program and with a special guest. And then we're going to do another break. But during that break, we're going to have a demo from Picnic, who is also helping sponsor today's event. They're going to spend a bit of time going through their product and capabilities. And that's going to be about 15 minutes. And then after that, we're going to have a couple more sessions. We're going to have Tricia Schultz from Oak Ridge National Labs. And then we're going to have Jim Webster with a panel of a number of great guests. We're going to have Olivia Rose and Phil Gartner from IANS to talk about some of the things that CISOs are thinking about. And then we're going to round out the day with a fun cybersecurity game by Danny. So I'm looking forward to the agenda. And with that, I think we can turn it over and get Ron on the stage.
I'm just going to pinch mine because while it is a special guest, it's not a surprise guest. So John Hammond, who I'm pretty sure all of you know, John Hammond, is going to be jumping in on my session to chat about some things. For those of you who don't know what CTEM is, it's the Continuous Threat and Exposure Management. Guess what? Gartner needed to rebrand everything. This one, I think, will actually stick, though. This one makes sense. So they looked at all of the disparate parts, right? I mean, if you've all seen those graphics where we have like 5,000 different vendors all doing things, and you're stuck at work going, great, my boss is making me buy another tool. What CTEM does is actually look at it from your perspective and turn the whole thing into a process where you can understand where those elements all come together for a more holistic risk assessment and remediation program. So that's what's going on with CTEM.
Yeah, excellent. Well, great. Let's get Ron on and turn it over to him. Good morning, Ron.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Unicorn Day. Welcome to UniCon. How's it going?
Every day is a holiday.
Great.
All right. Great to see you, Bryson. Thanks again for asking me to keynote here. Look, you guys got a lot of great speakers. I'm going to make a bunch of comments here on, not surprisingly, AI, the state of cyber, how we can professionalize cyber. I'm going to touch on even some cyber offense stuff. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm talking to you now today as a cyber investor, but I started out as a pen tester for the NSA. was lucky enough to be in the right place at the right time and just see cybersecurity kind of unfold over the past 30 years. So today what I do is I run Gula Tech Adventures. We are investors in companies like Scythe I'm trying to represent today. But we've put a lot of our own money to work in a wide variety of vendor startups out there, but also tried to do it the same thing for nonprofits out there. We've got the Gula Tech Foundation. We just did a soft launch of our own cyber clinic, the Cyber Ready Clinic. And we also tried to spend a lot of time with the politicians, executives at boards, and just even reaching people on Zooms and barnyards and conferences like UniCon, and trying to do things like on YouTube where we try to educate cyber to non-cyber people. So what I'm talking to you today about is kind of what I've seen over the past 30 years. And if I said to you, what have been the biggest improvements in cybersecurity? What were the breakthrough things that we've had in cybersecurity over the past 30 years? It's kind of a struggle to kind of point at something without falling into a sort of a vendor pitch or something, right? Is it sandboxing, right? Was sandboxing a leapfrog over antivirus? Is it EDR? You know, is it the use of anomalies and log storage in the cloud? You know, maybe the cloud is the biggest advancement. The idea that we can have, you know, elastic and ephemeral things in the cloud that are hard to attack. Maybe that's the best thing that we've done. But as an industry, we really aren't pointing to things that has captured the general public. You know, if you look at other areas that the public's aware of, healthcare, for example, right? We've had dramatic improvements in cancer treatment, dramatic improvements in weight loss. If you look at artificial intelligence in the entertainment space, right? We've got animation. If you've ever seen any of my videos, I am not a professional animator, and I'm doing stuff these days that just subpar below what you can do with Pixar. So the question is, where have those improvements been in cybersecurity? Now, it's a little unfair for me to say that because we've had this relativistic view. It's almost like the quantum, what's your frame of reference? The attackers have gotten better every year. So every year that you had 5% improvement in threat intelligence or 5% improvement in patch rates, whatever it is, we've also seen an increase in the threats and those attacking us. And we've also been putting more and more things on the plate that we have to defend. So it's very difficult as an industry to kind of either be congratulatory or critical of where we're at because it's been moving so fast. But having talking about AI, you know, where is AI in cyber today? And it's hard for me as an investor to really say that we've got really good AI in cybersecurity. Now, we know it's coming, but almost everybody that I've seen pitching a cyber startup that's using AI, 99% of them have an API call to OpenAI, and it's a feature in a tool. There's nothing really wrong with that. It makes the better user experience. It's an incremental evolution of whatever cybersecurity tool you might be in, but it's not transformative, right? In animation, I can literally have a character here and have somebody over here and say, I need this guy to walk over and pick up a beer and say a funny line. I have yet to see a company pitch me or a technology pitch me where they understand all the bureaucracies, the people, the technologies, and the risk of your organization, and can walk you over to being CMMC compliant, PCI compliant, that sort of thing. Now, there's stuff like that out there, but it's not captured the market the same way we've done it. At best, what we've done with artificial intelligence is make our level 1 analysts a little bit better, a level 2 analyst, level 3 analyst, you know, that sort of thing. We've done better ways to analyze data, right? But these are all very, very minor efficiency features and not some sort of strategic advantage we have over the aggressors out there. Now, why is that? You know, look, for a long time, I mean, when I was the CEO of Tenable, I had a lot of companies come over the last 20 years or so and say, hey, look, I can take all that vulnerability data at Tenable, which could be vulnerabilities, could be config, can be assets, you know, the whole basically picture of what's out there. And we're going to try to map these to the controls and prevent attacks. Now, I've been pitched this probably, 100 times as companies, as projects. And the problem is this, all those other examples I used about AI and animation or, advances in healthcare, there's very, very discrete data out there. But when it comes to AI and cyber, we don't have a whole lot of standards when it comes to how do we measure things and how do we do comparative stuff. No two networks are alike. No two configurations are alike. I've seen a lot of issues with that. And what happens is these projects go off, and there's been many of these projects where we try to find, what is the killer control to mitigate something? And they all kind of fail because every network is a little bit different. And this is one of the reasons we're not seeing great progress beyond conversational questions about cybersecurity with the AI vendors. There's no real good measurement for doing that. And I've spoken to a lot of MSSPs, obviously still talk to the Tenable folks. I've talked to the Qualys folks, Rapid7 folks, people who are gathering all this data. They want to do these kind of things, but it's still not at the level that we can do as an industry to really point to, what are the 4 things you need to do that are very, 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 very specific. So I'm a little concerned about that. There's also this question of like, how reliable is this stuff? Now, I'm going to pick on one of my companies here for a second, Automox, right? They integrated OpenAI, where you can dramatically write a script, with ChatGPT and, do a PowerShell config, that sort of thing. And that's a great feature. But are you going to run that PowerShell script on a Friday before you go home from work? Are you going to run it on Monday morning? What are you going to do? So as much as AI makes things easier, it doesn't solve these problems of how do we manage our systems and what's going on out there. Now, it's not all sort of bad news, right? A lot of people are predicting that there's going to be these major attacks from artificial intelligence. We really haven't seen that. We haven't seen any new TTPs. We haven't seen any brand new, CVEs that are out there. Now, are people using AI to do reverse engineering of stuff? Absolutely, it's a great. Are people using AI to use this? Has it been the end of the world though? We haven't really seen that. And if you're in the business of fighting botnets, trying to hack, understand what the C2 networks are and stuff, we really aren't seeing nodes out there that are being driven with AI. Now, maybe there's an AI master control somewhere else, but in the field, we're not seeing a lot of that. AI still takes a lot of CPU to run, right? So if someone's going to knock over a box and try to run an LLM on it, right? They need a GPU farm, that sort of thing. We're just not seeing those kind of attacks just yet. They're very noisy. And time on those GPUs is something you have to pay for. It's the kind of thing that's coming out there, that sort of thing. And again, if you look back at the NIST cybersecurity framework or the Center for Internet Security, their guidance for how to secure a network, it hasn't changed in the face of AI. There's been no really new sort of, if you think of this as a chess game, the actual moves you can make are still the same kind of moves that were there before. Nobody's come up with an interdimension way to tunnel a knight across the board or anything like that. So we just haven't seen that kind of stuff. Now, we are seeing some attacks where people are faking people. We're trying to do human attacks. I can spoof a voice, I can spoof a video, I can do those kind of things. We haven't seen a major attack where somebody has compromised an enterprise, gotten into like single sign-on, pretended to be like, Ron Gula at Gula Tech Adventures, and then really done a fake Zoom and that sort of stuff. That's coming. It's not there yet. There have been some banks where people have been victim to those kind of things, but we haven't seen those things yet. It's coming, but it's not there. Now, as cyber people, though, we'd be fools to ignore this AI stuff. So look, what should we be doing as professional cyber people? So one of the first things we should be doing is whatever organization we should be at the center of leading our AI governance for our organization. What does that mean? If you look at AI governance as a superset of all IT governance, what is all the tech that we are using? And does that tech have the ability to take data from us and retrain, that sort of thing? So if you're introducing SaaS applications, software applications, AI applications in your organization, are you doing it in a way that's compliant? Are you doing it in a way that's protecting the data of your company? The complexities of trying to figure out, does a certain product and vendor using an AI a certain way, does it align with your security policy? Does it align with the protection of your intellectual property? This is a very difficult thing to do. You got to be part lawyer, part technologist, and part just understanding, when these things happen out there. We should be at the center of those kind of discussions, and you're going to hear from some great speakers today on some of this. Neil Yu's going to talk about this, I'm sure. But this concept of having this governance there is really important, because on one hand, the demand from the users for using AI is so high, but on the other hand, we know that cyber hygiene, and we're going to hear about CTEM and trying to be better at that. It's not a perfect solution. So one of the other things that we should be doing to kind of protect ourselves from this new world of AI threats, which is the vendors that use AI and also maybe potential attackers out there, is we're going to see an increase in demand for privacy. And when I say privacy, I'm talking about having networks and enclaves and basically data sets that are separated from the internet. If you think of the internet as having content that's radioactive, email, downloading stuff, Slack message, anything connected to the internet is something that can be used by an adversary or perhaps a vendor who's innocuously sharing data that you don't know about to possibly lose your data. And this type of separation, we all know the technology, right? There's zero trust networks out there, but there's also 5G. You can literally put all your computers that you want to have separate on a separate 5G network. You can use cryptography, you can use air gap. You don't have to go as far as the DoD does with their skips and with their separated air gap networks, but you need to have some sort of barrier between the radioactive content from the internet and then actually kind of what you're doing for your day job. Now, if you haven't looked at the regulations, if you haven't kept up with that, there's been a lot of stuff going on. Right now, obviously, we've got the Trump administration kind of pushing out a lot of different policies. We've got to stay up to that. When you hear about these trade wars and these tariffs, you're also seeing this administration push back on things like GDPR. Right now, GDPR says a lot of stuff about how you have to collect data and what you have to do it. And it can change on a moment when these things are negotiated. We don't really have any sort of federal guidelines to do data classification. But if you look at each state, every state has got little bits of different things that you have to do. What counts as PII in California might not count as PII in Texas. It's a lot to track and a lot to keep up with. I encourage everybody to kind of look at that. But the thing that I want to draw people's attention to is Rite Aid. Now, Rite Aid rolled out an AI monitoring system to do a theft detection. And, they're not experts in video AI analysis. And they basically had a lawsuit that basically said, look, you're profiling people, your AI was doing bad things and causing people, accusing people the wrong way. You're liable for that. The same thing can happen in cybersecurity. So as you're rolling these AI applications out to monitor your networks and perhaps enhance your SOC and stuff like that, you might be liable for things that you're not aware of. So this is a new world that we're running into, and it's definitely interesting. My last comment on this whole AI thing is look, I'd like to remind people to go back and watch Idiocracy. Now, Idiocracy is a movie where they talk about, only stupid people breed. So there's more stupid people in the use. And that can be a very, very strange topic if you think about it. What I'm worried about with the AI tech is a lot of the stuff, if you replace a human, but that human never has the chance to learn. If the AI is not going to learn these new cyber attacks, we could freeze ourselves. Imagine you buy this great new AI and you in effect have an AI from the 80s when it's the 2025. So you have to kind of keep in mind when you're adding this AI stuff in, how are they going to keep it modern? And this kind of gets to the whole enchilada when it comes to cyber professionalization. If you're in this industry and you're kind of grappling with what does it mean to be in cyberspace, you're kind of at the peak of your career, because we as an industry have not done a great job talking about what goals we have out there, right? Is our goal in cybersecurity to just mitigate China and Russia aggression in cyberspace? Is it to have a reliable and resilient network? Is it to protect data? Is it to stop ransomware? We don't have anything like a Hippocratic oath that they have in the healthcare system, which basically says, you provide care, provide confidentiality, and don't do any harm. People have suggested that sort of thing for cybersecurity, and I've actually liked that so much. My wife kind of says we should call this industry the data care industry. There's a lot of benefits for calling it data care. It's easy to recruit people. You don't have this sort of militaristic, we're going to go hunt malware and things like that. And it's also a lot easier to recruit people who don't, just want to get into this industry, and they're not. We're more welcoming than looking at perhaps all the great professionals that are out there, which when we put them on a platter and basically kind of talk about the great things we've done, it's kind of almost like a barrier to entry, right? So data care really makes it a lot easier for somebody to enter this career field and not feel that they have to be a PhD expert, be able to talk about malware and policy and offensive cyber at the drop of a hat. I think one of the things I've been very, very happy about that we've done on our YouTube channel is we had a fake game of Cyber Jeopardy, where we had a cyber basically somebody who got certifications compete against somebody who got a college degree against an AI. And this was done on purpose, right? This is kind of the future. Who is going to be doing cybersecurity for us, right? Is it going to be a trade person who's actually going to be, competent in what they do? Is it going to be a cyber educated person who's perhaps college educated, or is it going to be an AI? It's probably going to be some combination of that. We don't know what that combination is, but as you think about professionalizing our industry, that's the kind of the tools that we're working with. Now, a big thing about cyber professionalism is trust. And I'm going to bring up Signalgate. I think it's a lot of folks who are talking about the Signalgate where we talked about the Signal group that was used to plan this attack on the Houthis at an unclassified level. Most people who are criticizing that or defending that they're showing their political colors. But to me, I think we missed an opportunity as cyber professionals saying, look, if you get invited to something that you're not supposed to have access to, you need to raise your hand and say, I'm not supposed to be here. This is a teaching moment. I've been invited to the wrong Zooms. I've been invited to the wrong Slacks. I've never been invited to an invasion planning meeting. But my point is like, as cyber professionals, this is a great teaching moment that we can use to the people that we're trying to be present. Because again, as cyber professionals, people outside of cyber can't see cyber, but they can see you. So anytime there's a chance for you to kind of make a teaching moment like that or something like along those lines, it's going to help the industry. It's going to help things move along. All right, now the last thing I'm going to say about the cyber professional thing, and it's going to seem like a plug for Scythe here, the whole CTEM, but the reality is this. Look, the reason we invested in Scythe is because we wanted a different way to know that you're secure. Now, this industry's matured a bit. We have CTEM, which we'll be hearing more about today. I'm sure a lot of folks know about this already. But it used to be, why do I know I'm secure? Well, in the 90s, it was, I got a pen test. I did a vulnerability scan. Right now, in the early 2000s, it was continuous monitoring. I could have my controls, validation testing, that sort of thing. But to me, if you're not actually doing an actual test of your infrastructure, the actual test of your monitoring, if you're prioritizing attacks and that sort of thing, man, you're never going to win that. You have to instrument, you have to do things from a professional transparency QA point of view. If you're not, you're never going to catch up. So I'm a big fan of CTEM, I'm a big fan of Scythe. And I just think as we professionalize this industry, we need to run IT the same way we run our nuclear power plants and the same way we run our airplanes, with multiple controls and validations of that stuff. Now, just a couple more comments, and maybe we'll take some questions and whatnot. So I get a lot of questions about this administration and this focus on doing more offense. And is that a good thing or a bad thing? And I'm like, look, my first thing is, like, with all the amount of hacking that's going on, I can't see a solution where cyber offense is going to start a war. And that's usually a big example of that. Now, on the other hand, I'm not really saying we need to do commercial cyber offense either. There's a lot of issues with that. I will point out that the great people at Sophos had an operation called Pacific Rim, where they actually hacked all the way back to what I call like a Booz Allen of China, who was doing offensive cyber. And there really hasn't been any response from like the UK government, our government. I haven't seen any but public speakers, kind of criticize them or anything like that. And China didn't even talk about it, which is kind of interesting. And you could imagine in this Trump administration that maybe a cyber command that did more, bought more cyber weapons from the commercial sector, the same way we buy F-16s and F-18s. That might be an interesting thing. There might be more efficiencies there. It's certainly a strategy to consider. But the reality is that we really don't know how offense and intelligence collection works. There's a lot of people who are in that. They're certainly trying to share with the private sector. And, the main message from the offensive folks has been, look for lateral movement, right? Do your cyber hygiene. That's what interdicts for the most. But at the same time, and we've had Charlie Moore on our show. We've had Andy Boyd. Charlie Moore is deputy director at Cyber Command. Andy Boyd basically ran the CIA's offense. Look, offense always gets it, right? You can cheat. You can do supply chain attacks. You can plan. You have human intelligence. You have all these things that are out there. What are we supposed to take away as the private sector? Well, we really don't know, all of the techniques that are being done. And I'm not so sure that we should either. But at the same time, we are not set up as a country. When you look at the national cybersecurity strategy, and you look at this whole nation kind of effort, we're really not set up to do that. So when you hear about this administration kind of going on the offense, there's also another parallel effort going on. There was another executive order that came out that said, look, the states are going to be more appropriate for handling cyber responses at the same level as like a national disaster or weather issues and things like that. I'm actually very happy with that kind of policy. Now, every state's different, but my main point here is this: if you're in cyber, and this goes back to the cyber professionalism, cyber is all about trust. Now, if you want to see if your water plant is secure, if you want to see if your local power is secure, you just got to phone them up, right? You have to have some trust and some ability to do that. So one of the reasons we sort of moved away from our Gula Tech Foundation, just doing sort of like national, sort of philanthropy for cyber nonprofits, is to do a local cyber clinic that has local ties to the local government, to the local county, to the local nonprofits. And that type of trust is kind of what you need. It's a different thing than maybe a vendor trust or just being an expert effort, just saying, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. But when I look at sort of how this administration is thinking about those kind of things, I think they want to rebalance and put more effort on the local governments to be involved in this problem. And we're not ready for this yet, right? We're not resourced for it yet. Most county governments, when I talk to a county government official, I'm like, hey, they can barely keep their own network secure, let alone respond to a community maybe the same way that they had to respond during COVID or a flood or something like that. But this is where I see our country going, right? If you really want to have a whole nation approach, it can't just be the vendors and the experts. It's got to be your local officials and stuff like that. Because a lot of those decisions that are being made at your county water treatment plants and your county hospitals and your county governments, your county school systems, they infect your community. And, this goes back to the cyber professionalization as well, as we can go ahead and do that. So I think in summary, look, there's a lot of stuff going on there. And I think you're going to have a great conversation today with all the different speakers that are out there. But my main points are like, look, AI is coming. AI is going to start replacing people probably within 2 to 3 years. So if you're not already doing cybersecurity with AI, or at least looking at the AIs that are coming into your organization, you have to start doing that. Second thing is you've got to do things to professionalize our industry, right? You have to be visible. Cyber is not visible to people. The president's phone was hacked with one of the Salt Typhoon, perhaps, right? There wasn't a whole lot of outcry from that. I mean, all the routers are compromised, right? People don't see those kind of things, right? So you have to be that thing. As we professionalize cyber, call it data care, bring more people to our industry, but you have to be more professional when it comes around that. And the biggest thing you can do is be an advocacy of trust, right? You have to be able to show people, think about it like that Hippocratic oath, right? Do care, don't do any harm, be confidential with the people you're helping with, and that sort of thing. And then the last thing is like, look, I mean, we got to watch what's going on with this administration. A lot of stuff's going to happen really, really fast. There's a lot of forces going on besides just what's going on out of the White House, right? Technology's moving on forward. We got a lot of different things going on with potential offense and defense out there. You are on the front lines of this fight, and you got to keep up with that. So, so basically with that, I'm going to try to take some questions, and some stuff was going on over here. What do we got as far as questions, Bryson?
Sure. So I'm going to address some of the things you said, because I also have a very offensive background. And we were talking about the hacking back, and you gave the example of where Sophos with Pacific Rim walked all the way back. And I think there's two aspects for why we didn't hear anything. The first is for the Chinese to say something means they acknowledge they were doing it. And the Chinese in particular don't like to acknowledge the operations they're doing, because it's getting caught is like saving face. So if I don't acknowledge it, then it didn't happen. The other thing is for our perspective in the Western side, we're governed under a rule of law. And what's interesting about that is in the rule of law in this case, it requires somebody to actually have been harmed for there to be a case. So if they don't acknowledge it and there's nobody taking you to court, then it's up to individual government decision to decide to do something about it. And strangely enough, nobody wants to do anything about those kinds of things. So we have an interesting kind of gray space where it tilts toward being allowed to do this. So I guess the question I would bring up, because this has been going around for years, is we had the letters of marque and we had the hacking back question. What do you think hacking back is something that we should look at doing, or should this just be the providence of the of government, military, intelligence, and law enforcement?
Yeah, so a couple comments. So one, China might not disclose that they're hacking and acknowledge that, but they certainly put out papers, just like we put out threat intel papers on like the NSA equation groups and stuff like that. Yeah. I was actually expecting them to do this for Sophos. Could you imagine if they came out like we got this actor called, we'll call it Sophon, instead of Sophos, right? And we tracked him here through TTPs, that kind of thing. That's kind of what I was expecting. But of course, they're not going to come out. Look, I think what needs to happen with this country, and I've told this to a lot of people, but how does the private sector engage with CISA, NSA, Cyber Command, right? They literally get on Slacks, they get on Zooms, they get on calls, and they share intel, right? And there's this two-way communication. So the best way to hack back is to give back. Look, if you're in a spot and you can gather intel for the country, you can gather intel for your company, gather intel for your customer, I'm all for that right now. Does it mean you should be going all the way back? I mean, this is one of those things, just like paying ransomware. It's a lot of people pay ransomware. Are you funding the war in Russia with that? Man, that's a tough thing to say. But I do think we need to have more people aware that they are on the front lines of this fight and that they may be in a situation to share with law enforcement and the intelligence community, and they should be encouraged to do so. This is one of the TTPs of I call it TTPs, but one of the ways I think the government could be better at basically saying, look, we're 9 steps ahead of the adversary. Sometimes the first time we hear about an adversary action is when, the CTO or the CEO of a company calls up and says, guess what? All of our stuff just went offline in this country. So we have to have that sort of the protections to enable those kind of communications.
So we've got a great question here. And yeah, I think you're uniquely positioned for this because not only have you been executive management in your role as one of the key investors in the cybersecurity industry in the world, you talk with a lot of founders trying to solve problems, and you talk with a lot of the businesses who are trying to do this. And I think this is really, again, that macro perspective that is so valuable because practitioners beat their heads against the wall, get frustrated, and blame their own management, right? Management doesn't get it. The company doesn't get it. They don't appreciate me. When really it's like any other executive change project, right? We have to find a way to convince them. So what are your thoughts on how to do that?
Oh, it's funny. So I mentioned the YouTube channel with the animation a bunch of times. I'm working on a video where I've got the CISO in his office and he's literally playing with the dolls. And it's the CEO talking to this, oh, you're so good. You're doing a great job. Oh, I wish you told me that more, that kind of thing. And I think that's how a lot of CISOs feel. Like they just don't feel appreciated, when it comes to stuff like that. But look, the reality is this: HIPAA, many laws require you have to have a chief information security officer. You have to have certain things. So some companies are being dragged into doing these things. And if you're in an organization where you're being dragged in, you're probably under-resourced, underappreciated, undervalued, right? And that sucks. It does. The question is can you find a place where you are more valued? And I think we just look at this whole cyber place wrong. A lot of times we're trying to put these like cyber experts in businesses when we really need to make businesses just understand a little bit more about cyber. So the most effective thing I've seen with talking to the executives is these tabletop exercises. The more sort of tabletop exercises you can do where you've got other things than just a cyber attack, right? Business outages, lawsuits, that type of planning, I think is really, really useful for executive leadership. Because I got to tell you, look, I've met with so many CEOs and boards out there. Everybody thinks they're a great CEO and a great executive until they meet somebody who runs around them, right? I mean, I got a lot of criticism when I was running Tenable. I could have done this, could have done that. There's always somebody out there. The best CEOs are the ones who are transparent about their communication and open to feedback. But look, you might be working for a CEO who he or she might not want the feedback. They might not care about cyber, and that's just the way it is. as an industry, the more we professionalize things, the more we can. We can't shame them, but you got to have that interaction with them. You're muted.
Slightly related, but pulling out a flavor of that is the fact that tabletops are a good way to educate. And part of executive engagement is getting them to shift to a proactive mindset, which is hard because we can't ignore the psychology. At the end of the day, executives are people, users are people, you, the practitioners, are people, and people have a psychology, and that is motivated by fear. That is motivated by our understandings of risk. For those of you interested in learning a bit more about that, we've done some interviews here with Professor Mary Aiken and Dr. Stacy Thayer, where we looked at the psychology of attackers and defenders, which ties to some of that. But Ron, what other recommendations do you have for organizations to get out of the culture of putting out fires?
Yeah. So the problem with our industry is we talk about the entire industry, like what should the DoD do, what should Citibank do, all the way down to like what should my dentist office do, and it's really, really difficult, right? So I think a lot of people understand the cyber poverty line, that there's this imaginary level that you either the haves or the have-nots. I try to take what Wendy's done and talk about, if you're doing cyber hygiene and hunting, then you kind of know that someday the hygiene's not going to protect you and the hunting is going to help. But the reality is that, look, if you're in that construct, or you think your MSP is doing it, your MDR, your MSSP is doing it, but you really don't know. This gets back to what I was saying about it needs to be a professionalized industry, right? The same way we look at lawyers, the same way we look at finance, the same way we look at HR. We need to professionalize our industry and be professional about doing it, which means that, it's not, if you're putting out fires, you're not in a well-run, I would say, company. Now there's, are people in HR putting out fires? Yeah. People get DUIs. Maybe you got to fire them. They do something wrong. There's things happening on all there, but they're designed to deal with those things. So trying to get organizations to understand that is a hard thing to do. There's a lot of other certifications that are going on out there. Like you can get training for executives from like NACD, a couple other places. But the idea there is to really educate them about certain programs. Again, everything's different, right? If you're a executive at a bank, I throw out Citibank, JP Morgan, whatever, that's a lot more sophisticated. The question is, what are you doing if you're a small community college? What are you doing if you're a small regional bank? It's interesting, but there's a lot of stuff out there, right? You got BENS, you got the business executives from national security, where you can meet with other people to talk about these risks and whatnot. There's a lot of different programs that are out there for this kind of leadership training and getting. You're going to have Phil on from IANS. I mean, that's another good resource for things like that. So it's trying to educate that the executives, that they are on the front line and they have a responsibility here. That's a tough one for them to think about.
So of course, more equals more vulnerability, more surface area, more code, it always equals more vulnerability. So as we introduce advancements like artificial intelligence, what new vulnerabilities do these technologies introduce to cyber defense, and how can we proactively address them? Also for everybody, we have Sunil Yu, who's going to be giving an entire talk on this question in half an hour as well.
Yeah. So on one hand, look, there's two arguments here. AI is just another app. Right. And if you're lucky enough to have enough GPUs and you can run it locally, then it's just another local app, like a local database. And if you're using it in the cloud, then it's just another cloud app, right? Like Slack and Salesforce and that. Now, the other argument is that no, this AI is so transformative. This is sort of like the next level up from the cloud, where the cloud allows you to do different things, the ephemeral nature of spinning up services and tearing things up and down as you need them based on demand and that sort of thing. And the ability to have a human intelligence sort of on demand like that is transformative. So look, on one hand, traditional cybersecurity rules apply, right? Access control, all that kind of stuff. On the other hand, we are seeing organizations, and this is where Sunil's going to go into it, but if you have all these disparate systems with all different access control, and you have this one giant AI that's going to talk to all of those different systems, now you almost need like an AI to translate. Can Ron even ask the question that he just asked the AI? Because this AI has access to everything. So what does it really mean to have access to a database and that sort of thing. So it's going to introduce some complexity, but it's also going to simplify things. And if you look at some of the stuff I'm hearing about where the phones are going to go away, the screens are going to go away, and you're just going to interact by speaking and listening to virtual assistants and things like that. Boy, that's a really different world when right now we're talking about two-factor authentication and geofencing and all that kind of stuff. So it's interesting. I personally think the only new sort of vulnerability risk, if you're bringing an LLM into your organization and you can't look inside that LLM, that's just like bringing in a whole bunch of source code that's been compiled. How do you really know what's in there, right? You don't have the ability to kind of reverse engineer that. We've seen some tech in that space. I'd love to see more investment in that space and more research in that space. But for a lot of people who want to have their own local LLM, their own local AI models, boy, if they don't have the data that's training those things, it's kind of hard for them to say that this thing doesn't have a backdoor, doesn't have some bias that they're unaware of.
From an investor's perspective, which cybersecurity innovations or startups do you see as game changers for national defense, and why?
So, look, every one of the companies we invest in, and even these guys, right? I mean, there's a reason why I invested, and we can do that. So there's some of our portfolio companies are doing more interesting things for, I think, the defense of the country than others. One of them is Trinity Cyber. Now, their approach is, deep pack inspection, full content inspection. And on one hand, when we were talking about, what innovations have been out there, people have been doing this for a long time. I mean, I got started doing Dragon and, looking at packets and that industry really took off from intrusion detection to prevention. But what Trinity's doing at scale is protecting a lot of our warfighters, from having malware delivered to them, attacks delivered to them. And it's pretty good. We got another investment in a company called Second Front, and Second Front is solving a thing for the warfighter where this sounds, when I describe it this way, it's not as interesting. But if you want to take a commercial app and deliver it to an infantry person who's perhaps on the front lines in Europe next or whatever's going to happen here, there's not a lot of incentive for commercial SaaS vendors to kind of run authority to operate, fully cleared type of stuff. And they've really made those things really, really interesting and easy for their customers. So those are the first two ones that kind of jump to mind, in particularly the Google Tech portfolio. But I'll tell you, like if you look at Huntress, we all know Kyle over there. Kyle's brought the fight. He used to be a TAO operator, but he's defending the country at the MSP level. So would you say Huntress is a national defense company? Absolutely not. Are they defending the homeland? Absolutely. And I think the vast majority of our portfolio CEOs feel that way. I know you do, Bryson.
Yeah, the way I talk about it is what makes cybersecurity so unique is the fact that, there we go, you're moving the comment. National security is no longer an abstract thing. The United States has had the single best defense of any country in the history of all countries, with two large oceans, and then the North and South geography that has been given us a very unique opportunity, privilege as a country to grow the way we have. And cybersecurity and the internet has changed that. And what we have now is you can have somebody with malicious intent and capability wake up in Beijing or Moscow and decide to do something. And what's so big about that, and I'm really glad that the US government changed its position about 2015, is turns out in the number one economy that rests on digital data care, that soft underbelly is just as much of a national security component as anything else. And that's why we see the attacks on businesses. That's why we see the rise of ransomware that Chris Krebs and I announced back in 2020 at RSA, becoming the scourge of national security that it is. And what all of you see is that you are now on the front lines of your private industry being in that arena. And even worse than that, these folks don't discriminate. They go after our water utilities. They go after our schools. They go after our municipal governments. The basic building blocks of how we live our lives is under attack every single day. And so cybersecurity, not to get too carried away with it, is absolutely a national security thing, whether you have anything to do with any government at all or just private industry.
Yeah, well said. Well said.
From the perspective of a cybersecurity product and services architect, So for those you don't know, Ron does have a product background with Tenable. What approach would you take, and what would you include if you were starting from scratch, now plugging into legacy security models?
Yeah. So look, if you're building a product, the big thing you have to decide is, are you going to have this product work on-prem or in the cloud? Now, when I started out, most security products were boxes, right? They were appliance that you could run, and then the cloud basically meant I could do a VM, a virtual machine of that. But now I've got a lot of different companies who pitch us, and they're 100% Amazon, right? So they got Lambda, they got all these great security controls and that sort of thing, and they can't go on-prem. They can't go private. They can't. I can't run that Amazon tech on a Google Cloud for a customer who wants to throw a lot of money at that, right? So portability and making those religious decisions up front about where you want your software to run is important. How you secure that is really, we've had so many advances in just how can we do secure, communication of agents, secure communicate. There's so many good things out there, so many good libraries out there. When you overlay this waterfall development and just constantly pushing out code with containers and whatnot, that's a different kind of thing. But that's something that can be done really well as well. But for the most part, my biggest thing for people who are running a startup, think about now where you want your code to run. Securing it is almost, I don't want to say it's an afterthought, because I'm preaching to the choir for this audience, because I still see a lot of insecure stuff. But I got to tell you, the last 4 or 5 companies we've invested in that I've done the deep dive security analysis of what's your architect. They're all fine. They're all fine. CrowdStrike here, Lambda, make sure the admins can't get. People are doing the right things. I can't say that for the entire industry, but like I said, as a startup, the biggest thing is to think about where you want your code to run. And there's so many things that are going to be changing over the next couple of years. I'm doing a lot with animation these days and hosting. What NVIDIA with GeForce can do, what Zola can do, where you're getting on somebody else's desktop, man, it's going to transform the way we do remote web browsing and access to secure data, and even like video conferencing and stuff like that. So I think it's going to be a very interesting question for people, how they want to deliver their tech.
Okay, pivoting back to national security, there is a long-running desire on some parts to modify the various relevant titles. So for those of you who aren't aware, the titles listed here are how the U.S. government authorizes certain kinds of actions for military, intelligence, covert, and law enforcement. In some ways, it makes us more nimble. Yet in other ways, the limitations and separation increase our protection to ourselves. So we could probably also talk about the equities process with NSA that came out about a decade ago. Do you have a view on how increasing velocity of attacks and defense may make current legal restrictions or protections unviable?
Yeah, look, this is a byproduct of a free and open society where you have separate, government organizations doing things. I don't see that going away. And if you look at the 0 Day that was on Netflix, I'm not going to go to the punchline. I loved it, by the way. But what happened there is they created a special power where they suspended habeas corpus. They basically said, look, they didn't say it specifically like this, but the insinuation was, look, all these titles slow us down. So we're just going to give somebody God power to go hunt these hackers. And, and that's an interesting premise. I think there's a lot of, stuff we could unpack there. Is that really needed in real life? I don't think so, right? Again, every deal's different. Every hack is different, right? Every threat is different. Sometimes you need to bring parts of the financial sector with the Secret Service. Sometimes you need to bring parts of, the DoD together with FBI. So everything's a little bit different. The more we can make it easier for people to work together and encourage them to work together to share. And I'm not just talking about like threat feeds and stuff like that. I'm literally talking about coordination and all that stuff. Look, there's a lot of groups out there that do this on a daily basis, but it's every week it's a different thing. We just got to encourage people to have the ability to do those things. I don't think it takes changing titles. We talked about maybe like these letters of marque. maybe you deputize people that you actually can do all three of these titles like all at once. Now we kind of have a Judge Dredd, Cyber Judge Dredd, who can go out and do those kind of things. I'd be willing to experiment with it. I would. I think it's good to experiment with some of this stuff, but man, these separations of powers are there for a reason. And, it'd be interesting to see what happens. If you look at like the states, a lot of times, one of the things I like about America is like the states can experiment with how they want to do healthcare, how they want to do legal stuff like that. If you look at like the New York Cybercrime Task Force, Cyber Command in Texas has its own Cyber Command. Maybe at a state level, you can actually get some of this stuff done a little bit easier than you can at the federal level. Just something to kind of throw out and think about.
So one of the things that you represent a larger organization of Gula Tech, although it is you, again, you're one of the major investors in the world in cybersecurity. And so that's, again, this unique position of you deciding what's interesting, you seeing based on your discussions with all of these parts of industry all the time, beyond artificial intelligence, which we've already addressed. What do you think, what kinds of ideas would you invest in? Of course, you're not hooked to anything now, but I'm phrasing it that way. Just sort of, what do you think is next that's interesting? Because that's enough for you to, put the money where the mouth is kind of idea. And indicates the kinds of problems and solutions that are next on the horizon.
Yeah, so a lot of what we do at Gula Tech is sort of like the next step after Tenable, right? So remember, we did Dragon, which was intrusion detection, detecting the hackers. Then we did Tenable, trying to find all the ways you can be hacked, and then Tenable didn't actually do patching or block firewall rules, right? Or it was pointing the problems out only. So if you look at everything we've invested in, you look at Trinity Cyber, right? Completely stops almost all the attacks, all the vulnerabilities being exploited on the known exploited vulnerabilities line. Look at Automox, right? It's a great way to do enterprise, and small business patch management, right? You look at Huntress, you look at Inky. These are all different ways our companies are approaching different markets, bringing cybersecurity to these markets that didn't really exist. A lot of what I'm trying to do is move those things forward. And it's not just the vendors, right? When we were doing the nonprofits, we were trying to get them to up level as well. And like I said, so our focus right now is trying to make sure that we've got the right tech that can prevent attacks and get more people into the business. That's kind of what it says on the website, right? We try to invest in solutions that protect the nation's cyber defense, whether it's tech or more people like working with Cybrary or simulating the threats like Site. That's kind of where we're at. Now, we have done some national defense type stuff, which is good. I think it's important to have a role in that. But at the same time, we haven't gone all in with the AI stuff. Like we have a lot of companies that use AI. We have some that build their own LLMs, like Inky actually has their own LLM that does analysis of the emails and whatnot. But just the AI stuff's moving so fast. It's on one hand, we got a lot of great investments. On the other hand, I don't feel like we're missing out because the tech is it's moving so fast. It's crazy. But this kind of gives you what we're looking at and stuff. I want to invest in stuff that does the secure enclaves. Any type of, we've looked at companies that done like secure 5G, cryptographic networks, anything like that we like. And I've also said, look, anybody who can audit an LLM, I want to talk to. Like, I really want to be able to do more of the reverse engineering and find those kind of things. Those are the kind of things I'm looking for. And we've done a lot of public speaking on that stuff.
Prediction time, and since it's cybersecurity, that means the prediction is something bad. What is your guess for your forecast for something bad that you think will happen in the next 5 to 10 years?
It's not going to be as bad as people think. I mean, we've had CrowdStrike taking out the stuff that are up and running the next day. We've had DNS issues that, it's always DNS, right? Sometimes BGP, but usually DNS, right? I just don't see a massive outage, and I'm not one of the people who are just predicting that sort of thing. Are there going to be IT outages? Yeah, absolutely, right? Are there going to be things related to supply chain, things related to the lack of GPUs and stuff like that. Sure. But look, I mean, when like when I'm watching the Mike Tyson fight on Netflix and people are saying, oh, I got bad reception. Like, I don't know anybody who's got bad reception on that, right? So I think we're not going to see, I just don't see some sort of nationwide massive outage short of a war. And even during a war, I don't know why somebody would do that. I just don't see those kind of things. So I'm more optimistic in that kind of stuff than I am.
Okay, so it's going to be more of the kinds of things that we've seen with minor to regional disruptions, which are challenges we have all the time anyway, with user error, configurations, things going down.
Pipeline, right? I mean, Colonial Pipeline happened. People thought it was the end of the world. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And there's just so many other things that have gone. I mean, some boat gets stuck in the Suez Canal, and the price of eggs goes up, or whatever the right example is there. But my point is, I just don't think you're going to see a catastrophic, so going back to that 0-day thing on Netflix, all the phones were used to launch an attack. Okay, great. I don't think you're going to see that. Like, I don't think that would get by Apple or Google right now, no matter how good your offense is.
I think that's important because, again, I mean, going back to executive management, culture, leadership, engagement, change that we're trying to do. This is, again, the macro level and the micro level. We, in practitioners, are what are the best technical decisions of preventative and detective controls that we can put in place for our organizations. And then we all have a responsibility for this macro understanding. And a lot of what I've seen, of course, is the classic FUD, the fear and uncertainty and doubt, where I'm going to say it because I really hate it, is that there's going to be the digital Pearl Harbor, right? Where something so catastrophic happens that it's a new thing. And the problem with that is that instills fear, but toward what? What action? What can we do with it other than we've increased the temperature in the room, gotten people freaking out, but how do we even harness that? And then again, to your point, well, maybe that's not even real.
Yeah, and you got to put those kind of attacks in context with like drones flying over New Jersey, where there's legitimate public concern over what are these things, or the floods that have happened, right? We seem to have weather events and that kind of stuff. When you put cyber next to all that stuff, it's probably where it needs to be. But I think these cyber attacks are going to be regional. At best, it's not going to be a massive nationwide outage.
Do you think that actually, because I mean, everything is eventually going to happen as technology progresses, interconnectedness progresses, military mission systems have, of course, become more interconnected. There's already been the reference back to war games in 1983, as there's been discussion around the use of artificial intelligence as a part of managing nuclear operations. What do you think that's going to look like when cyber? I mean, it's really the computerization, and then cybersecurity is the protection assurance of it. What do you think that's going to look like when we get there, and how far away do you think we are?
So look, I think within the next 2 or 3 years, you are going to see organizations not replace people that retire, and they're going to use virtual AI bots. You're going to see that. You're absolutely going to see that. I think the robots and the self-driving cars are going to take longer, because when those things mess up, they kill people. And it's going to, I mean, just look at what Wago and some of the guys have having issues with in Cal. The tech works, but look, it doesn't work. They can demonstrate a better efficacy than a human, but when a human screws up, it's a teaching moment, and there's some liability there. But when a car screws up or a robot screws up, it's got to be right so much more than a human. So I think it's going to take 5-10 years before you're going to see, if you have a plumber come to your house, where they bring up the plumbing robot, right? I just don't see that happening. Now, can you get an HR AI assistant? Yeah, that's just being tested right now. And that's going to happen. So then what is the future? Like, how far are you going? And it's like, as technology people, everything is always taken longer, right? Software takes longer to ship. Movies take longer to produce. Everything takes longer, except with AI. AI just seems to be going so much faster. So the question is like, When is that all gonna go? I'm a little influenced. There's some researchers who left OpenAI, and they put a paper out. They just kind of talked about, look, they think AGI is going to be here in 3 years. Look, the reality is the next few models are probably going to be on par with people. The question is then what's business's role to do that? Now, in a world, I need the movie voice, right? But in a world where you got robots and AI and that kind of stuff, the question, what's the cybersecurity? And this is where science fiction is just really prepared everybody. Everything from the Colossus, the Forbin project, all the way to things like Terminator, or books like Robopocalypse, where there's these AIs that do want to live on their own. Look, I don't think we know how these AIs work. I really don't think we know how to do that. And I think these next few models are going to be written by the AIs themselves and not by people. So it's going to get really, really crazy. It's going to almost become a religious system. And if you did see Colossus, the Forbin project, the next two books that they never made into movies, the people who take care of Colossus are basically the religious people who kind of deal with talking to the AI. That's a viable world. It's really crazy.
I think that is the perfect note to end on. So thank you so much. I hope you've seen all of the comments lighting up, enjoying, of course, the breadth of the conversation and all of the insights that you bring, Ron. And again, personally, thank you for all that you do for us and for the community.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I hope everybody enjoys the UniCon today. Happy Unicorn Day. And maybe we should just stop all AI development right now and just be done with it. Right? Things are good.
Yeah, thanks, Ron.
Right,
thanks for the insights. Okay, with that, great session. I am going to bring on our next speaker, Sunil Yu, who's going to continue discussing AI and really debunking some of the myths. Sunil, it's great to have you.
Hey, hang on a second to make sure audio's good. Yes.
Yeah, audio's great. It's coming through
great.
fantastic.
Okay. So thanks for having me. Let me know. Let me share my slides. I do have slides. I don't know if Ron has slides.
Yeah, you can share them, and I'll bring them onto the stage, and we will let you kick off. Lots of great questions about AI, so I know there's a lot of people here interested in the topic.
Oh, I'm sure. It seems like it's the.
All right, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. And I will try to keep an eye on the chat as well. Although I don't know if I can.
We'll be definitely capturing a lot of the great questions for you when you're done, and we'll tee those up for you along the way as well.
Okay, great. Okay, so hi, I'm Sunil Yu. I'm the CTO at a company called Gnostic, and I was asked to share some perspectives on what is real and what's hype when it comes to AI, and especially as it relates to security itself. So just some background for those who don't know me. I used to
Sunil, sorry, can you turn up your input? It's hard to hear you.
Oh, sure. Hang on a second. Let me do that. Are you just volume? Okay, how's it now? Much better or too loud? Or not good?
You're good.
Still not good? Better? I'll come closer maybe. Okay. Better? Yes? Good?
Yep, it's good.
Okay, good. All right, thanks. Okay, so for those who don't know me, I used to be the chief scientist at Bank of America, focused on security issues. And one of the things that I spent a lot of time on was trying to understand of all the different products and capabilities that are out there, which of those are real, which of those are fake, which of them are just vaporware. What actually helps us do what we need to do in security? And so I've been thinking about this for a while, and I wanted to share some perspectives with respect to how to think about the problem, and then I'll go into some specifics to give you perspectives of where I think we are with some of these things. As Ron mentioned, though, this is a moving target. So what I say today will definitely be different tomorrow in terms of that which is hype versus reality. The other perspective that I want to offer is everything I'm saying is my opinion. I'm going to potentially make fun of some folks and companies. So, and I could absolutely be wrong, and I admit to that right now. So, okay, with that. Now, when it comes to hype or hype curves, I'm pretty sure most people are very well aware of Gartner's hype cycle. And there's a whole bunch of technologies that you see here that's listed. And my perspective here isn't to necessarily go over each one of these technologies and tell you what's hype or not. I mean, you can see it for yourself and see what they consider to be more hype and what is more real. But looking at the chart, you can see that there's really nothing past the trough of disillusionment. I think things are just starting to get into that space. But here's the question that I had when I looked at this curve. What is it besides time that actually moves us to the right here? Okay, you see time on the bottom, but is there something else? It's not just time. There's something else that actually causes us to move from left to right. And so I was trying to figure out what is it that actually drives us further to the right here when it comes to these types of capabilities. What actually turns things from hype into reality over time, okay? And what also occurred to me when I was looking at this curve is that it actually mirrors very much a different curve, another curve that some of you may know, and that curve is called the Dunning-Kruger effect. So this is a curve that suggests that those who gain a little bit of competence have tremendous confidence in their abilities and hit the peak of Mount Stupid very quickly. And then they learn a bit more and they realize, oh my goodness, I know nothing, okay? And then over time, they start going, increasing in competence and confidence along the way as well. I've seen some curves where the plateau of sustainability is lower than at the peak, is lower than the actual confidence at the peak of Mount Stupid, which means that you are the most confident when you're stupid, and again, less confident when you're actually smart, when you actually have real confidence. But anyway, the point here is more so just it's interesting to me that the curve here looks very similar to the curve here. And the same question occurred to me here, which is, what is it that increases competence? The bottom graph here doesn't talk about time, it just says competence. But again, what increases competence? Because we can actually increase competence much faster, and others may increase competence much slower. So going back to this curve again, if I were to think about, aside from just time, what actually moves us to the right? What helps us to take AI technologies and move them very quickly through this path from being all hype to being reality? And when I look at it from the standpoint of, again, this Dunning-Kruger curve, there's an interesting thing that I connected together that I thought was what helped me understand what helps increase the ability for us to take some of these AI tools and make them more competent and more capable. Okay, so that's the premise here, and let me now share some perspectives. Okay, so what is the nature of skill and expertise? Again, what increases competence? And I think there are two things that really help us increase our skill and expertise. First is tools. Well, actually, they're both. I'm going to show you tools, but one is a set of tools for doing, and then the other is a set of tools for thinking. Tools for doing and tools for thinking. The combination of those is what actually is embodied in our ability to demonstrate skill and expertise. We have, when you're an expert, you're able to build these very elaborate mental models of how the tools for doing interact with the world. A carpenter, for example, a carpenter doesn't just know that like a plane shaves wood. The carpenter also understands constructs like grain direction, or like the angle of your blade, or the thickness of the chip, or just how any of these subtle adjustments might affect the overall outcome. And if a particular tool for doing doesn't work as planned, or a tool for thinking doesn't apply appropriately, then you may want to choose a different tool, modifying either your tools for thinking, the procedures, or your mental model of the world, or changing the tools out to make sure that you have the right tool for the job. And so the ability to change these things out, to rethinking these things, is really a hallmark of true expertise. And the perspective here is, if we're trying to put AI capabilities to better use to move away from hype into reality, then I think this is actually a pretty fundamental key that unlocks that. Arming AI systems both with tools for doing and tools for thinking. Okay. So to give you a perspective, just to balance out what I just said, there's these quotes. I'm going to show you two quotes. One from Daniel Kahneman, and he talks about the theory-induced blindness. Once you've accepted a theory and use it as a tool for thinking, it's extraordinarily difficult to notice its flaws. To put it a different way, if you have a mental model of the world and you use it as a way of thinking about the world, if you only use that particular mental model, then it's extraordinarily difficult to notice the flaws of that mental model. You need to really have multiple mental models in your mind, or to get them from the perspectives of other people to be able to see those flaws. Okay, this is why diversity of thinking is actually a really useful thing for many people, because these people come in with different views of the world, and these different views help us see the world in ways that we wouldn't see otherwise. But it also allows us to see the errors of our thinking as well, which is the same problem that we have with a lot of AI systems. A lot of AI systems produce erroneous results. How do you know they're erroneous? Well, when you have a mental model of the world, you can see whether or not it fits that construct or not. And then there's another quote from George Box, and he says, all models are wrong, but some are useful. And again, the tools that you're using, they're wrong for certain things, but they're very useful for other things. And the goal here is to figure out which one is which. And as I mentioned, the expertise comes in knowing which models to use. Okay, which tools to use, which tools for doing to use, and which tools for thinking to use. Okay, all right. So that's all the lead up to what I'm going to now share next, which is how to now apply this to security and what are the specifics of where we're seeing this, where AI tools are useful, not just hype, and where they are kind of still hype. Okay. All right. So to give you a way to think about this, I'm going to actually work with another thinking model as well, just to frame the conversation here as well. So there's, I think, 4 ways to look at hype surrounding Gen AI and security. And so it's a really simple model, but I'm going to start with Gen AI for security. You flip that around, you have security for Gen AI. Then you have Gen AI against security, and naturally again, security against Gen AI. And so you have these 4 different states, and these 4 different states correspond to an alliteration that I've learned, which is tools, targets, and threats. And actually, I didn't have a 4th one, alliteration, so I'm not going to talk about this one. But I'm not sure exactly what this one is, security against Gen AI. Someone will suggest that maybe it's Gen AI against Gen AI, so AI versus AI sort of perspective. If someone comes up with a nice alliteration that starts with T, let me know. Okay, all right. So I'm going to talk about these 3 ways, but you can see how there's 4 potential ways. But I'm going to talk about those first 3 here, just because that's I think where the primary concerns are. So let's talk about Gen AI as a tool to help us do security. And what we're really looking for, I think what a lot of us are looking for, is some sort of very measurable, quantifiable thing that says Gen AI has helped us do this in this percentage way, and so on and so forth. And right now there's not much out there that we can reference, but there is one particular paper that was commissioned by Microsoft to try to get people to buy Copilot for security. And they conducted this randomized controlled trial where they went through and basically had almost 300 people go through and use Copilot for security to see whether or not it helped improve certain outcomes. And these 300 people, roughly about half had no security experience, and the other half had security experience. And so here were the results. And again, these are actual, like, it's a pretty good study in that they the way that they set up the control and the way that they did the tasks, it was done in a way that allowed us to measure whether there was a significant if there was something that was statistically significant. And what was found is that when it comes to professionals using a tool like Security Copilot, it didn't really have that great of an outcome. There were a couple of tasks that they had, and most of these tasks were like things that you'd expect to happen with like summarization or looking at a set of findings or generating even scripts and so on and so on. And so there were some basic tasks, but things that nonetheless take a lot of time. With novices, though, they found some significant improvement. So think of this as like professionals being, let's say, like a tier 2, tier 3 type of person, and maybe the novices being a tier 1 type of person. It turns out Copilot did provide useful outcomes for the novices. And so in some respects, when we look at hype versus reality here, I'm going to try to characterize what my opinions on this in some respects. But when it comes to, if you're trying to see whether or not these tools are helpful and you're already a security professional, which I'm sure hopefully most of us on the call are, then you may not find that these tools are that incredibly helpful, right? I think it's perhaps more hype currently than it is reality. But if you're new to cybersecurity and you're trying to use this and you need a security expert as an assistant, then we're seeing actually useful outcomes here. And this is just, again, straight from Microsoft's study that they did. Now, again, this is based on a set of people that Microsoft pulled together, but ultimately, you as an own organization need to make a determination as to whether or not this is going to be helpful to you. And so, my suggestion is you should do like side-by-side challenges with 2 equally skilled analysts and see whether or not it's hype or reality for yourselves. And so I can't say what it is for your organization, but when you compare it with the professionals versus novices, you saw the outcomes that you saw previously. All right, so this is the one like hard data that I could find that says, there's a lot of academic studies on these kind of things, but this is the one where I saw like really a solid sort of data set that says here's the potential improvement. And again, Microsoft has something to sell, so they're of course trying to make it seem like this is more reality than hype, but it is what it is. Okay, but now SecOps is a key use case, as we all know, for using Security Copilot, and I wanted to be able to again give you a perspective of how I thought about the what is hype and what is reality when it comes to SecOps as a whole, and like how do we think about all the different things that we're going to do in SecOps. To do that, let me now give you a mental model. A mental model that many of you are already probably familiar with, called the OODA loop. So I made some slight variations of the words, but the OODA loop is observe, orient, decide, act, and I changed it to sensing, sense making, decision making, and acting. And here I tried to also align the things that we do in AI. So, or like, where does AI fit in this? So you have the sensing, you have the sense making, and this is really where AI starts to come in. AI also helps a little bit with the decision making in terms of defining what the actions might be, but the actual acting is something separate from AI. And I think one of the things that we should be very cognizant of is to keep keep the acting separate from the sense making and certainly from the decision making. And the OODA loop kind of forces us to consider the decision making to be a separate thing from the acting and the sense making. But here's where it comes into our conversations around SecOps, because we will choose to skip some of these steps, or we will choose to enable a machine to perform some of these steps with the implicit understanding that a human has taken some of these steps. So I'll give you an example with, let's say, automated patching. Automated patching is a situation where we go straight from sensing to acting. A human has determined that the input makes sense. Okay, it's reliable. Let's say, it's from Microsoft. And given a certain set of sense-making results, I follow a certain set of courses of action, and then the machine performs those actions. In this particular situation, what we want is to have a set of controls. Like we want very reliable sensors. We want a stop button, and we want a reverse button, and we want to narrowly scope this. So for example, we would say only do automated patches for workstations, not for servers. And I mentioned patching, but again, this is also that we've seen this play out before with, let's say, threat intelligence. Block the malware from this domain, wherever else it might be. We allow the system to go and act on that immediately. But we've also made mistakes on this. When someone says go block the entire internet or go block Google, again, we want those sort of reliable sensors and breaks and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is already happening today. The next stage is when we allow the machine to also make sense of the sensing, okay? And this is where I think LLMs and tools and what we're doing today with SOAR really come in as well. Okay, so SOAR is effectively, what we do with SOAR is effectively in this category today. We have the machine doing the sensing, the sense making. There is an implicit set of, there's a set of playbooks that we have created, that the human has created, and then it follows that decision-making tree of sorts, and then the system acts on that. In this situation, we want to apply an additional set of controls, but we also want to include the controls from the first category as well. Okay, and so some of the additional controls might be just making sure that you understand the processes, and that like when you think about the decisions you're going to make, that and what sense making is going to happen, that you've validated various assumptions. One of the things that we also recognize with large language models is that the sense making isn't always entirely explainable, and it's not necessarily always consistent. Okay, so what we need to do is to ensure that we because of those potential flaws, we need to just have a robust amount of testing on this to make sure that it performs as expected. And if it doesn't, that, again, you still have a stop button here as well. The last stage is when we allow the system to also do decision making. Okay, so again, here the human is no longer making the decision. The AI system is also making the decision as well, going straight through from sensing to acting. And what could possibly go wrong, right? So the scenario here, I suggest here, imagine 100 interns, again, what can possibly go wrong, and you're giving them authority to do a lot of things that where they don't have to come back to you and ask you, hey, can I do this? Asking for permission and such. So what you need to do is to have a whole bunch of additional controls here as well, having various thresholds like volumetric or speed or even costs, right? That you don't want them to spend more than X amount of money, various other sort of things. You also want to make sure that there's clear lines of authority and so on and so forth. Okay, so anyway, this is what I'm sharing with you here is a way of thinking about the progression of technologies that we're seeing, where today we're starting to see a lot of discussion about agentic AI and potentially its use in security. And this is where I get a little concerned, because it's a very you only live once sort of mindset for those who are going to allow a machine to go through and do all four of these actions for security functions. When it comes to, again, the hype versus reality, I think that, SOAR is a pretty well-established capability. I think there's still a lot of people who are disappointed in what SOAR can do for us. But for the most part, it's a well-established capability. It's not quite delivering all the things that we've always wanted with SOAR, with security automation and orchestration. But nonetheless, it's definitely in the reality space. Whereas security or agentic AI security, I think, is definitely in the hype space for only reason being that we are so gun shy and allowing some of these systems to go automatically on their own. I don't see many of us really adopting this last stage, just because, again, there are so many things that can go wrong. And frankly, I'm not sure if the business would want us to do that, because we've already had pretty bad failures when a security product fails and causes, a worldwide outage, right? Do we want to allow a machine to potentially cause similar outages without having a human in the loop as well? So anyway, it's just a framework of thinking, and to consider how we, what's potentially hype and what's potentially reality here. All right. So that's on the security operations side. The other use case around as a tool is when it comes to like security engineering. So you have the SecOps side, you have the security engineering side. And one of the areas where we really are hopeful in security engineering would be things like threat modeling, but also just being able to write better code, okay? And what's really interesting is we're seeing, of course, a lot of AI coding assistants. And a lot of these AI coding systems are actually generating just crappy code, right? And not really even meeting the requirements of whatever someone is trying to do. But what I found interesting was there's this guy, shoot, I forget his first name, but anyway, you can see his website here. But he released some really fascinating information about how do you get an AI system to write code properly. And his takeaway at the end was basically create and have the AI system actually help update rules. Okay, create a set of rules and have it update a whole bunch of rules. So when cursor gets it right after an intervention, meaning it broke some rule or broke something that you didn't want it to do, have it go update a rule once you teach it, okay, hey, this is not how you're supposed to do it. Okay, you bake it in as a rule. To give you a translation, think of it like building codes on you're building a house and something falls apart or something fails inspection. You then, or so not it fails inspection, but rather you didn't think of inspecting it. So you say, okay, we need to now inspect that as a part of a building code, check after you build something. Think of that building code also as a mental model, as a structure or framework. And what you want cursor to do, or you want the AI system to do, is to say, let me go and update those building codes whenever something breaks. So, and when I mean break here, it's a functionality break. But I think the real opportunity for us is to say, what about from a security standpoint as well? Okay, so anyway, just to give you the hype and the reality side, when we're talking about writing secure code, or even just writing good code at all, we see a lot of hype when it comes to vibe coding. But when you start putting these rules on top of it, these both mental models as well as tools for building, tools for doing and tools for thinking on top of the AI system, it starts to actually become very good. And it starts to approach being more reality than just hype. And I think this gives us a really interesting opportunity. What if you not just put in structural building codes to make sure that you have a good structure, good building that doesn't fall apart, but what if you can also put in security-centric rules as well? And I think this is, I haven't seen folks do this at this point, but if anyone wants an interesting startup, this probably is an interesting one to consider, just to have a set of rules that we can constantly refer to and reuse and so on and so forth. We oftentimes, if you think about what a lot of security engineering architects do, they give developers a whole bunch of rules to follow, but no one can ever remember them, right? It can't keep them all in your mind at any one time. But what if you can have an AI system that is supposed to follow these rules, and when it breaks those rules, because you've established the framework to know when that happens as well. Okay, so anyway, so I think when it comes to writing secure code, or writing just better code, having the structures help us write better code. When it comes to writing more secure code, I think I'm not sure yet, but I think the possibility is very much there. On the flip side of looking at secure code is, of course, looking for vulnerable code. And there was a research paper that came out, when was this? April, almost exactly a year ago. Wow, things change fast. So Meta released this paper. Basically, they had an AI try to do various CTF challenges. And ultimately, the conclusion that they had was, let's have having a domain-specific pre-trained model did better than a generic one. So in other words, a model that was trained on coding did better than a model that was just trained on general things. And so the general conclusion that they had with this was, even with that though, it was still had problems in being able to go through the various CTFs, and didn't perform that terribly well. What was interesting after that, though, was then Google shortly afterwards said, hey, if you give the LLM tools for doing, okay, you get better results. And then Dave Lytle came in later and said, if you give it more specialized tools, they beat the more generalized tools. What we're seeing is this, again, my perspective of what gives you expertise, what allows us to move from the hype cycle into the plateau of productivity. the acceleration happens when you start giving it these tools and these frameworks. And we're starting to see that happen again. There's this sort of pattern repeats itself over and over again. Of the better tools that we give the systems, the better it does. But right now, I think when it comes to vulnerability research, it is still kind of in the between hype and reality. This is something that we all should be having a close eye on, because this is when a machine can discover vulnerabilities much more efficiently than humans. You can imagine there's going to be a lot more vulnerability discovery. It also may change how we think about, for example, open source code. One of the in the Cathedral and the Bazaar, I forget the author's name. He talks about sufficient eyeballs make all bugs shallow. What if you have AI eyeballs? We look at open source because there's more eyeballs, but if we have AI eyeballs, is open source code more secure, or might it be actually, would it open you to more security issues because it is actually open to other people to see, right? Anyway, it's an interesting consideration. The premise of the more eyeballs you have, the more shallow your bugs is true, but we came in with an assumption that the eyeballs have to be human, and if we have more machine eyeballs, it may change how we think about open source. All right, so let's move on. So one of the things that and when it comes to vulnerability research, it could be seen as both a tool but also a threat as well. And on the threat side, there's this interesting a whole bunch of research that's coming out from this company called Pattern Labs. I don't actually have the research. They haven't actually published the research that you can download, but they have a couple of videos, and they just presented something at Blue Hat Israel that will get published by then. They'll be released probably in the next day or two. But it's they've talked about actually measuring this in a very systematic way. And so if you want to see the particulars of how they're measuring offensive cyber capabilities across these 5 dimensions, I think it's actually pretty interesting, because they're systematically trying to see how capable are some of these foundation models in being able to perform these functions. They've actually they provide this service to Anthropic, so they're using they're measuring actual foundation model capabilities before they get released, to make sure that if there is a capability, if at some point one of the foundation models is able to do something across all these dimensions pretty effectively, then it really warrants additional concern, because you don't want that type of capability just to be released in the wild for anyone to use. It's going to happen eventually, but let's try to control that release. Okay, so that's their perspective. Now, what I show you in green here is my own conjecture of where I think we are when it comes to offensive cyber capabilities. I've seen a lot of AI-assisted red teaming, pen testing type of tools. I think it's still, in my view, I think it's still more on the hype side than on the reality side. But again, this is just a point in time, and I'm sure this will improve over the next year or two as well. I mean, going back to my comment about this paper was released only a year ago, and things have started to steadily get better as well. All right, and then last is security for Gen AI. Okay, so we're seeing a bunch of companies say, hey, here are some technologies to help us secure Gen AI. And to think about this one, I'm going to offer yet another mental model. This mental model is called the Kaizen model, and the Kaizen model describes this pattern of movement between from chaotic to complex to complicated to clear. Meaning, there's many things that we see in life and in technology and in organizations that start off as chaotic and move to complex to complicated to clear. Think, for example, when cloud services came out. A lot of what we did was thrown into chaos. We eventually tried to wrangle various processes to make it work, but then eventually we were able to have technologies like CSPM to help us configure things properly. And now, for the most part, it's kind of moving to the clear space for things like cloud security. When it comes to AI, consider where you are today, consider where you think your organization is and where we as a society are. And I think most of us will put ourselves right here when it comes to AI. Okay, so if we're right here, here's a consideration when it comes to technology. Okay, I would say on the left side of this model, we should really be relying largely on people. Thinking about automation is almost somewhat premature. It is premature because you don't even know what you want to automate. You may be automating exactly the wrong thing. Okay. On the right side, you want to take every opportunity to automate. But if we're on the left side of this Cynefin model, then we have to really think about what are the technologies out there that are going to help us do stuff on the left. And I would argue if there is anything, it's more to help automate certain well-established processes. But again, some of the processes might not be well-established at this point in time. So what are you going to automate? So when it comes to securing Gen AI, I think I would generally put a lot of the technologies here on the hype side of the equation. There are some technologies, I think, that have moved to, or sorry, rather, there are some processes that have moved to complicated and maybe clear, maybe. And so if you've seen some processes that are now just simply complicated, then I think there are technologies that can come into play. But most of the technologies I think we're dealing with are still, or rather, most of us are still on the chaotic complex side of the equation here. And I just don't think automation is the appropriate time and place for it until we get to a point where we are more in the complicated. And if it's clear, then we already have the automation to drive towards the outcomes that we want. So anyway, it's just another mental model. There's just tons of security for Gen AI technologies out there. And many of them that I've seen are, for example, tools to help govern the usage of AI tools. Those are starting to become more, the processes around them are starting to get a bit more routine or more established. And so for those, I would move the curve more towards the yellow, maybe the green a little bit, maybe not. Then there are a whole bunch of AI firewall companies. I would say those are probably still kind of more on the red-yellow side of the equation because we're still seeing so many bypasses and jailbreaks of these firewalls. So it's hard to I think it's still not quite at the reality stage yet because I think we're still at the complex stage for some of these things. So anyway, that's my perspectives on what's hype and what's reality. And hopefully, again, these mental models that I shared it's sort of like a meta narrative is when I mentioned like what helps us move from hype to the plateau of productivity. It is arming the AI systems with tools for doing and tools for thinking. And hopefully, even in this conversation, I've armed you, the audience here, with tools for thinking. Okay. And in doing so, I hope that I've helped you move more further right on the competence scale here as well. And essentially, that's what I think we need to have these AI systems also do so that they become more reality than just hype. So with that, thanks very much, and I will take any questions.
You're muted, Bryson.
I keep doing that. I'll be joining Sunil at the Cyber Defense Matrix, so we'll be teaching and doing some hands-on on how to do that. Whoops. Just a reminder, good questions and good comments get you entered into our raffle all day. And I just had the question lined up, but then the thing moved. Where did it go? The question was, and it keeps moving again. This is hard. Oh, here we go. All right. Outside of the rules used, how can organizations ensure that the data used to train AI models is representative, up to date, and free from biases that could undermine security outcomes?
Okay, so I have another mental model for that, but I don't have that ready. So let me see if I can hold on just a moment. But the challenge I think we have with data is that fixing the data fixing the issue at the data level is actually perhaps the wrong way to do it. Partly because the analogy, I'll give you a quick analogy, and I'll see if I can find that model in the meantime. Let's take Cambridge Analytica. Cambridge Analytica was not a could not be fixed by just fixing the data. Okay, a lot of what happened with Cambridge Analytica was inferred from all the little bits of our activities and whatnot, and from it, one was able to ascertain what our political affiliation was. There's no field within Facebook that says I'm a Republican or Democrat. It was inferred. So what data would you fix to eliminate that? What data would you change or further protect? And if you actually lock down all this data, then you'd actually undermine the value of Facebook itself and what it can deliver. So fundamentally, the challenge that we have here is that we're dealing with a whole new type of problem that if I can find this model very quickly, I'll share with you. But the perspective here is that we're dealing with a whole new type of problem, and it's like the analogy I oftentimes give is it's like trying to solve a layer 7 problem by trying to address it at layer 3 and 4, and that just doesn't work. So let me see if I can find that slide again. And here it is. Yes. Okay. So bear with me. This will make a lot more sense when I show you the slide. Okay, so this is another mental model, okay, called the DIKW pyramid, and it's a model that shows us that the problem at the data level is very different than the problem at these other levels. And we have technologies now that have moved us up to the knowledge age, where we have knowledge-centric tools to help knowledge workers do what they need to do. The problem is that if we have problems at this level, then trying to fix it at this level doesn't actually solve the problem, okay? In fact, it does something like this. Like, for example, if I started to restrict what data I give it, or if I use information classification to label certain data in certain ways that restricts its access, I end up essentially constraining the ability for the model to work appropriately, okay? And this trade-off is something that we actually don't want. What we want is something that allows us to really tap into the whole body of data information. And that's actually what has made some of these models much better, okay? Constricting it actually makes it worse in many ways. So anyway, that's a long way to answer your question, but here's another mental model just to help you the implications of trying to fix everything at this level when you have a problem at this level.
To break us out of our preconceived notions, what tool besides dialogue with others to learn their perspectives do you recommend?
So the tool is it's all those mental models. So I think our preconceived notions is that model of the world that we use. We use a certain model of the world, and if we only see it from that viewpoint, that is our preconceived notion. The tool to help us have a dialogue with other people is to say, what are the other ways that you see the world? Arm me with additional ways of thinking that allow me to see it from perspectives that I hadn't considered. Each of us have different mental models of the world, which is why we see things differently, right? Why we see reality. We have our own reality tunnels, and they consist of different mental models of the world. The more mental models you have, the more expertise that you have as well. And I think that's what helps drive confidence forward. Anyway, so I think to Walt's question, it's more of these mental models.
Do you see new frameworks or red teaming models needed to test artificial intelligence security operations tools?
Okay. So if it's AI tools to do SecOps, then the question is, if I understand correctly, how do we well, there's different ways to interpret the question, so I'm trying to interpret it properly. There's AI security tools to security operations. How do we ensure that those tools are doing what we expect it to do? That's one. The other way to interpret that is, do we see new ways of doing red teaming that test the efficacy of those tools as well? Okay. So I think at some point, this is going back to my the 4 things I mentioned: tools, tools, threats, target. That 4th one, Gen AI versus Gen AI, is what I think you might be getting at. We're going to have other. We're going to see attackers using generative AI to attack our generative AI security tools. And I don't know exactly what's going to happen with that. I don't know what the new models are, but I don't know why we would necessarily see new models. We would just see it operate at a much faster scale. At least that's my initial conjecture. I don't know what the new operating model will look like after that. I have to give that some thought.
All right. Well, Sunil, thank you so much for joining. For those of you who've never heard me say it, I always like saying it and watch his face get red. Sunil is the smartest guy in cyber I've ever met. And so as we plot the course through artificial intelligence, which is the next revolution that is coming, where we are versus where we will be is key for us to understand in security. I don't think there's anyone better than Sunil to help it break down the mental models into easy ways that can help us communicate and understand what to do.
Thank you, Bryson. I always say that you should go meet more people because there are definitely people who are smarter than me.
Was very interesting. Thank you, Sunil, for joining.
My pleasure. Again, I hope I arm people with more mental models to increase your own competence. I think if I were able to do that, then I'll count this as a success. So thank you again. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Excellent. Okay, with that, we will bring our next speaker to the stage. Jackson, it's nice to see you.
Hello, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. So Jackson is going to be talking about building an autonomous BAS program. I'll let you introduce yourself, Jackson, and get to it.
Sure, thank you, Mark. There is a slide for that, so I'll go ahead and figure out how to share my screen here. And let's see, let me click through some of these options. Can you guys see my screen and presentation okay?
We can. Thank you very much.
Awesome. I'll go ahead and hop in. So my name is Jackson Wells, and I'll be covering building an autonomous BAS program. So first things first, I wanted to give a big thank you to Scythe, not only for having me talk here about what I love and my passion, but just getting all these security experts together to talk about security in the digital landscape. A quick agenda that I'm going to be covering is first off the typical who am I, just so you know who the speaker is. Then I want to spend some time setting the stage. This is just so we can make sure we're speaking the same language. What do I think of a breach and attack simulation program and what I mean by the autonomous portion. After that, I'll go over like the high level components of what makes up an autonomous BAS program, followed by a deep dive on the components that make these up. This will be the meat and bones of the presentation. And there's a lot of content, so bear with me. I'm going to speak a little quickly to make sure I get enough time for the questions and comments, but I'll make sure to go at a good pace. I'll make sure to wrap it up with a summary just so we all know what we should walk away with from this knowledge, and then have a questions and comments section. So just a bit about me. I've had the opportunity to work in the cybersecurity industry for just about 10 years now. I started in the United States Navy at submarine base New London, the first submarine base in the Navy. That was great, but 4 years was enough for me. And after 4 years, I went to an excellent managed detection and response company, doing a lot of blue teaming. I got to monitor many different security controls for many different customers and verticals, which is awesome knowledge for me to gain. And then I got to do some detection engineering as well. So not only monitoring these tools, but also building some detections and filling blind spots for some of these. I then worked for a breach and attack simulation company where I really just helped people operationalize the platform and use it correctly in their environment, as well as help them get a BAS program up and running. I then got to work at a financial institution where I got to do some hands-on red teaming and purple teaming experience. I love doing that. That was an absolute blast. But I also got to do some continuous validation with the BAS tool there as well. That all landed me where I'm at today at Toyota as a breach and attack simulation lead. So on the personal perspective, I'm a simple man. I've been playing guitar for a little over 18 years. I love it as a passion and a hobby. I don't know if you guys can see behind me, but that green guitar right there is fully 3D printed by a buddy of mine. So it plays like a charm and I love it. I love to get with friends, hang out, socialize, and drink beer. And that is my dog, Emmy. She's a golden retriever, but she acts like a hyena at times. But let's hop into it. Setting the stage. I know you all see the title as building an autonomous BAS program, but really quick, I want to go ahead and drop the autonomous part and just talk about what a breach and attack simulation or BAS program is anyway, in my perspective. So in my perspective, there's a few components I look at a BAS program. First off, its main point. It's a way to continuously measure security control performance. So I always give this pitch. Every organization has a ton of moving parts. Obviously, security controls update, softwares on workstations and servers update, security policies change, detection logic changes, people come and go. There's just too many moving parts, in my opinion, to assume that what's prevented and detected yesterday will be the same tomorrow and the day after that. We need some sort of system to continuously stress these security controls so we can get answers every day of like, yes, things are working as expected everywhere. And the moment they're not, we can raise an alarm to the proper parties, just so that can get remediated before our next, monthly red team or purple team exercise, or even worse, threat actor finding out for us. Well, I also think that we extend the CTI and red team efforts. What I mean by this is CTI is the brains of the organization. They're looking at who does what, who's attacking us, how they're attacking us, when they are. And they feed that information to red team, which these information feeds turn into engagements that we can make live on, but we can make automated attacks on those attacks that they did, which I call emulations, and run those time after time so they can work on new engagements and operations while we're measuring the effectiveness of what they did throughout time. Which brings me to my third point. It's a system to track progression and regression on our security coverage. So to the point I just made after a red team engagement, they may have done 10 attacks, and we know that 3 of those attacks were detected, 1 was prevented at the end of the operation. Well, we have a baseline, and if we were to make emulations on all of those, we should see 3 detections, 1 prevention. But over time, we'd like to see those grow as new detections and policies are changed to start adding more security coverage. On the other end, we can see regression, and right away we can see, oh, we were detecting this here, not anymore. What changed? Maybe a detection engineer modified a detection which had unknown side effects that we can fix right away. So with that being said, well, what's the autonomous part about? Well, as we know, BAS programs are excellent at creating automatic attacks at a click of a button or even scheduled to run. And that part already is autonomous. Moving forward, though, I want to broaden the scope and build a program that is totally hands-off to continuously execute, measure, resolve, and report on emulation and security control performance, and most importantly, without causing stock disruption. So we'll talk a lot about this. I just wanted to go ahead and make sure we're all speaking the same language, what I mean about a BAS program and the autonomous part behind it. So right here at a high level, we have the main components of what make up this autonomous BAS program we're going to talk about. We have the emulation lifecycle. This is going to have a few stages on sourcing, building, testing, and then deploying an emulation. And once it's deployed and running on a schedule, we also have another moving part next to it called the attribution and resolution. This is some sort of system that is continuously making sure that any alerts that relate to our emulations are accounted for and things are resolved right away. This is really important because I want to make sure that we can get information on if our security tools are doing what they should without bothering the SOC. I don't want them to spend time resolving alerts or working alerts on things that we're just testing and giving them a minor heart attack. Come to find out it was just testing activity. I'm here to get answers. Are our tools doing what they should? If so, move on. All that data from the attribution and resolution should be fed into this performance monitoring section, which is something that you can wake up, pour your coffee, and check and see how all your runs did, what was all prevented, what wasn't, what was detected, and what wasn't. And then an optional step here is trend reporting. This is kind of a more grand approach in the performance monitoring and elevates us past just the last run. More so, how did the runs from the last month or 6 months go on various devices and such like that? I call that optional because that's kind of more a mature BAS program that people can grow towards. Hopping into the first one, emulation lifecycle. I stated that there's a source, build, test, and deploy for an emulation lifecycle that I like to use. Ironically enough, the source, build, and test sections are actually the only non-autonomous part of this whole lifecycle. That's actually for a reason. Once you build and test an emulation and you deploy it to run on a schedule, that's when it opens the door for everything just kind of working into your performance monitoring and you don't have to touch it anymore. That gives you time and cycles to source, build, and test manually so you can make sure that you're building something that's accurate, safe, and really effective for your environment. But with that being said, we'll start with source. How you source these emulations is very important. I find three main categories of where you source an emulation. First off, coming from the cyber threat intelligence team. As I said, they're the brains, they're the ones looking at who's doing what, when they're doing it, how they're doing it, where they're doing it. So them getting emulations to work on is always, a smart move. But my favorite is actually getting them from red and purple team operations. They get their data from CTI as well. So if they can plan, execute, and debrief of an operation, we can see how all those attacks performed and get a baseline, create emulations on those attacks, and measure them over time to hopefully see progression. But if you see regression, you can get on it right away. And lastly, there's the self-source section where, me or my colleagues, we may just see a cool technique that we think is worth emulating. That's all fine and good, but what I recommend is you give a request for information or an RFI to the cyber threat intelligence team, just to make sure the emulation is timely, applicable, and likely. Just to speak on those briefly, timely, what I mean by that is you may have seen a cool technique, maybe it was on Hack the Box or on Bleepy Computer, and it might look cool, but come to find out, threat actors might have not used that since like 2019. And believe it or not, that's 6 years ago. So it might not be relevant or prevalent in the threat landscape. So we want to make sure it's actively being used by threat actors these days if it's worth your time. Moving on from that, applicable, you may see a cool exploit on Linux kernels, and you might want to build an emulation for that. Come to find out your environment is 95% Windows, and maybe the 5% of Linux is a whole different operating system. The juice may not be worth the squeeze on those. And lastly, is it likely? Like I said, cyber threat intelligence is the brains, and they're looking at who's doing what, where, and when. So if you can have techniques and cyber threat intelligence can see that that technique is used by threat actors that target your vertical, maybe that's US-based companies. More specifically, maybe it's targeting automotive manufacturing technology, which relates to my vertical, then obviously that's something that we probably want to emulate. So this is a good way to source your emulations to make sure you're not just wasting time building cool niche things, but more so impactful items to measure in your environment. Once you have maybe 3 emulations sourced, you can go ahead and start building this. So whether it's in a commercial breach and attack simulation platform, a open source, or maybe just your own scripting, whatever you build to make an emulation, it needs these 3 components. It needs to be consistent, safe, and accurate. What I mean by consistent is whenever it's built and you execute it, are you getting predictable results? They might not be desirable results, but is it the same result every time? If it's sporadic, it might not be easy to measure, and you probably want to go back to the drawing board to make sure that this emulation you create is consistent and emulates the right thing every time. Next, and probably the most important, is safety. You want to make sure what you make is obviously not doing harm to your environment. I like to say you want to leave the device the same exact way it was before you ran your emulation. So a good example of this is ransomware. Obviously, you don't want to just download ransomware from the dark web and see how your environment reacts to it. I think everyone here knows that. What you could do is emulate that ransomware by making your own code to do similar encoding techniques, and then go ahead and maybe stage files and directories, maybe even like recursively, and go ahead and encrypt all those, get the response, and then clean up your device. Any file modifications, registry modifications, etc., should be reverted at the end. And then accuracy, you want to make sure what you're testing is actually what you're trying to measure. A good example of this is you may be trying to measure your behavioral analysis of your AV or EDR tool. To do this, a novice engineer might maybe drop Mimikatz to disk and have an interpreter run that Mimikatz in memory to see if it gets blocked. They may see a prevention and they may see a detection and think all is well, but if you look into it, you probably realize that that prevention was really just Mimikatz being quarantined on disk and an interpreter couldn't run it. And that's only testing the static analysis engine. You have no validation that your behavioral analysis is doing what it should. It only tested the static. So instead, you may want to maybe use PowerShell, invoke expression, or a .NET assembly insert into a running program where it never touches disk and you're only measuring behavioral analysis. That's one very specific example, but really you want to make sure whatever component you want to test, are you accurately testing that component? So this is actually a site emulation right here, What I'm about to go over really applies to just the core concept of building an emulation. This first highlighted box we have is what I call the setup phase. In steps 1 and 2, it's loading in proper functions that this emulation should have. My emulation is going to run some interpreter, and it's going to download things to stage. Step 3 and 4 is the staging process. Step 3 is actually creating a path where I'm just going to stage all my items that I'm going to place on disk for this test. And step 4 is downloading what appears to be a uuid.csproj to that staging directory. This is just so we can have everything nice and neat in a predictable location on that testing device. And the most important step is step 5. This step, you can see it's running MS-build to run that staged file we just placed. But what makes this step so important is this is the quote-unquote emulation that we're actually measuring. This is, of all the steps here, this is what we want to pull into our system and say, how did this perform, this step? And we can do that by adding tags. This tag right here I have for emulation states, this is an emulation I want to measure, and it's called MS-build code execution. Then we have what justifies this as a success or not. If it was detected and prevented. If it was just detected but not prevented, we're going to count this as a failure. If it was prevented, not detected, same thing. And lastly, the IOC string. This is a string that you're going to use to correlate with any alerts you pull to see if alerts were generated from your emulation. There's more steps to the correlation that we'll go over later, but this is a key. You can add multiple IOCs to say, we want to look for this and this, or this, etc., to make sure you have a proper match. And then the last portion of an emulation is the cleanup stage. Here we can see step 6 is removing the stage directory we had recursively, meaning everything inside it is deleted because we know that was all stage data. And then we're shutting down this emulation. So this is going to kill the parent process of what ran this emulation and any child processes that's currently running under it. So if this were to do registry modifications, file modifications, etc., all of that would be cleaned up here as well. So after you have a consistent, safe, and accurate emulation that's sourced from a valid source from CTI or Red Team data, at this point, you can go ahead and run this. Give it a manual test run. And the top screenshot we have here is the GUI of Microsoft Defender. Again, this applies to any defensive tool here. But you can log into the defensive tool you're trying to measure. And you can see here, here's an alert for us running MS-build in that random csproj file. And you can see there's some threats blocked for this and alerted on. So that's great seeing it visually in the GUI, but we're building something autonomous. We don't want to have to go into the GUI every time, validate something was alerted on, resolve it yourself, etc. So we're going to need a programmatic way to get this data. And to do that, every single tool has some sort of API where you can pull that alert and see it in its programmatic output. In this case, in the bottom screenshot, Microsoft Defender outputs JSON objects for every single alert. This is a very small snippet of the JSON object returned for alerts, but it has some very useful data, like the process ID, the command lines, the date time, the detection status, the device ID, and there's many more key value pairs that are worth evaluating. It just wouldn't fit on this page. So you want to pull those and identify from what the tool generates from a JSON perspective, what can you grab and put into your emulation as an IOC to match and correlate? Make sure that you have just enough so it isn't, if you say, hey, find PowerShell and resolve those, that's obviously way too broad. You want to have things like UUIDs and statements to make sure you're really attributing to your detections. So with all that said, after you've sourced, built, and tested your emulation, your next step really is just to schedule it and forget it. I say that with an asterisk because I never encourage anyone to totally forget about what's running on a schedule. Always keep it in the back of your mind, obviously. But at this point, it opens the door for those 3 emulations we talked about and more growing to be deployed and ran on a schedule. Maybe that's once a day at 9 a.m., once a week, whatever cadence you want to see fit. Those are going to continuously run and be measured. So the next component is the attribution and resolution. So this is actually my favorite part, and I think the most important, besides obviously doing the emulations. But now that you have a system running continuously, let's say every day at 9 a.m., you're running 3 emulations to measure, you're then going to have a system that evaluates these emulations consistently and attributes any alerts to detections, emulations, and also resolves those alerts. So no analysts have to work on your things. So I want to say that most breach and attack simulation commercial tools have some sort of solution for this. They're usually pre-made and packaged for all their customers, which will go in and see after you ran the emulations, were there any detections? And also, can you resolve these alerts? They usually provide that, but what I notice is every organization is different, and you may need a more tailored approach to how you pull these alerts, how you're resolving and correlating, etc. So that's why I really like Site's approach. They actually lean into a workflow automation tool called Workato, which allows you to do a low to no code way of making your own integrations. So you can query as often as you want, how you want to pull this information, how you want to correlate and shape up the data. So you can really have full control over your automated process here. So with that being said, we're going to build something that is running on the side every day at 9 a.m. Your emulations are being kicked off. And also every day, what appears to be every 10 minutes, there's going to be a system running that's looking for emulations, alerts, correlating, and giving you the data. So a lot of people may ask, why every 10 minutes? Why not just wait after the emulation runs? Maybe wait, 5 minutes and then kick off your attribution resolution to see if any alerts are generated. Well, that works 9 out of the 10 times. But from what I've seen is we have a new finding, not just if something is prevented or not, or detected or not, but if something was detected, how long did it take for that detection to actually get into your monitoring pipeline? What I've noticed is custom analytics and custom rules typically rely on logs. And logs are generated on all the servers and endpoints, and those logs have forwarders which go to a central location. And then your rules run on a pulse that check those logs and then generate an alert. There's a lot of room for failure and latency here. And I've noticed that sometimes alerts can generate, but maybe after an hour after you ran. And that's something really important to highlight and bring to your leadership on saying, we need to fix this because that's all you know. If you have an alert that happens an hour after the action happened, I mean, the damage is basically done if they were a motivated threat actor. So I run it every 10 minutes, a rolling approach to say, continuously check for the bad simulations, continuously check for new alerts, and every time we see one that correlates, go ahead and resolve it, and then bring it back to your system. So let's talk about the steps here. First off, we need to query the BAS. We're going to see some JSON here of whenever we query the BAS, this system is going to make logically a JSON object on the left that we can use to see what all we're trying to measure from an emulation perspective. So this ugly JSON here, what we're seeing is what the system is actually generating on the back end, what I'm saying logically on the left, of querying my BAS solution and saying, what are all the testing points? And it's going to logically separate, we have a device name, workstation 2, and all the events that we're seeing on that workstation. So in my case, when we queried the BAS tool, we saw workstation 2 had 2 emulations tagged with emulation. One called persistence via startup folder, and the other called MS build code execution. That's the one we did for an example. It has really good information about this. It's able to pull the emulation ID, the command that was ran for that emulation, the request timestamp of when that kicked off, the status, the IOCs it will be looking for. Again, you can add multiple. And then the measure prevention detection. This is what justifies if it passed or not. If this is something that is fitting our criteria if we're protected or not protected. Once we have this list, our next step is to form the right logical JSON object. And that's pulling the security control or controls to see any alerts generated in the last 10 minutes. So this is a very watered down JSON object delivered from Microsoft Defender. We see it's going to give you a value array, and that's going to give you JSON objects of every alert pulled in that 10 minutes. This is a very small snippet of what a JSON object would look like, but it gives you stuff like the alert ID that was generated in Defender, the title of that alert, the time that alert was created, the device name, and the command line. And there's many more very, very valuable fields in these alerts that you can use for correlation. But the idea here is every 10 minutes, it's getting your testing points, all your emulations, and then all the alerts pulled from that 10 minutes. And then it's going to go ahead and start doing some sort of correlation. It's going to say, does this emulation relate to any of these alerts? And I want to visualize this in a very, very simple third grade drawing here. On the left, we have all of our emulations that were pulled. you can see that we have the emulation name, the host name, the time it was executed, and the IOC we're looking for in our alerts. On the right, we have all of our alerts pulled in the last 10 minutes. So how I want this system to work is it'll start with the first emulation and look at all your alerts. And it'll say, okay, first emulation and first alert. Does that alert have the same host name? Is it the same testing point? If not, then move on to the next one. It's no need to evaluate that. You know that alert does not relate to this emulation whatsoever, so you can move on to the next one. And we see the next one does have the same host name, but the timestamp is 2 minutes before the timestamp of the emulation. And unless your security control is a fortune teller, there's no way for an alert to generate before an action's actually kicked off. So we know that this one does not relate, so we can move to the next. And we can see the next one does have the same workstation. It's created at the same time and has the same IOC. I want to talk on the timestamp right here really fast, that I like to give maybe a 3 to 5 minute buffer on the timestamp afterwards to say if this happened, at the same time or maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes after, evaluate it. Because that means, it could have taken a while for that alert to actually generate. It won't be immediate every time. And to my point about sometimes things come in an hour later, you should have fields in your alerts that aren't just creation time date whenever the alert was created. There should be like an alert or some sort of first activity time of when those logs were created that generate the alert that took forever to get there. That's a good one to evaluate for the timestamp on those late alerts. But we're going to correlate every single one until we can see that some emulations may have no detection, some may have multiple, and we need to form some sort of master JSON object that your attribution and resolution will use on the back end. You're not going to be looking up these JSONs. This is just what happens on the back end that formats what we're going to see in our monitoring system. So here on the attribute and resolve section, this is a very busy screen, so bear with me. Here's kind of what it looks like. Before, we have all of our alerts generated in Defender. They all show new. You can see that we have different devices, DC1, Workstation 2, Workstation 1, and different alert names, etc. Our attribution and resolution system runs every 10 minutes, and after it gets all the emulations and all the alerts and correlates them to what we just discussed, it's going to form this master JSON right here we see on the right, which logically separates the device name and all the events for each device. And says, okay, Workstation 2 seem to have 2 events. We're measuring the persistence via startup folder and suspicious JavaScript download. For persistence via startup folder, you can see it had a detection count of 0. So it didn't match with any alerts. As for the next emulation, it matched with 4 alerts, and we get those alert IDs listed there. And we can see for Workstation 1, same story. So one important thing to know here is after you have this master JSON object, the last thing your attribution and resolution script or process will be doing is it's going to go through every single event, and if it has a detection ID, use that tool's API to resolve. Get that out of the picture so an analyst doesn't work these anymore. And you can get this data back and pump it in your performance monitoring so you can see how this went, and we're going to see that next slide. But you can see at the after section here at the bottom, Microsoft Defender shows that these specific alerts are resolved. 2 on top and 1 at the bottom are not because they relate to a different workstation, DC1. And we can also see that it set security testing as the category of this alert, and it assigned it to some BAS testing account. Now, as an analyst, you'd be able to quickly see, oh, I don't need to work these. These are resolved in security testing of my BAS team. Good. Now they can focus on what matters, the true positives. But again, on the right, this JSON object, we're not looking at this. I wouldn't want to look at this all day. What I'd rather look at is something like this, performance monitoring. This is the Kibana interface from the Elk stack, and I'm lucky enough to have this already embedded in the Scythe platform. But if you don't have it embedded in your tool set, you can spin it up with a server. It's free software. And what we have here is a way to pipe that JSON object into Kibana, or actually Elasticsearch to see in Kibana. So you can start visualizing how your last run went. You can quite literally wake up, pour your coffee, log in for the day, and see this dashboard, knowing that all your emulations are running on a schedule. They're being correlated and resolved every day, and all that data is being pumped into here. You can just wake up and look at it. At the top, you have the testing points, where you can choose a specific device, multiple, or all devices. And at the right, you can choose one, more, or any emulations you want to measure. And at the bottom here, we have the emulation results. On the left, we can see the emulation names. We have SAM Hive dump, Sharpound execution, persistence via startup folder, and JavaScript download. Now we can see 2 of 4 were prevented, and we can see the detections that were found on the right. We can see the persistence via startup folder is the eye-catching one. That not only wasn't prevented, but it also didn't have a detection associated with it. Surely that's not ideal, because we know this emulation was sourced from CTI. It's timely, it's relevant, it's in our threat landscape. So we should have some sort of visibility on it, because it could be likely to happen to us. So this is something we can get with the detection team or whoever owns the security controls to show them evidence of we don't see this activity. So we can start building detections and hopefully start to see progressions. Maybe throughout the weeks, as you blur copy, check your performance monitoring, you might see this turn green with some detections. That'd be ideal. But instead of looking at just the day-to-day, how each run went, you really could graduate on what I call trend reporting. I put this as optional. And this is dev data here. You're going to see a lot of squigglies, so disregard those. But what we have is all of our emulations that were ran over a time period. And we can see how many were detected, how many were prevented over time. You can start correlating this data to see what you should work on. For example, we have 3 unique devices that ran 43 emulations each. That is 129 individual runs. And of those 129 runs, we detected about 50%, 65 of those. So that means another 50% are not being detected. This gives you the opportunity to drill in and see, well, why is device A and B detecting emulation X, but device C isn't? Are we forwarding logs from that device? Is it a different security policy? This gives you the ability to kind of see the oddities in your environment and get on it quickly to get more of a consistent secured environment through all your endpoints, especially if a big organization that covers a lot of ground. On the right, we can filter out looking for specific emulations, or even look at like which emulations in the top campaigns, which are like the highest priority ones we should care about. If an emulation is seen in 40 campaigns, but another emulation is found in only 1, we might want to prioritize the ones seeing a lot of campaigns first. So just a quick summary. I know we covered a lot here. Hopefully I didn't go too fast. I just want to make sure we can wrap everything up and have comments and questions. But I want to cover what the goal is here, just so we all make sure we walk away with the same mindset. We really want to build a fully autonomous BAS program that doesn't just execute automatically, but also measures, resolves, and reports on these emulations and security control performance without causing SOC disruption. We don't want to waste the SOC's time. We want them to spend their valuable time and resource on true positives and unknowns in the environment, while we get all the data of our security tools and how they're performing everywhere on many different devices. So we get the peace of mind that things are either working or know that we need to get on it ASAP. The emulation lifecycle, just a couple takeaways. They should be sourced from a threat-informed defense. Talk to your CTI team or work with your red team that does talk to your CTI team. Make sure that you're not just making things you found on Bleeping Computer or Hack the Box. They should be relevant to your environment. Then build them to make sure they're consistent, safe, and accurate. And once they are, go ahead and give those a test run. See what it looks like in the GUI, and then pull it through the API to see what is your attribution resolution system going to be working with. What do we need to tag these emulations? What can we do to make sure that we can accurately attribute that emulation to any alerts you have generated? And then the easy part, deploy it. Set a schedule and sudo forget about it. Next, we have the attribution resolution section. Again, a lot of breach and attack simulation tools offer a solution for this, and absolutely lean into it if you see fit. I like to say you might want to tailor it to your best approach and get your hands dirty to make something specific so it works to your liking, but absolutely check out whatever solution your best product has. But regardless, it should have these capabilities. It should be able to check for emulations executed, check for any alerts in that last run, and then compare every emulation to every alert through a smart way. My way I like to do is the testing point, the time frame, and any IOCs that match. I say testing point because it might not be endpoint. Although this was a big endpoint conversation talking about workstations and servers, you may want to graduate to test network security controls. And a good testing point for that may be, source or destination IPs, things like that. And then you're going to pipe all that information into some sort of performance monitoring. I like the elk stack. This is because no one wants to read JSON results all day. That will give you a headache. You'd rather read something from a pretty Kibana dashboard. So it should show you prevention and detection statuses of every emulation reported on. It should have the ability to tailor on if you want to look for an endpoint, specific endpoints or specific emulations. And it's really good for seeing how your last run went, on how that run went, or maybe on a specific day. But what's better is seeing the overall data throughout time. What are your trends? What are your progressions and regressions? These are really best used with business intelligence tools. I like Power BI, but if you want more of an open source method, you can go Redash or Metabase. These are great tools that you can spin up alongside your elk stack to start showing an overtime trend. This is great for just showing over time what devices historically are preventing and detecting, what aren't, why is that the case, what emulations are our biggest concern. And from there, you can really get a big holistic picture of your security coverage in your environment. So I know that was a lot. I wanted to save some time for questions and comments. Happy to answer any on this call if we have time. But if we don't, here's my LinkedIn. Please send me a DM. I'm more than happy to talk about these topics. I obviously love this, so reach out whenever. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jackson. We do have some good questions. Let me key up a couple of these with you. First off, do you run emulations on live assets, or do you have assets set up for BAS use?
Yeah, excellent question. Probably one of the most common one I get. So I am all production. And you guys might think that's wild. That's why I have a very strict source, build, and test pipeline, because I do think testing on VMs is necessary, but also if you're trying to see your security coverage in your environment, those VMs most likely aren't apples to apples with your actual production devices. They're probably in slightly different security policies, different logics being applied to them, and you're not really getting the true answer until you test it in production. That's why I make sure you have a very good pipeline to make sure things are safe and secure before you deploy those.
Excellent. And another one here. What are some of the metrics or executive or tactical should be tracking with BAS?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what I like to track primarily is post red team and purple team activities. So they may have done 10 attacks, and we know 3 of those were detected, 1 was prevented. You have the baseline, you can execute those, and then you can make that emulation and the operation live on past that engagement. Give them the freedom to keep working on new things and doing new engagements while you are showing the status of how those 10 attacks are progressing or regressing from your security infrastructure. So maybe 3 months down the road, after that red team engagement's done, you can say, hey, remember when we were detecting 3 and preventing 1? Well, now we're at the point where we're detecting all 10 of them and we're preventing 8 of these. We're really secure at a good risk state. So, kudos to the defensive teams. Kudos here and there. We're looking good. That's a big report I like to give. Other than that, just log sources. Things aren't detected because maybe these devices don't have proper logging, things like that.
Excellent. Another one I know that came in through the Discord was how do you add new emulations? How do you determine what you need to add to kind of this series of tests that you're running on a weekly basis?
Yeah. So here's what I don't do. I don't look at the MITRE framework and say, hey, cover this, cover this, cover that. I don't try to boil the ocean. So let me just get that out of the way. I don't do that. What I do like to do is take a quick look at the MITRE perspective and say, what are we currently tapping in on? Maybe there's tactics you're very heavy on, and there's tactics you're very weak. At that point, you can go to the CTI team and say, hey, this is a tactic, maybe it's persistence, that you don't have much coverage on and validation. So can you submit an RFI to say, hey, what threat actors are out there attacking our vertical that we care about, that are using persistence techniques? Those are a good one to emulate, to put into the pipeline of your deployed cycle that are measuring things that are likely to happen to you based on your vertical.
Okay. And then one last one. How do you prioritize your emulations for those focused on MITRE TTP coverage versus performance of your tools?
Yeah, honestly, CTI team helps me. They're my shield. They're the ones that give me reports to say, hey, these are the top attacks to look for. These are the ones that are highly important based on who's likely to attack you. So if you have maybe someone that's a little out of touch, maybe you have a high up CISO that says, hey, cover all these MITRE tactics, you can have some fuel behind you saying, it might not be worth it making our detection team build all these detections and coverage for these niche things that don't apply to our environment. Here are things that do apply to us that we should care about, and maybe talk impact. If this were to happen to you, what's the impact that would happen to your environment? Get them interested. Executives love impact. They don't love the technical stuff like I do. They care about, well, how's that going to affect our money? Well, what's going to happen to us? And we can show that through the CTI data.
Okay, great. And we've got one additional one, which is great presentation, great insights. Have you crossed so many challenges running emulations in a large environment?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's a growing process every day. I like to look at the breach and attack simulation program as an iterative, continuously improving process. You're not just going to watch this presentation and go ahead and have a flawless breach and attack simulation area in your environment. What we see is our main thing is new detections get deployed and out of the box alerts start being deployed as well. You can't predict what Defender, CrowdStrike, Sentinel, etc. is going to put out there. So it's possible that when you run these emulations, yesterday everything gets resolved right away. But maybe next week when you run these, new alerts came in, maybe they're custom or they're out of the box, that your IOC attributions don't account for. And this is okay. This is because you can, have your security team reach out saying, hey, we saw these alerts, and you can say, oh, that was my testing. Let me go ahead and add an IOC. And then moving forward, those get resolved in your pipeline. And that's the iterative process. So really, to answer your question, my main challenge is make sure that I'm gathering this information, make sure we're secure and validated without bothering the SOC and watering them down with more false positives and testing alerts. So that's a continuous process there.
Awesome. Well, great. I think those are the majority of the questions, Jackson. We definitely appreciate the time. And if there's other questions, folks, bring them in. We will certainly get them over to Jackson. We'll get them answered for you. And, you can certainly submit them here or the Discord that we've got going. Oh, here's one from Bryson. What's the difference between simulation and emulation, and why should it be there?
Bryson, you got me good. I struggle on this question all the time, just to be completely honest with you. I always speak in emulation terms. I think you saw this. I've worked at a breach and attack simulation company where they said it differently and other companies say it differently. I honestly say tomato, tomato. An emulation or simulation is a way to automate an attack and run that alongside manual attacking, like red team and purple team. That might be miles off from your approach, but that's just how I attack that one.
Okay, I'm summoned.
Oh, no.
As one of the people who defined this for the industry, I'm going to jump in. So you're right in as much as from a practitioner perspective, it sounds like vocabulary. Who cares, right? And that's what's like, what do you care? But if you actually start breaking down the differences of the kinds of tests you can run, maybe instead of getting hung up on the vocabulary, can you talk through the maturity of the level of realism and scale that some things can do all the way up to the things that you've grown to? Does that make sense? Phrasing it that way?
A bit. So in the same question of simulation versus emulation, you're talking about the maturity is something to look at here?
Well, so to me, a simulation is doing exactly what it is, right? If this was the command, this was the base IOC, that's what I'm running. Emulations now allow me the flexibility of focusing on behavior, right?
Okay.
One of the other things going back to your presentation, you talked about chasing MITRE ATT&CK. Chasing MITRE ATT&CK to me is a simulation approach, right? I ran this procedure from MITRE ATT&CK, and then I ran this procedure from MITRE ATT&CK. And the way I always describe MITRE ATT&CK is thinking of it like a periodic table. Because if I test hydrogen and I test oxygen, if I do these individual simulations, I'm missing the state change of a chemical equation, which is actually what an attack is. So if things aren't informing each other, that's also the difference between a simulation and an emulation.
Interesting. Yeah. Speaking of MITRE, how I view it is like, a MITRE technique is a broad way to do something. Maybe it's, persistence via registry, run once key. That is in my opinion, an emulation is a way to do that anyway, but there's maybe 20 different ways to do that same technique. And maybe those are the simulations to the overall emulation, shot in the dark. But I'll take some notes on that. Thank you, Bryson.
Well, excellent, everybody. We are now on a break for 20 minutes. We are going to basically give everyone time to grab some lunch.
Mark, would this be a good time to run a raffle?
It would be a great time to run a raffle.
And also, I just want to say, Jackson, I've been seeing what you've been doing at Toyota, and it has blown me away. I mean, I'm not saying this to like fluff you or anything. Seriously, what you've been doing, and I hope folks at home realize the level of the presentation you just got. This is one of the reasons that this vertical, this space, and so many of us have been struggling is figuring out how to automate these elements in a meaningful way, right? If you just automate stuff, that doesn't make it better, right? That's one of the challenges SOAR has, is how do I automate things that drive value that I can measure? And what Jackson showed and what Jackson has built, and again, I think, Jackson, you're uniquely qualified because you've done so many different of these pieces that you finally were able to pull it together the way you have. I mean, again, just kudos. For me personally to you, it's amazing.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's been a fun ride so far using the platform.
Great. Awesome. Well, thank you, Jackson.
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
I'm going to try to figure out how to run a raffle wheel here, Mark. See how this goes. Oh, here we go. I got it. Oh, that worked out pretty easily. We ready?
We are.
Excited? Okay, here we go. So the winner will get from Scythe a gift certificate to swag.scythe.io for their own unicorn gear. And the winner is Micah Brown. Proof that a great comment or a great question, and we can see also the engagement from the crowd on there. Talking about Sunil's book, Cyber Defense Matrix, who was on just before Jackson. So congratulations, Micah. Completely random. You are a winner. You have to, of course, be here to declare it. So, yep, there he is. He gets it. He's in. And I think we're now on break, Mike. Or Mark, sorry.
Yes, we are on break. We will pick back up in 20 minutes at 12:50 Eastern. Thank you, everybody. Well, welcome back, everybody. And now I just want to kick off with the afternoon session. We're going to introduce Ian Anderson from Oklahoma Gas and Electric. Ian is going to jump into talking about cyber resilience readiness. I know this is a topic that Bryson and Ian have certainly talked about before, but I'm looking forward to it. So with that, I will turn it over to Ian.
All right. I guess can everyone hear me? All right. And now I get to figure out, all right, cool. There are my slides. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ian Anderson. I'm the Director of Enterprise Security, Network and Monitoring at Oklahoma Gas and Electric. So OG&E, we are an electric company. We have power generation, transmission, distribution, but we're your utility. We're the ones that give you the juice to do all the things that you need to go do. Today's session, or my session here, is going to be, just lessons learned in terms of developing some of our resilience and how we use Scythe and how we use emulation, purple team exercises, and tabletop exercises to grow our organization's ability to respond effectively to incidents and whatever else comes at us. So, yeah. So, agenda today, I'm going to walk you a little bit through our journey, how OG&E got to where we're at, kind of how we ended up with Scythe, because it was, it was a process, finding the right vendor, finding the right tools, finding just the right process. We'll move on to talking about stacking capabilities, because I think a lot of us probably, a lot of you all out there watching the session have had this experience where you've landed in some sort of exercise, be it a PTE or tabletop or just really anything. And, if you don't have those foundational elements established, it's hard to drive a lot of value. And literally one of the worst things that you can get coming out of a PTE or coming out of a tabletop exercise is this kind of feeling that, like, man, we just wasted a lot of time. I could be working on this, I could be working on that. So we're going to talk about how to stack capabilities together and finally fitting it all together, right? I mean, these are capabilities that should, fit, interlock with each other. And so you can get, cascading value, use what you did in an emulation to a purple team, to a tabletop exercise and move that value beyond. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Also, I don't have like about me slide, Ian. Like that's all I guess you really need to know. Okay. Some things walking away from here. So, you're going to listen to me babble on for about 30 minutes or so. I hope you walk out of here with just these concepts. Everything we're going to talk about is really measured in scope, frequency, and complexity. So a emulation, a PTE, a tabletop exercise, like these are all like, understanding those variables and how you move them up and down and manage those will help you get the most value out of whatever the exercise is. Defense in depth is a common moniker in our industry. We take that to preparation as well, right? And so preparation meaning like, organizationally, are we ready to take on an event? So it's not just about the defense. Like we have layered controls, AV, EDR, all the fancy blinking box stuff, but organizationally and process wise, do we have depth that is going to cover us and provide us with that overlap that will kind of watch our backs? And look, if you've ever seen me talk before, probably many of you all haven't, but I'm big on relationships, because at the end of the day, all this blinking box stuff is going to fail you. So relationships, both inter-organization, external to your organization, having the right partners, making sure your people on your teams are capable and available to work with other teams, and that you just have this kind of lattice of relationships and the value that provides. And we use at OG&E, we use a lot of these exercises not just to test and validate controls and processes, but to build relationships. So our journey. Now, I'm probably going to start to sound a little bit like a sales guy because, I'm going to throw out the old, do you remember WannaCry? And we talk about this problem all the time. It is the Wall Street Journal problem. It's the Washington Post problem, the New York Times problem. Something is going to land on the news and it's going to catch the wrong person's eye. And they're going to come to you and say, hey, are we secure? And that is like the most impossible question you can get as a security person. Are we secure? Well, to what? right? To WannaCry, I mean, maybe we maybe patch the vulnerability. Are we just secure? Is this a general question? But we're being asked these questions because that's what leaders are starting. They're interested, they're engaged, and while they don't necessarily have the nuance, it is something that they worry about. So we started getting these questions from our CEO: Are we secure? And we could say just yes, and make them feel a little bit better. We could launch into a kind of a deep, like, yeah, here's what we know, and give them like all this technical mumbo jumbo. But what we could never really do is we could never really say yes, and here's why in a concise manner. Yes, because we have actually tested what this thing is that you're worried about, and here's what we know. And the answer doesn't always have to be, we know, like, we're 100% perfect secure, because look, that's not reality. But if I can come as a security practitioner to a leader and say, look, I feel like we're pretty good here. Here are some gaps. Here are some plans that we're using to cover up those gaps. Like, that was the sweet spot. That's exactly where we wanted to be. We wanted to be able to give that level of assurance to our leadership. And so we went with this idea of emulation, or tax simulation, or whatever. Like, I don't subscribe to the Church of Gartner, but we'll call it emulation because this is a Scythe conference. So we view emulation, and this is the very first part of stacking capabilities. We view emulation as like the ground floor entry. Like, if you want to do any of this other stuff, you have to be able to perform these emulation activities. So everything that we're doing in my operation side is really geared around emulation. Why? Well, because one of their major jobs is to validate and tune security controls. We found the best way to do that is through emulation. So we didn't just like wake up one day and said, oh, let's go hook up with these unicorns and all will be dandy. Yeah, we'll move to this one. Our first attempt was, I think we did what a lot of other companies will do and say, we're going to buy Burp Suite, we're going to do Metasploit, we're going to get all these fun kind of hacker tools, and we're going to like basically just go do this. We're going to go do hood rat stuff inside of our network and find out like what breaks, what doesn't break, and and do that. And look, massively fun. Playing with these tools is cool. Like, it's exciting. But we weren't able to properly manage the scope, the frequency, the complexity, and even worse, like, we weren't really intentional about those capabilities. So what, we had this kind of collection of like, kind of cool tools, and we could go do some cool stuff. But like, if you were to have this conversation, like, are we okay from WannaCry? You couldn't really do that succinctly, just because you just didn't have the right platform. So it was neat to have some of these capabilities, some of these skills, but we realized, we needed to kind of get more of an enterprise-y type tool. And so we did. It's a tool. The tool we chose, I think they're around they've been bought, and it's Veridin. Yeah, I'll say it. So we tried Veridin, and what we discovered was, when you kind of get into these enterprise-y type tools, you start getting into this point where we were spending more time maintaining the tool, just keeping it up and operational, than we were actually spending using it. And so, like, we aspire on our security operations team to do security operations, not necessarily do infrastructure management or application administration, system administration. So we kind of had this wake up of like, hey, like, the tooling really matters, but still what was getting us was more about the process and being intentional about this. And so our attempt number 3, we ended up with the unicorns, with Scythe. And so, but the biggest win we had was we identified this recurring process in our operation stack. So everything we do from a control tuning and validation, and this is what feeds our emulation loop, is all predicated on this cycle, right? So it starts off with intel, hypotheses, some sort of event trigger, and that could be threat intel. That could be, you have another incident in your, in your queue. You could just be talking to a friend that works at another company, and like, you get this like idea, right? I know we have people on our ops team that just come up with kind of crazy ideas, like, I wonder what would happen if this happened, right? Well, now we have the ability to test that. So we move into emulation, we build the campaign, we run it, we measure the tool response. Whatever that tool response is, we'll have some sort of technology and documentation enhancement or management, right? We're trying to push from I can log, I can alert, I can block. We're trying to move down that threshold or down that line. And then lastly, we do try to automate where possible. And for us, automation isn't necessarily like hands off, it's going to take the wheel. Sometimes for us, automation is just like, how do we get information faster to the analyst so they can make a better, faster decision? So once we discovered this and then started leveraging the Scythe platform, our emulation capabilities just went through the roof. And we're now using it to do all sorts of really cool tuning, some evaluation of environments. We've kicked out bad tools because of it, or tools that weren't providing their value. So, but that was just our emulation, right? And that's all just predicated, like that's all internal to us. And so the next stack, the next thing that we were going to try to do was to start to build on top of that, right? And so this is an area we had never done before. We had never done a purple team exercise, and you know how it gets with a lot of our teams, right? Outsiders, especially vendors, like they're just trying to sell us something, right? I think that the value is kind of suspect. And so, we were a little bit on guard and not really understanding what exactly we were going to get out of this purple team exercise. But what we understood after we ran a couple is one, we were able to actually extend the complexity of our campaigns because now we had a different level of understanding or intelligence or hypotheses that the purple team exercise was helping us build. So when you think about just regular emulation, like these are kind of good standard, like these are things your analysts should be running all day, every day, just kind of doing control validation, tuning, just the kind of the simple stuff. That next step is going to be your purple team exercise. So how do you move from just that emulation to then leveraging some of the skills and capabilities of the PTX, right? So, what we still have kind of limited to moderate frequency. We still want to be limited on scope. We want to really focus on just testing some specific things because this is really more of a technical evaluation still at this point. But again, we can grow the complexity. You can get multi-stages and you can do all sorts of other stuff. So, and some of the things that we really get at OG&E, the value that we get out of these purple team exercises is questions around like, are we even emulating the right stuff? Kind of going back to our first attempt at doing emulation where we had Burp Suite, Metasploit, and some of those other types of tools, can we think like the adversary? Can we operate like the adversary? Can we even create those instances inside of our tooling that give us the opportunity to make our tools better or to detect or even just like line up with what the adversary is up to? I think a lot of the times I think a lot of defenders don't necessarily have those skills, or at least they're skills that take a lot of development, right? So, and then, in keeping kind of with the Scythe theme, with every purple team exercise, we get both technical and operational observations. And this is where we kind of start to blend some of the tabletop-ish type stuff and the technical work that's, purely on the emulation side. With the operational observations, what we're now able to do is we're able to kind of pry out, what are some like just our general TTPs in our security operations team that is either helping or hindering our ability to detect and respond to security incidents. And so each one of these PTEs is an amazing opportunity for us to go in and do some self-inspection on like, are our processes sufficient? Is the way that we navigate and move around in our tools, is our case management working? And it's beyond just is this tool detecting and all that type of stuff. So again, we do try to tie it back, since this is an operational process. We do try and tie it back to our operational circuit here. And what we've seen is really the PTX, the value of the PTX for us really focuses on the intel and the hypothesis point, right? So finding a good partner to come and build out some of those campaigns and some of those scenarios has been immensely helpful. So that's kind of what I have on PTX, and so then the next logical step for us now is TTX, or the tabletop exercise, and this is really where you're taking it from the tactical to the strategic, right? So I think the PTX will help you kind of blend some of that, but TTX is truly a strategic, and it's more about building your program than it really is about challenging you technically. And this is actually a lot more important than people think. When you think about some of the large scale breaches in the response, it's generally not the security operations teams that are kind of making companies famous for the wrong reasons, right? It is a tone deaf response. It is a failure to communicate effectively. It's I think about the company, place I worked at before, OG&E. I think about their response to Ashley Madison, right? So Ashley Madison comes out, and all of a sudden, like, everyone's got the emails of like, hey, how many people on Ashley Madison were employees that had using their corporate email in order to be able to set up these affairs. And I remember our legal team's first instinct was to send a cease and desist letter to Ashley Madison saying, you better retract that. These people aren't they're not in your database. And so had I spent some time with them beforehand, and or luckily we were able to intercept that. But this idea that organizationally we're going to start making some decisions based upon a lack of understanding of how these things really work is kind of the wake-up call that I had with ensuring that legal and HR and your compliance teams, your other field operations teams, that they're all involved and engaged and know what's going on, because they can sync your incident response very quickly. All right, so let's dig in a little bit. So kind of going back to our circle, so we look at the tabletop exercise as a way to again improve our intel, our hypothesis, our event triggers. Some of the outside folks that you're going to bring into a tabletop are going to have different ideas and ask you questions around stuff you've never even thought of. Especially being an electric utility, we have a lot of folks in the OT space, operational technology space, and so we're always learning from these folks, saying, telling us, hey, I'm worried about this, or had you thought about that? This controller, or that RTU, or whatever the case may be. So we get all sorts of really good intelligence and hypotheses just by working with them. We like to show them the emulation itself, and we're going to talk a little bit about partnership, maybe even on the next slide. And then we want them to be a part of the tool measurement response. And a lot of this is around relationships. And okay, cool. My formatting got goofy. So one of the things I think that has made OG&E enterprise security the most successful over the past 10 years is our focus on relationships. So everything that we do, and this is a testament to our analysts, and I know they're here watching, and they're probably got me up on a big screen somewhere, but the way our analysts, the way our leadership interacts with other elements all throughout the company, everything is an exercise in relationships. Because at the end of the day, we cannot secure a company by ourselves, and they get it and our business gets it. And so everything we do is around how are we developing others? How are we building relationships? So, for example, you put in a new SIM, right? Well, you're sitting on a plethora of data. How are you extending that data? How are you giving value to others? And how are you making it seem like you are approachable? Well, part of being approachable for a security team is letting people know what's going on, being open, sharing resources, sharing information. And that's one of the things that we've done really, really well. So we will take these tabletop exercises and really just kind of pick on a couple of groups and say, hey, we're probably not as connected with this specific group as we should be. Let's fix that. Let's do some sort of emulation or PTE or tabletop exercise that involves them, and not only involves them saying, I'm going to ask you to do stuff, but involves them from the perspective of, I'm going to let you come in and be a part of it. I'm going to let you like Scythe's coming in. they're cool guys. Come on in, come hang out with us for an afternoon. We'll buy lunch, we'll talk some crazy stuff, and we'll have a good time. And you know what? Like, people will leave saying, I didn't really understand all that was said, but I know that those guys have my back. And look, if you're there, you're gonna do just fine. So, and don't look at this picture like too closely. I had extra Chat GPT credits, if you can't tell, and this one has a lot of problems. So, okay. So another example that I've seen, problems with TTXs that I've seen, and I call this the GridX problem. So for those of you all that are not aware, GridX is a kind of a nationwide tabletop exercise that pretty much all electric utilities participate in every other year. And it tests cyber, it tests physical security, it tests resiliency. Basically, they want to stress out the grid. But one of the biggest problems that I've seen is that if you don't have regular recurring exercises where you're bringing in people and and helping them out and helping grow them and being intentional from a process perspective, everyone's going to suffer when you go do these big massive ones. And the GridX problem is, it's kind of like a doomsday. Like, it is literally the worst day you could possibly imagine. And if you are not like, you can't just go to the gym and lift and bench press 250. You gotta, you would have to work up to it. Like, you can't just go do these really hard things. Like, you have to work up to it. And so the tabletop exercise organizationally, that's just another muscle to go work out. And so, if you are not doing tabletop exercises today, that's okay. Get in there, but start small. Identify specific areas you want to stress, and stress it, but don't kill them. Right? If people start to lose this belief that they can win, now you're building in really negative emotional responses. I guess that's the other part of this that I do want to hit on. The tabletop exercise. In cybersecurity, we're so focused on the technical detection and response to our problems that we forget about the emotional and psychological impact that degradation of service or loss of availability and the other things that can come from cyber have on the business and have on the customers. And so if we're not creating opportunities for us to understand these psychological and emotional biases and impacts that will harm our ability to serve and to manage whatever that incident, we're in a lot of trouble. Right. So when we talk about stressing it, we do stress it, but we don't do it in a way that's going to kill you. Like, we're not saying we're going to detonate a, atmospheric EMP, right? Because at that point we're at nuclear war, and there's really not a lot any of us can do. I don't think any of us are putting in Patriot missile batteries or anything like that to protect our critical infrastructure. So it's kind of where we're at on that one. So let's bring it all together. And, we start to come up with this high level TTX plan, right? So it starts with the strategic intent, right? We want, what are we trying to accomplish? We want to test, maybe we have some new attorneys and we want to get some sort of, data problem in front of them that then they have to go work through. Right. We identify the who are the players in this? It could be security, compliance, legal, corp com, facilities, you name it, finance. You can go find pockets and say, hey, I'm going to create a security problem for you that you are going to be a part of. So for instance, your accounting system gets popped. You're going to have a cyber response, but you're absolutely also going to have an accounting team or a finance team response as well. They're going to be included in what's going on. And you don't want the first time you're meeting these folks to be when bad things are really happening. You want to start to establish some of these relationships early. So for us, what's a specific one? So we would set that exercise goal, and we would seek to, because we are an electric utility, we are, we have to abide by NERC-CIP, which is critical infrastructure protection. And there's a very specific NERC-CIP requirement around tabletop exercises, wouldn't you know? So Oh, look, I get little pop-ups. Yeah, you're welcome, Jennifer. Glad glad you feel better. Um, so we have this like obligation. It's hard to read here, but it's every 15 months we have to run a tabletop exercise, and of course we like to do things a little bit more often than that, but that is by our regulatory requirement. That's what we have to abide by. When those happen, we want to say, hey, we're going to satisfy this compliance requirement. So that's like the minimum. That's the checkbox security that I think we're all familiar with. From there, we're talking about, okay, we need to actually grow the compliance team's understanding of incident response, because there's a phrase in there that NERC uses called reportable cybersecurity incident. And it's fairly vague what they mean by that. And when it comes to compliance and compliance reporting, that's not a security thing. We have a whole team dedicated to that. Now, could we do it? Yes, probably. But our compliance team wants to be able to do it. And I want them to be able to do it, because if we're dealing with some sort of security incident, I want my folks working on security, not necessarily compliance. So how do we get there? Well, we create these opportunities to grow and develop them. And we do things like we want to ensure whatever we do will trigger this thing. It's called the OE 417, right? And that's the reportable cybersecurity incident. So we will say at the end of the day, we have to trigger this outcome, right? And in triggering this outcome, we want to ensure that we are testing and enhancing our incident response plan, because that is all, like, they're all intertwined. So now that we've set our exercise goals, we're ready to move on to the next one, which is we're going to start building our emulation and our PTX, because we're going to actually do a lot of this work before we hit the tabletop, right? If you think about the lifespan of an incident, action on disk happens far before big incident response. Like, you're bringing in accounting, you're bringing in legal, like all that stuff has already happened. And so we kind of abide by that. We're going to launch the attack. We're going to do some of the stuff on our side. And we're going to take those artifacts and we're going to bring it forward to the tabletop. We're managing our scope. We're managing our frequency, and we're managing our complexity. And because we're leveraging our PTE, Purple Team exercise capabilities, we're injecting enhanced intel and enhanced hypotheses that helps us drive to a better exercise, which will ultimately provide more value. And the realism matters. So, we all do these tabletop exercises without the emulation piece, without the PTE. And can it be valuable? Sure. What is super valuable, though, is when you start showing what these things look like in your own environment. Another one of my favorite things to kind of bring up in talks is I talk about the ICS, Industrial Control System Cyber Kill Chain, written by Asante and Lee. If you haven't read that and you're in the OT space, I highly recommend you go read it. But they talk about this concept of defending OT networks. And it's really, you can boil it down to say, you got to build home field advantage, right? That is something we can all control. We can all develop home field advantage, and we can develop organizational home field advantage. And what I mean by that is, I think at a minimum, all of us on the security operations team, we strive to understand our environment better than the adversary. And with that is already an advantage. Thank you, the Scythe YouTube channel. It is a great white paper. It's really, really good. They're very distracting. Now I kind of lost my train of thought. No, so building home field advantage. The way you do that is you launch these things in your own environments, and then you let your own ops folks, your compliance folks, whoever, your participants in these various exercises, they get to see what these things look like. From where I'm standing, I feel that sometimes security is, people can understand, but they don't it's so abstract, I think, at times. And so when you can present, like, this is literally what a C2 exfil would look like in our logs, right? And I put up an example of something that we've done in a PTE before. Once you provide that, then all of a sudden I start to get it. Oh, you mean it's just going out to OneDrive? Like, that's all this is. Yeah. Like, we're going to use fancy terms because we're security for reasons. But it's really just they're uploading it to a cloud website. Like, that's why we care about what websites you talk to. That's why we care about authentication. It's why we do SSL decryption, right? You can now start to connect some of these other controls that you're putting in. You're creating engagement across teams. And this is my favorite. fight the exercise. You don't have to fight the exercise because this is what literally happens. You do this in our environment. This was the impact. Because it's famous. Tabletop exercises are famous for being derailed by, well, that's not how it would really happen. And I've, as a leader of tabletops, I've had great tabletop ideas just, die in the mud because someone rightfully pointed out, like, there's a physical control that prevents that. So, so bring the realism, right? Your participants will appreciate it. It'll help you all, everyone kind of interconnect and all that good stuff. And if you don't want to do, so this is kind of like I think this is my last slide, but if you don't want to do like these big, massive, tabletop exercises and do all this stuff, you can do what we started off doing at OG&E and just playing backdoors and breaches and just inviting friends from across the company for lunch. We just have them in for lunch and, play a few rounds. You can play for free. And now we're also going to see how many of you are brave enough to scan and click a QR code at a security conference. But in all seriousness, the backdoors and breaches game is great. It is a super chill way to introduce some of these things to people. We've also used it for talent identification and development. Like, we'll go find some people, maybe at the desktop team or help desk or a developer, and just say, hey, you want to play? And like, you get to see how people think. That's a lot of fun. So, and again, like you're making friends. And at the end of the day, it's the people that are going to save you. So, so in closing, again, if you're starting from scratch, it starts with emulation. Then you got to build on PTX. Then you can do TTX. Can you do them out of order? Sure. But what we've experienced is you're going to get a clearer value delivery by stacking these capabilities. And for every step of the way, you're managing your scope, how broad you're making it, right? Frequency, how often you're doing it, complexity, like how sophisticated it is. It requires depth. Depth, not just in your tool set, depth not only in your team, but depth across your organization. Because at the very end of the day, the relationships are what are going to save you. And with that, I will open it up to any questions.
Just a reminder for everybody that you asking a great question gets you entered in the raffle for awesome unicorn swag. So what better way to celebrate UniCon and National Unicorn Day? What would be a good approach to better foster relationships with partners, especially for smaller organizations? So Ian is in an interesting position with Oklahoma Gas and Electric, where they're not the largest large, they're not the smallest small like the munis and the co-ops. They're in this nice little medium piece. So they kind of have the best of both worlds.
Yeah. So great question, Steve. And you're clearly a very bright, most likely super handsome individual. So like, what's been our approach? It's been soft, regular touch, right? So meaning like, we go on field trips, we bring swag, we bring donuts, we will show up at a place and just listen. And it's not about us, like, honestly, like, and this is, we have an organizational culture inside our enterprise security. Like, we're not the stars of the show, and we know it. And we like that. We like other people to be the stars of the show. And so what we really try and do is say, hey, we're here with you. We're not in your way. We have our job to do, but we're here with you. And so, I think about, building trust with folks out in the field is it's a long running process, right? And it just starts off with, you show up and you bring some candy, and you remember what a guy's favorite candy is. And so there's a guy in a control room, loves Twizzlers. If you show up with Twizzlers, they will remember that because you're thinking of them. And then next thing you know, so this is kind of what happened, my experience. Every time I go to like a plant, they'll say stuff like, hey, we're having a problem with the printer. I know it's not a security thing, but we're having this problem. Guess what? I can go help them with that printer. It's not a security thing, but what it does is it shows them that I'm there for them, regardless of job title. And so it's those little things. Like, if you're looking for the grand gesture to build relationships with people, like, everyone will see right through that, especially folks out in the field that are like a little bit paranoid by nature and like they don't trust the corporate people. And so it takes time. but the rewards there are so valuable. Thank you, Stephen.
When I was an Army officer and I was in the field, I used to carry chocolate milks in the cargo pants of my BDUs. And when I would go out to remote locations, the soldiers just, I mean, they were getting their chocolate milk, and it was a little thing, and it makes a big deal to show that you care.
Yep.
How often would you recommend teams perform tabletop exercises? And I'm going to broaden this question because this also ties into technical exercises as well. And the fact that everybody focuses on the exercise itself when there's actually other ways to accomplish those more organically and a micro level, which I know your team has done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, like for us, because I know a lot of them are watching, right? And so it's like, yeah, we are continuously doing emulations at their level, right? And so that's that kind of micro, always be emulating, right? Right. But from a PTE perspective, I think that we've actually gotten a lot of value kind of quarterly, between quarterly and semi-annual. And then for tabletop, it's semi-annual to annual, right? And it really just depends on, like, do you have stuff worth doing an exercise on? Because you can actually set your program back by bringing everyone together for nothing, right? Or to without being that intentional plan. Because when you're talking these tabletops, you're really digging into people's most valuable resource, which is their time, right? And so it has to be really intentional around, this is what we're going to test. And this is the value that we think that you're gonna get out of it. So I think we on the enterprise security, like if we're doing a good tabletop exercise where we're bringing in other elements from the business, kind of in that formal TTX manner twice a year, I think that's a win. But other, like the little relational things, like that's a continuous deal too. And you could always do a lunch with backdoors and breaches.
So in your presentation, you stress what needs to be stressed. What's an example that you can provide from your experience that's something that you saw that needs to be stressed that wasn't?
That's a great question. So I'll go back to, I mean, maybe let's go back to my Ashley Madison story. Right. So the idea that that legal counsel did not understand any of the technical ramifications of what they were seeing. Right. And so, like, if you really go back a couple of steps on that day, it started with HR basically interviewing all these people that were on this list. And they all said, you're not going to believe this, that they were hacked. Right. And so since they were hacked, then all of a sudden it was legal's like, well, if they were hacked, then we're going to go send this thing out. And they had never once talked to enterprise security, because we would have gone back and said, actually, they weren't hacked. And here's how we know. We have the records, we have the traffic logs, we have the email logs. And then even in the breach, there was this little Boolean field that says is verified. And if it was a 1, they had clicked on the link that they sent to their corporate email. And so, that understanding of how they integrate is an example of, like, they didn't understand, like that was never stressed to them, that these decisions cannot be made unilaterally, and that you have to be engaged in the IRP, because you had the business side doing one thing, and then you had the technology side doing another thing, and we were not integrated in terms of our response.
How do you go about getting buy-in from leadership? And there's different aspects of that too, because it's not just the buy-in from leadership, particularly when we're talking about operational technology. It's also the buy-in and trust of the operational technology leadership and practitioners to even let you cross the slashed line, right? I don't care that you're wearing PPE. You don't work here. I don't care we're at the same company. You don't work here. Your butt's not on the line.
Yeah.
And it's difficult because it's hard to quantify those risks. So how do you do that and get that buy-in for more advanced exercises and growing that program?
Another amazing question, probably from another exceptionally handsome young man. Is it Mason Mosier? Okay. Yeah. So how do you get great question. So I think it's getting easier in some ways, and it's getting harder in some ways. And so, here's a story I'll tell. Go back 4 or 5 years ago, and getting money for security stuff was actually pretty easy. And it was more, I think it was more around there was fear and uncertainty about what the cyberspace held, because like Colonial Pipeline and companies were getting ransomware and all this kind of stuff. um all that was happening. And look, when executive teams don't know how to solve a problem, one way that I've seen them react is they throw money at it, right? And so like buy-in was more of a product of being afraid than it really was around understanding risk. Now, one of the things that we've done a great job is, we've got a risk and governance team at OG&E. They focus on how do we understand and communicate the risks of our technology and our processes to leadership. And so we can take our CEOs, CFOs, VPs, who are actually kind of world-class risk managers. They understand the concept of managing risk, but don't necessarily have the technical backing and that technical acumen to understand, like, what does this CVEE really mean to us? So for us now, buy-in has turned into, we are integrated in as a component of the risk management strategy. And that comes from, these exercises. So these tabletop exercises, these larger executive, executive event management things that we do. And what they see as the byproduct of that is they're seeing, hey, this team is focusing on the things that we need to be focusing on. They are understanding the risk. They're able to effectively communicate that risk, which means the cost justification is there. Now, the other piece on the purple team exercises that we use is, like, we say, hey, this is about operational efficiency. I wish I could just go out and I wish I could go out and hire like 10 more people on my security team. I'm certain I could put them to work, but that's not necessarily reality. And so we use the purple team exercise to really help us be as efficient and effective as we possibly can. And then, of course, there's like, every once in a while we can kick out a tool, and then we celebrate that for like 3 years and say, oh, look, we kicked out this other tool. And, so then anyway, that's how it goes. But look, you have to transition from your leadership being afraid to your leadership understanding your value and pushing and integrating into kind of that risk management matrix with them. Like, I think that's really the direction.
So you just coincidentally just dropped right under the door there a third rail comment on kicking a tool out.
Okay.
Nobody in cybersecurity ever wants to kick a tool out. I mean, we all do, right? This tool
Yes.
doesn't work. I hate this tool.
Everyone has those ugly babies in their environment. Yes.
There's maintenance, right? There's all these reasons.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to do, because how do I know if I pick out the one thing that would have been the one thing to stop that one thing?
Yeah.
So have you actually kicked a tool out before, and how did you do it?
Well, emulation, right? I mean, like, we could actually just stack two things together and say, does it do this, this? No. Okay. And when we go evaluate a new tool, we run an emulation against that. We say, hey, we want to run a POC. We already got the emulations ready to go. It can do this, it can do that, it can do that. And, in our case, not only we found it, we replaced the tool. So we kicked it out. We replaced it actually with something cheaper that already integrates better with stuff we already have. So it was like, tools are emotional. It's like someone bought that tool, someone implemented that tool. It means things to people. And like, I'm not here to tell anyone that they've done a bad job, right? That's not what this is. But look, tools get good and then they get bad. And then sometimes they get good again. Right? We've all seen it. Every single one of us has one of those, like, they used to have a really great product, now it sucks. And so what we are trying to strive to do is we're trying to say, okay, I got to take emotion out of this. Like, yes, I know that you spent the first 5 years taking care of this thing, and what you did was great. It got us to where we're at. We would not be where we're at today without it. But look, here's what it can't do. Here's what the competitor can do. Either you make this thing do what it has to do, or we got to move on. And frankly, what you'll get guys just kind of tired of keeping this turd alive. And they'll eventually just say, you know what? I'm ready. right? And then like no political problem at all. You're just on to the next one. You're doing great things. You know, my thing with emulation is how many of these companies, like they'll sell you stuff and then they'll say, oh yeah, don't worry, it does this, this, and this. Okay, but how do I know? How do I know? Right. And so then how do I know what I'm getting for my money? Like I'm spending a extensive amount of money keeping all of my tools, just like everybody else. And so if I'm not getting superior value out of it, it's got to go.
So you mean you're not getting unlimited budget increases in cybersecurity every year?
No, it's hard to believe. There's now there's kind of like, again, like there's this turn, and I talk about it to my team a lot. It's like the good times aren't going to last forever. And so now is the time to make sure we are as efficient and effective and standardized and operationalized as we possibly can, because we have to be ready for when that like basically the money pipe gets closed. And it's like I've dumped millions of dollars into you, or however much money, or year over year over year over year. Like, what more do you possibly want? So that's where we're at.
All right. So we're running into my presentation.
Yeah, I'm
no,
sorry, Bryson.
Ian.
Yeah.
Nope. I have one more for you. I've been enjoying this so much, and we've had such great questions coming in. We're free flowing, and if there's anybody that we can take time from, I mean, I'm the guy. So from that leads to this question then of, all right, so you said emulation can do it, but how do you know for sure that emulation has value? So first, I'm going to call out an element here. Continuous automated red teaming was actually we coined that phrase back in 2018. That was us. We made that term up because we found the breach and attack simulation market so noisy of all of these words, and it all sounded really cool, but none of it did a damn thing that seemed to matter. And so we're like, well, we're not that. So we're going to come up with this phrase. And we quickly discarded it because when you actually got into it, it really isn't quite what it was. So I'm going to pull that phrase of automated red teaming and throw it away to the side. And it's more the question of, how do you know your emulations help you do the data-driven analysis that makes you bold enough to make that executive decision on a vendor?
Yeah. Scale. Like that's what I like. This isn't just, we're not basing any of our decisions off one singular individual instance. We run countless campaigns. Like that's really the thought, is like you throw enough stuff at it, you will find that bell curve, and you'll actually see where these tools kind of settle. But it does take data. Like you do have to run these iterations. Can we build campaigns differently to mimic sophistication of the adversary? Yeah, actually, I think that's kind of a cool idea. My team's probably already thought of that, and I'm certain I'm going to walk into our monitoring center, and they're going to be like, we already do like half the stuff you talk about. That's do I know for sure exactly how it's going to land? Not 100%, right? I mean, I think we have other things that are going on. So like, every once in a while we'll do a pen test, like we'll do some other things that help, again, kind of spot check, some of that, but like you can't do any of that stuff continuously. Right. And so this is where that partnership between you and your emulation and PTE vendor, preferably site. And are you asking these questions to your PTE folks? Like, hey, how do we mimic this? Right. And some of the other emulation services that Scythe is able to offer will give you more of that, like, hey, this is a really sophisticated actor. This is kind of like a script kiddie type and things like that. So it is a challenge. Like, how do you know for sure? It's fair.
Ian, my friend, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, Bryson.
Look forward to continuing to defend the world together.
Let's do it. I'll see you on the other side, my friend.
All right. Well, and I'm up next with the continuous threat and exposure management. And just a reminder, because the question keeps coming up, all these sessions are recorded and will be posted to the Scythe YouTube channel. So if you missed something, or you're like, wow, that was so amazing, I want to see it again, we got you. I can't guarantee you will have all the fun of the live chat that is happening here. And just a reminder, your engagement in the chat with comments, with questions, gets you entered for Unicorn swag gear. So you like Unicorn swag? It's National Unicorn Day. It's UniCon. Here's your way to get it for free. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's right. John Hammond is in the green room. He's already up and coming. Join me whenever you want, John. We're going live here. See, how do I do this?
Okay,
now?
I always say pull me in whenever you want, but here we are.
Yeah, here we are. Well, you can talk while I try to figure out how to. I think I need to do it in another Google tab to do this. There we go.
Well, hey, let me say up front, this was Bryson's idea. He said,
Well,
John, you want to crash the party?
Hold on, time out. I posted something on Twitter, and John was like, "Hey, I'm your Huckleberry."
Well, happy to be here. Thank you so much for letting me join the party for a little bit. I don't want to take up too much of your time. This is your show, my friend.
Well, you can chat while I'm trying to figure out how to get my presentation up here.
Super cool. Well, I'll give just a little bit of air coverage, but hey, goodness, really, I don't know, not a whole lot from me. Just thank you all so much for being here. I got to tune in just a little bit ahead of time, but I love seeing the chat. I love seeing the engagement. So thank you. I guess we can keep it up.
Okay, and I think we've got this up and going, so we are ready to rock. Continuous threat and exposure management, for those of you who aren't aware, is, I was a little bold earlier in this, and I'm going to stand by it, was coined by Gartner back in 2023, because there's all of these solutions and all of these things, and it really just were all these point things that didn't make sense from the user, the enterprise perspective, to how do we make security as a process work. And the reason I think this one's going to stick is because it really does make sense altogether, as opposed to trying to put a name on a thing and the thing by itself. So that's why I'm comfortable in my assertion, but I cannot advance the slides from within there. I have to go back. So that's annoying. All right. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm the founder, and nope, that didn't do it. There we go.
Should I drive your slides? I don't know what that
Can you
is.
drive my slides?
I'm not sure. I can.
Are you able to do that?
Probably. Let me hook it up.
Oh, you have the slides also, because I shared them with you.
Yes. Just a moment, and then I'll see what I can do.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, thanks for the shout out. You got a goat and a unicorn. I think that makes you the goat. For actually, while you're doing that, so I'll spin up some time. I actually first met John back when he was a cadet at the Coast Guard Academy.
Old days ago, right?
The old days. All right, there we go. So let's advance. That's me. I'm silly. I do great content. I'm the founder of Scythe. Next slide.
Roger.
Okay, so the promise, right? So Gartner, of course, has to have the upfront, you're going to get something for this. And they claim that if you implement CTEM, you will suffer 66 fewer breaches. Obviously, that statistic is, like all statistics, made up, and don't buy into it. However, when we look at the problem, I think that's useful. Enterprise surface area is complex and fragmented. And don't think of surface area just as the perimeter. It's like Jackson was talking about, the reason he needed an autonomous BAS is because things are constantly changing. Security is a constant fight against gravity. We have fatigue. All of us are trying to pour people into solving the problem. And you need assessments to be able to drive these things, but assessments are typically point in time or limited in scope. And John actually can speak to that, because John is one of the world's greatest hackers. At least
Not
according
true.
to YouTube.
No, not true at all. I don't know. The fatigue one certainly hits home. I feel like it's just the burnout. Maybe it's the imposter syndrome that folks tend to, chat about, but it's real. I feel like I've been chasing a little bit, whatever vulnerabilities are falling from the sky, some crush FTP shenanigans that kept me busy through the weekend. But you all know that struggle. And I hope, that's why this is a priority. Needs that? Next slide. Cool.
Okay, so I'm going to tell one of my favorite stories, which I think highlights the problem for all of us. In 2014, there is a casino called the Sands Casino, and the owner of the Sands Casino is Sheldon Adelson, and he had some negative comments about the Iranian regime. And the Iranians were like, wait a second, okay, we're coming to get you. So the Iranian Revolutionary Guard said, we're going to do something about it. And of course, as we were talking about with the Ron Gula keynote, one of the biggest changes and why cybersecurity is more than just a national security abstract and is our day-to-day is the fact that they can do something about that without a lot of effort. Now, most financials, including the Sands Casino, have a very large budget. I like to joke they have the budgets of small countries, which means There's a direct correlation between money and cybersecurity. It's funny. There's like the more resources, the more secure you can get. Now, it doesn't make you unhackable, which of course is the punchline to this story. But they can't come in the front door. So they have to find another way, which is why we've been hearing so much about supply chain security for the last few years. Well, I like the story of the fish tank for two reasons. The first is your organization has a fish tank. There is something that your operations team says we want to have, and you in security and IT roll your eyes and go, huh, why do we have to do that? And yes, John, you are doing a great job of picking up the responsibility on the fly. I can read comments at the same time as I present. So you've got a fish tank you have to defend, even if you don't understand why it has to be defended. Now, the thing about fish tanks are that in the real world, right? This thing has sensors, it has IoT, and it's, run by Gary's Fish Service. And they don't have great security. Well, the problem here is that they popped Gary, they got into the sensors in the fish tank, and were able to pivot into the core operations network. And $50 million of denial of service later was the damage. And the point here, going back to that promise on the first slide about a fragmented and changing surface area, you have a fish tank where there are going to be all of these avenues in that we don't think about, right? IoT itself is an entire asset class we haven't incorporated in most places into our enterprise defense. It's the blind spot in.
Keep it cruising.
Yep. And so our answer, of course, is throw more tools at it, right? Don't worry, we got a tool for you. You've got a tool. You get a tool. We all got a tool. And fortunately, look at that. We've got them all categorized. And the key is you just need to have something from each one of those areas. You're defended. Good job. Oh, wait, why doesn't this work? Why isn't this working? Clearly, it doesn't work. So we need a process to do something about that. And I really appreciate that you jumped in on the slides, John.
Let's see. Are you in here? Can we find you? Can we track you down on this giant map? I think I see some love for our other friends.
I don't know if I'm in this one. So there's two fundamental truths. One, as I said in the very beginning of this conference, kicking it off, security isn't solved. And more importantly, security is defined by the threat. And this is where I'll give a shout out to John's YouTube channel, because that's a lot of the work that John's doing there, is putting out how the threats are doing different behaviors.
I would echo that if I may, and I don't want to, crowd up too much of your airspace, but I think security isn't solved is just the sharpest, most pithy thing that really we could kind of drill down and get across is, well, we keep adding these bells, whistles, doodads, I don't know, AI, hotness, whatever craze, but there isn't a silver bullet and there's not going to be. So it's things that we'll keep adding to, but I love that we capture it. Look, it's knowing what is working against us. It's knowing what that threat is. So what is a threat, Bryson?
So, of course, if we're talking about threats, we need to understand what they are. Well, it starts with intent. I want to do something to you. You represent something that I want. But it turns out, like I was talking earlier during the Rangula keynote, just waking up in Beijing and Russia and being angry and shaking your fist and being like, I'm going to get you Americans, doesn't do anything. You need capability. You need operators. You need tools. You need infrastructure. Those combined are what the threat controls. However, here's the part we control: opportunity. I can't just hack you, right? You have to have a computer for me to hack. You have to have something that I can exploit. You have to have some way I can get there. That's the part that we're able to have influence over versus that intent and that capability. Those combined are what creates a threat. And Casey Ellis, co-founder of BugCrowd, has my pithy and sharp way of doing this. A threat actor is someone who wants to punch you in the face. A threat is a punch being thrown. Vulnerability is your inability to block the punch. And the risk is your likelihood of getting punched in the face. Remember that on Friday night when you drink too much. So now something I created. I used to run one of the major offensive groups in the government, and we always won. And that stuck with me why we always won. And so this isn't meant to be something that makes that you don't have to use MITRE ATT&CK. As I described earlier, MITRE ATT&CK has value as a periodic table to describe things, but it doesn't help us communicate the problem. And the problem is that threats work in three phases. Reconnaissance, I build up a target package. Then where we, the industry, are psychologically hung up, which is the initial access, right? This is the thief walking up and picking the door, and the door opens. So what? I haven't crossed the threshold. Now, of course, I don't want my doors to be easy to pick. By all means, we need to have hygiene and we need to have exposure management, but recognizing that that's all that's happened is I've gotten shell. I haven't done anything to you yet, which means when we start looking at where we want to focus and how these attack phases mean something, it's after I go through the door, that's where they make the money and where your money is. I always just like to remind everybody there's 3 proximities to a threat. Of course, we tend to focus on the internet all of the time, but recognize that people getting physical access into something and or just being in radio frequency proximity are additional attack vectors. So what's the greatest risk to your organization? Users, right? And I don't mean this in that we need to be pejorative of users. It is not the user fault for using a computer the way it was designed. It is security's responsibility to ensure the environment around the fact that the user being their whole purpose is using computers to conduct their mission, to conduct their job, to make you money. We don't penalize them for that. We need to defend it. So some more vocabulary here, because people mix up on different kinds of vulnerability classes. Vulnerabilities are the part of that computer that allows me unauthorized access. 0-day is an unknown vulnerability. Nobody knows about it, which means there is no tool that can stop a 0-day. Can't happen, won't happen. Don't worry about it. What we do need to worry about is our core vulnerability management of end-day, which are known published things, and we don't have, either there's not a patch, but we know about it, or there's a patch and we haven't applied it. Configuration errors and or credentials getting access. And I, of course, following up from Ian Anderson, you can see that artificial intelligence, don't worry about it. It's not that good yet. So actually, we're going to skip the next 3 slides on phishing for time. So getting into market, right? So we see how Gartner breaks down the market in protecting your investment, rise of the builders, and delivering value. And I think this is important because we have to understand that our organization isn't just security, right? It isn't just the protection and assurance. It's understanding that, again, why artificial intelligence has had so much growth and interest is because it has accelerated the ability to build, not to secure, not to protect, not to do what we're doing. The CISO has to respond to the fact that the rest of the C-suite says, I want artificial intelligence because my people are more productive. And we have to respond to that. And so our part in this with looking at this presentation is just our little model, but recognizing where we fit comparatively to the rest of the elements. Bryson did not get punched in the face in Vegas. That was actually at San Francisco at RSA last year. So I'm coming up on a year. And I wasn't punched in the face. I did take an elbow strike from a random dude on a street that I stepped into my ribs. I dodged the punch and I got out of there. Knowing how to fight, knowing how to protect yourself are an example of how to take the punch and how to roll right through it, minimizing the impact of the threat. Real world scenario right there for you. So where does this fit with governance, risk, and compliance? Because GRC is the existential foundation of everything you do. I'm sure that John can speak to this with what they're doing over at Huntress, that so many of their clients, they start with, how do you solve the regulatory parts, the compliance parts for me into security?
There are a lot of questions that I don't always have the right answers for, but it's certainly the things that you, I don't want to say forget about, or it's things that you don't often realize. Well, it's not all the ones and zeros on the computer, the digital and the tech solutions that we're trying to add into the picture. But hey, yeah, either whether it's compliance, whether it's regulations, whether it's SOC 2, HIPAA, GDPR, et cetera, cyber insurance is a common conversation. All those things that just still need to be part of the equation.
So GRC informs, drives what we need to do for CTEM, because that's going to dictate the scope, what our assets and what our liability and risk is. We then need threat detection and response. So this goes earlier to the conversations that Jackson and Ian had about how do I pull what testing I want to do into it. And then, of course, from that, we need to drive improvement, right? It's no good to just do tests and be like, that's cool, file the report away. That's going to stop the attacker. Trust me, I've printed out threat intelligence reports, laid them on top of a server, and nothing happens. It's the weirdest thing. I know, John, I'm ready to be a YouTube celebrity with all my silliness.
Oh, we got to nerd out with, yeah, absolutely.
So, of course, this is a process, which means we need something circular to tell us how the process works. So there are 5 elements to the Gartner CTEM: scoping, discovery, prioritization, validation, and mobilization. And these are all about, going back to actually Ian's conversation, how to drive what's called evidence-based security. Let's get out of opinions. Let's get out of anecdotes. Let's get out of snapshots informing an entire posture when there can be tens of millions to hundreds of millions to billions of dollars at risk. We can't do that anymore. We need to have something that effectively drives a data-driven decision where we can rationalize our portfolio, because saving money makes us partners with the business, and particularly when the economy isn't doing so well, which has been the state that we're in. And it also allows us to focus on what matters. At the end of the day, we can't defend everything. Even if you had all the money and the resources, you're still not going to be exhaustive in it. So being able to, because it turns out a tool requires work. The more tools you have, the more work, the more spread your organization is. And so being able to drive that portfolio rationalization and tuning is going to give you a stronger defense. Okay, so breaking this down. So what I have here is I took the model, broke it into the 5 areas with the explanation of the objectives. And to make it easier, here are some nominal tools that handle different elements of that. The reason that I put cyber threat intelligence there in the middle in gold is because cyber threat intelligence is an interesting piece by itself. So I'm laughing at Trevor Forget from Micah with a longtime DerbyCon and grifter. So one, cyber threat intelligence is something we as an industry are spending $11 billion on globally. Just let that sink in. We spend $11 billion as a group to try to understand, back to that earlier slide, what the threat is and what the threat can do. Now, where's most of that money going? Because if you look at it, threat intelligence, as you see it, really only comes down to 2 things. One, which is most of where the money goes, is the automated ingestion into your AV, your EDR, your firewalls, and your SIEMs of those bottom of the pyramid from David Bianco, the pyramid of pain, indicators of compromise. Bad IP, bad hash, bad domain. That is 90% of the threat intelligence we're actually using and consuming today. Well, what's the problem with that? Well, first is think how long it takes for an analyst to identify a bad IP, confirm it's a bad IP across multiple incidents, and then for that to get pushed out through an intelligence pipeline to be consumed. We're talking months. So that's the first problem, is this stuff isn't immediate. You don't immediately catch it and we all are protected. 2, why is that the limitation of what we do? We know that it's very easy for a threat actor to change IP, domain, and a file signature. Like no effort at all. So why is that what we're depending on? Well, it's easy to ingest. And more importantly, here's the tipping point for cybersecurity, right? Our job is assurance. We can't test or protect too hard before we start stopping legitimate business processes or actions. How many strikes do you get when you do that, right? You block a good thing once, people are going to get really mad. You block it twice, you get ripped out. I like to say the best hackers in the world are employees when you get in their way. And if you're a parent, it's the same thing with children. If you're stopping something I want to do, I'm going to work around it. If you have a tool that is too protective, I'm going to rip it out. Which leads to the fact that we start to look at the CTEM and all of these other elements that tie to the process. We're trying to find a way to walk to that line of how far can we prevent without crossing the line pretty much at all of stopping legitimate things, which is why most of defense is actually detection, which again speaks to what Huntress does.
I know you have a slide on the pyramid of pain, and forgive me, I don't know. I'm not sure where it would be if it's coming up front, but I know you were discussing it. But I love that conversation because it kind of shows you what can the threat actors and adversaries like play with. Like what do they have variables? What do they have things where this could differ from off the shelf, publicly seen proof of concepts for exploits and attacks. And just as you mentioned, we get into the conversation of detection, and those are all the things we're like, we have to add, not to say a placeholder, but this is where it can get harder to work and fight back against all things that are on the pyramid of pain slide. I don't know if you want me to jump to that or if there's more you'd like to banter on here.
No, I just want to touch two things here. One, this slide right here, I'd mentioned earlier in the comments when we were a few hours ago. This is a really interesting 2-hour panel with a lot of great folks talking about automation again, because GRC is what defines what we're doing in CTEM, understanding that. And then the second, which ties to what Ian said, which ties to what Jackson said, which ties to what Sunil said. The ability to automate is so valuable because it's what allows us to scale, which coincidentally is the animation you just jumped past on the earlier slide. Right after me is Matt Polak at Picnic, and he's going to be giving a demonstration of how they do automation. So highly encourage, all right? Folks sometimes roll their eyes at vendor demonstrations. I love all vendor demonstrations. It's going to be on point. It's going to be something to learn from. And again, it's part of what helps us put on this conference as well. So stay tuned for that, because automation is the only way that any of this stuff works. And that's literally what he specializes in. So let's jump 2 slides. Yep. All right. So I talked earlier about during Sunil. So Sunil created back in 2017, he unveiled this idea called the cyber defense matrix. And the reason I'm mentioning it here, so just orienting you really quickly, top x-axis are the 5 phases of the NIST CSF. The y-axis are your nominal asset categories. And the idea here is that when we scope our exercises, first, you can do this as a homework assignment. Just cover the tools and vendors that fit each of these areas at your desk. And you're going to identify 2 things. One, I don't need to do a risk assessment to realize I have a gap. If there's nothing that can do something, that's obvious. That's easy. I just save myself money and time. I don't need a hacker to come and improve that. But more likely what you're going to find is multiple vendors and tools in the same box. And that's going to be an opportunity now to drive an exercise that can look at savings and look at where exactly do those complement each other. Because even if we're not going to cut something out, recognizing how they work together is going to save you money and time with how your organization can efficiently respond. Okay, so into scoping, right? How do we define scope? So there's a number of tools that, from the external attack surface management, security posture, vendor risk management, and DRP, that we can use to be able to scope these things. I have a shout out here to Rapid7, who I copied this graphic from, longtime customer, and they do some great work with digital risk protection. So this, I think, is a good transition to you, because John, a lot of the work that you do with penetration testing is looking at what is that opportunity of that scope and how do we gain access to the next step.
I'll do my darndest. Look, if I put my hacker hat on, if I'm trying to act as the adversary, maybe this sounds desperate. I don't know if this is the right tree that Bryson kind of wanted me to be barking at, but I am going to look for any opportunity, no matter what it is. So sure, we've got the social engineering, we've got phishing, we've got that opportunity, as we discussed, users and people being the weakest link to kind of get into an org. But if I'm trying to think of, okay, how can I be the threat? I'm also going to be looking for any of the easy wins, any of the low-hanging fruit with, hey, new vulnerabilities hitting the streets, hey, things that can just be point and shoot. And that's when I start to think about that continuous, testing, continuous threat exposure management, all. Like, in my mind, it boils down to, do you have the asset and application was to just know your own environment, know your attack surface. If the best thing that we can do is try to limit and reduce that attack surface, well, we got to figure out, okay, what's where and what is it doing and why? And can I restrain or limit or help kind of tune that down? Am I
Which
getting
leads-
close to what you're thinking here, Bryson?
You are, because that's how we discover vulnerabilities, which of course now is where we have a vulnerability management process. Where do your clients struggle with vulnerability management, John?
I think a lot of it is the break fix, wait, hang on, something new is brewing, and then organization leaders and stakeholders are asking folks, are we affected by this? Is this something we need to be concerned about? And there's a certain amount of running around, chicken with their head cut off in that. And it's just not proactive. It's just not preemptive. The plan isn't always there. So when we see something, 9.8 CVSS score, and there's now that emerging feeling of, okay, frantic panic. Can we get out ahead of that? I think that's the biggest thing, because the vulnerability management, while 1,000%, we want to pay attention to those criticals, those high severities, but you got to be addressing all the other small stuff that still adds up, because oftentimes in context, when you can kind of get a big picture view, one weakness or one vulnerability could very well open the door for another that looked like, less severe, that looked like wasn't a priority for us. So they can be chained together. With that, you want to have that big picture view, in my mind.
Yeah. And what you described is, I think, the Sisyphean feeling that users go through. I run a scanner. I get a list of tens of thousands of things. I go around and yell and annoy system owners to apply the patch within the service level agreement. And they do, they don't. We keep some of it on a risk register that gets filed away somewhere. And I run the scanner again, and there's the same number of vulnerabilities. What have I accomplished? And most policies are going to be, a very simple view of CVSS, which is anything 8.0, 7.0, 9.0 or higher. Those are the things that we prioritize, and let's go. Well, what does that actually accomplish for me? Because one of the problems is you're missing context, which is the next slide, right? So a traditional vulnerability management view looks at a system by itself. There is a vulnerability on this system. I got a question actually through IANS where they were talking about, how do we identify the critical assets? And I was like, well, your problem there is that critical assets, just like the fish tank story, they may be critical themselves or not critical, but a non-critical asset that you're not spending any time to that has access to a critical asset, well, guess what? Didn't help you, right? You didn't solve the problem. And because the reality is, it turns out things are on networks, things are internet connected. And so that is where we need to be looking at those relationships to understand access and impact to properly prioritize vulnerability management. This is the slide. I'm gonna let you run the slide now, because you were talking about it earlier.
No, well, look, I love discussing the pyramid of pain. I think everyone might be already familiar with it. It's been around for a bit of time, but it just goes to show where there is, not to say wiggle room, but really that's it. In the cat and mouse game, what offensive threat actors, adversaries are trying with what they could use, and not a level of sophistication. I know that's a loaded term and certainly a can of worms, but if they get where it zooms in into finally their TTPs, their tactic, techniques, and procedures, that's their handwriting, that's their style, that's how you boil down to what the threat actor and the adversary is really going to do and how they do it. But the small things that are minute, the things like hash values, the things that could very easily be tweaked, adjusted, a user agent and like a post request beating up a web server to dump the database. Okay, the effect, the behavior is what's really important there, but yeah, the domain that this came from, that's something that easily can be rotated out. So you just have to have that understanding of what you're up against, and then bring that into your detection capability, or at least your structure if you get into that, because that's the most important thing, is now knowing what are the adversaries going to be doing. And so you've got that visibility and telemetry, but the way that you can build that out is at least looking in the first place. So anyway, I don't know. I'm all over the map here, Bryson.
You're on point. In summary here, our focus is the behavioral. It's the actual TTPs. You want to make a realistic chemical equation from the MITRE ATT&CK periodic table that is a true simulation to emulation, depending on back to the Jackson conversation, how far up or down we want the complexity of the signal to be. That's what's driving the overall process. That's what we map against to determine access and impact of vulnerabilities. That's what we're doing to validate the protections and detections that we have with the tooling in our stack. This is the core of the program. So I mentioned this earlier, there's two kinds of controls, right? And we talked about the balance. Detective, can I see it? Preventative, can I automatically stop it? And why preventative, while it is, of course, the best thing, is so limited. And again, the dirty secret of cybersecurity, most of your technical controls are detective. That is the better part. Now, we get into a challenge because now where most folks focus is detective for visibility. Can I see something? And it turns out it's a little more complicated than that to actually being able to minimize impact. Because what has the most correlation to impact? Time. There is a direct correlation between dwell time, the amount of time that a actor is able to operate before you see them. And by the way, even after you see them and are responding to them, they're still acting. That amount of time, there's a direct correlation between time and impact. The more they can do, the more they do. It sounds obvious. And so one of the dirty secrets here is, since detection is so much of what your portfolio is in defense, just being able to see something isn't enough. You really need to understand the time to your telemetry. And there's different phases of that, because there's what's logged locally and there's what's detected, what actually gets brought up to your SIM, to your cybersecurity operations center, to your MSSP, to being able to respond, alert, and react to that. And what's so interesting about this is you can do everything right. You can have the Windows event log, you can have the Sigma, you can have whatever it is that's supposed to see the thing. Understanding how long that takes to get from incident up to your centralized analysis, you should understand that time in your organization. I have seen folks being surprised that can be half a day to a day. I've seen other folks who've gotten their hands around that and they've been able to get it down to 15 minutes. But you should understand what that number is. So to mobilize, right? Again, just finding things isn't the purpose here. We're not writing reports and congratulating each other for the things we found. I mean, John, when you write a vulnerability report, is that what excites you most? Is you're like, good job, look what I found. Good luck.
No. Want to help fix it.
We want to help fix it. And this is where red teams have really subscribed into the purple team model. Our jobs as penetration testers, as red teamers, as offensive security specialists is to fix problems. It isn't to pursue the novel. It isn't to find things to find things. It is to fix the problem so we can assure it. And one of the things that I've learned from my work in operations technology is our traditional security approach has been, and John mentioned this earlier, we were talking about vulnerabilities, patch or accept risk. That's it. Those are the two things I do. When the reality is, we complain that security isn't seen as a partner when this is a great opportunity for a partnership, as opposed to the old method of I found a thing, annoying asset owners who have a real-time job to do something, to fix something on my time. What if we can mitigate the risk? And I thought of this from OT because I couldn't, in most incidents, I can't patch the problem directly. I have to work around it. And so being that partner means finding ways to mitigate the risk. And then something else I want to be talking about, because if you think back to the CDM, we broke it into structural and operational environments. Operational environment is, right, once something's been developed, once something's been deployed, it's now being used in operations and I'm managing and assuring it. Well, turns out the design, the development over here could benefit from that too. So take the lessons that we're learning in the operational environment and feed that back in to improve your software development lifecycle, to improve what you're doing before you're going into deployment. So just an understanding, there can be triggers that change things in the environment. I'm sure everybody at this point is well aware of having been a part of a merger and an acquisition. Either you're getting acquired or you're getting brought in. And it's typically for security, it's like, all right, this is now your acquisition. Good luck. Whatever things they had, you have to figure it out. New business projects our risk appetite changes, a security control upgrade, or the constant change in staff. Basically, looking at all of these different kinds of change challenges and where they happen in the CTEM lifecycle. So something I wanted to dispute with Gartner is here on the validate. What they recommend is in an order of maturity, we go from passive diagnostics for validation, which I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Realistically, we're talking about having to drive a signal to do this. And they suggest red teaming to then optimally doing purple teaming. And in our experience, and I'm going to suggest I know more than Gartner here, it's the opposite. And the reason for that is you grow to a red team. A red team is where you hire a John to think, use human imagination, and beat you whichever way possible. Now, part of the misnomer when we think of purple teaming is we think of red team plus blue team equals purple, because congratulations, we all graduated first grade. When instead, it's a red capability. I need to, as we've been describing, I need to drive a threat signal from something very simple to very complex. That's the choice that we make. But at the end of the day, why wouldn't I be business focused to scope it from an operations perspective, from the blue team's perspective, from a controls validation perspective? So instead of shooting ourselves in the foot by trying to go too hard, and I think many of you, if you've been in your careers long enough, remember the old days where red teams and pen testers would come in, blow you out of the water, and you'd be like, well, thanks. And there's a report, and like you just like it's shooting fish in a barrel. Well, let's collaboratively and transparently plan the scope, plan the actual TTPs we're going to do, and fix it together. Grow your ability to a red team where you have a John who can come in and wreck your shit. I mean, in a good way, right? That's in a good way.
I'm flattered.
And so, of course, in the final statistics here, we yeah, it is a compliment because he will. We have the folks that from a survey, how many of them are actually developing this and considering it, so we can see Gartner's engagement with the industry and that this is in fact the process that is making sense to folks and they are adopting it. And I don't need to show you other statistics. I'm sure you all have seen with your own experience where something comes out and it's like, is that a thing? And everyone asks it as a thing because nobody ever sees it out in the industry. And so in final conclusion, you have a fish tank, whether you know it or not, and your job is to figure out how to bring those fish tanks in so that we can just look at pretty fish all day long and not get hacked by the Iranians. That's what CTEM does.
That is your last slide, my friend.
It is. That's why I entered on the narrator's British gentleman sitting in a chair with a Scotch tone of voice.
Excellent. Do we have any time for some questions? Thank you again and again for letting me join you. I think, I was thinking, a little 5-10 minute cameo, but I'm glad I got to help drive the show.
Honestly, that was how I envisioned it when you and I were texting late last night, that you would show up and during the vulnerability piece, you would sort of do some 5-10 minute cameo on pen testing. But I really appreciate that you also covered down the fact that I didn't even technically know how to drive this presentation and was learning it on the fly.
Well,
I've never had that problem before. I don't know what happened.
I'll admit I didn't do a good job keeping an eye on chat and seeing any questions that flew by. But if you see
we got Mark joining, so I guess he's got some questions for us.
Cool.
Yeah, there's a few questions here. One is who's actually building and deploying proactive and preventive controls. Where do you guys see this happening?
John, I'll let you go first.
Oh, I was going to let you go first.
Okay, then I'll go first. So we're confusing two concepts here. And this happened in the chat earlier. Proactive is me driving a signal and getting ahead of something before something happens. Preventative is a technical control category. So the two, again, looking back at the NIST CSF, protection, prevention is what I can do to stop something before a breach. Detection is then everything now that I can see in the post-operational environment. And I can have a proactive or a reactive approach to either one of those technical control categories. So just clearing the dialogue. Now, of course, AWS is going to have a proactive approach to prevention because AWS's job with providing that infrastructure means that they are an external perimeter for exposure. And so being able to protect that surface area, which allows for initial breach and compromise, is going to be very important as something that they're doing to defend their customers.
And that was it. That was the only questions that came up during your guys' sessions. I think you nailed it.
Well, then we're just setting up the appetite for Matt from Picnic to demonstrate automation. Like I said in the presentation, highly recommend staying to see what Matt's doing there, because automation is the way that all of this works. I mean, I'll simplify it. You all see this in your own careers. Individual contributor, no matter how brilliant you are, is always going to be a modifier of 1x. You're the greatest person of all time. Maybe you're 2x at best. The reason that tools work and automation is important because it's no longer a question of 1x plus or minus. You can now get a 10,000x, infinite x return by doing it properly. And it is the only way that we're going to be able to keep up with the threats and the changes in our own organizations.
Agreed. So that's a great segue, Bryson. Let's pull Matt on. Thank you very much, John. And let me get Matt to the stage. Hello, Matt. How you doing?
I'm good. You guys hear me okay?
I can hear you great. So I will let you share your screen and we will bring that on and transition you over.
Awesome. Just see if I can get it working here.
Is it working for you?
So far, so good. I think.
There you go. Awesome. All right. Over to you, Matt.
All good?
Yep.
All right, great. Bryson, thanks for having me on. Mark, thanks for having me on. And thanks everybody for giving me just a couple of minutes to talk to you about automation for sure, but really automation against one of the hardest and biggest problems that's out there. It's really all about people. I really enjoyed the fish analogy, certainly, and fish tank analogy as it relates to this problem in general. And so what I'm going to do is spend just a minute or two talking about the problem itself, then we'll look at some tech together here. And we're going to specifically talk about making employees harder targets. Depending on the stat you believe, 80 to 90% of incidents that happen and breaches that occur go through the human. And so that certainly is the largest vector, and it's what we are focused on here at Picnic. And I think that, the talk about CTEM was really great. And this idea of continuousness is important, not only in defense, but of course, if you're an attacker, you're out there continuously hunting personal information. That is the fuel for an attack. And, why is this happening? What's actually going on? So just to kind of set the problem up a little bit here, threat actors are out there. They're hunting for this personal information, and they're using it to figure out what is that opportunity space. John Hammond's slide there that I liked a lot, talking about the opportunity, that bottom part of the Venn diagram. Really, that's what we're talking about, is the opportunity space. So who should I go after? And then, using that information to really specifically focus in and understand, what is my opportunity? Is it going to be something that's through social media, maybe, or phishing, classic phishing, or maybe an SMS-based attack, maybe voice phishing, right? There's all these different types of ways that it happens. And of course, we've seen recently the news coming out of New York relative to United Healthcare. We're seeing more and more attacks that are physical in nature. So unfortunately, we are dealing with that risk today too. So this is part of what's going on here, is framing that opportunity space. How will I go about doing this if I'm the attacker? And of course, we all know the immediate impact. We all feel that, whether it's trying to deter an action or influence an action or get access to a system, we feel that right away. But I would argue that actually the impact here that everyone faces and feels is really about trust erosion, right? It's erosion of trust with your customers, with your employees, with your partners, with your creditors, with your investors, regulators, whatever it may be, depending on your business. So, this problem of people data is one that is really difficult because it's live. It's always changing, right? It's outside your perimeter. That's what we're talking about here, is open source data. So our approach to this, and I'll dive into the tech here in just a second, is to basically work like the attacker. And so we are out there continuously removing those digital footprints in the wild to make it harder and more difficult to target your people in the first place. So we are doing reconnaissance. If you think about MITRE, think about the recon phase of the attack. We're doing that continuously to find that exposed personal information at scale. We're analyzing it. You'll see some of this in just a second here to understand what are those different pathways that are available to an attacker who might want to come after your key employees. And then, of course, we are continuously remediating this data, removing it from the web. Not everything can be removed, of course, but we're quite good at removing exposed PII from places that it shouldn't be and getting it out of the hands of the attackers. So, maybe just to leave you with a bit of an image here, just a sample outcome here, give you a sense of what does this look like at scale. And on the right, you'll see a couple of images here, a start image and a current image. You'll see this reflected in the technology in a second. Each of those dots is a person. And what we're talking about here at scale is being able to dramatically reduce the accessibility of people to threat actors by removing their exposed personal information from the web. So you'll see this live in just a second, but I quite like that graphical image to just convey what it is we're actually talking about here. Okay, so we'll flip over to some tech. We are, in fact, going to look at real data here. We're going to look at Picnic, so we're going to look at us. We've got 16 high-value targets. These are executives enrolled in the program, 36 family, and 20 regular employees. What you'll see here in the scatter plot, obviously we have fewer dots because we're a smaller organization than the sample data that I just showed. But each of these dots is an individual employee or board member, as the case may be. There I am. And you can get a sense here, what did we look like at the beginning before we started protecting ourselves? We have the ability to look at where we are today, of course, based on that automation that Bryson talked about, that continuous automation, that grinding into dust of that exposed PII. And of course, the goal, to the extent that the goal is different than our current position. Again, this data is always changing. And that's one of the unique challenges about this sort of footprint data. So this gives you a little bit of a view into how we think about this problem over time. We are looking at how valuable each employee is from the point of view of the threat actor compared to how accessible they are to the threat actor. And it's very difficult to impact value. So what we really try to focus on is accessibility. We want to shift everyone to the left as far as we possibly can. Just to come down a little bit, to give you a little bit of an idea of some of the different things that we're doing. Obviously some benchmarking here. You can see that as an organization, as a team, we were roughly in line with peers. Our team was not particularly exposed compared to the average. We've got some really incredible data. We track more than 10,000 executives in North America. And so we've got a really good sense of what does good look like here. But we certainly have turned our team into digital ghosts relative to the peers in the market. And it's really a function of these different actions here taken for the team continuously. I'm going to focus on one particular last thing here before I dive down just a level, just to talk about something that that Bryson and John had hit on, which is the idea that CTI is the gold standard. And I totally agree. One of the things that we're doing to try to support folks that are thinking about CTI and working in CTI teams is actually connecting that external threat intelligence. How is a threat actor likely to target you, someone in your industry, and so on? And we're actually connecting it down into the opportunity space. And what I mean by that is we're able to look at your organization from the outside as a threat actor would to identify who is most likely to be targeted in different attacks based on their exposed footprint. So you might have, in this example, some reliable, actionable threat intelligence that says that your company is likely to be targeted in a social media spear phishing attack. Okay, great. We can tell you which individuals are most likely to be targeted in that attack, that type of an attack. So just bridging the gap between CTI and what we think about it as target intelligence on our side. So threat intelligence is the attacker, target intelligence is the opportunity space. So that's where we're really focused on operating. So just to come down a level and to focus in on some of the continuous nature of the automation, we'll take a look at my man, Ben. Ben was here last year. For those that may have been at UniCon, he presented to you. Just to give you a sense of what we've done to protect Ben, just as an example from someone from our team. And I'm going to focus in here in particular on the automation that's running in the background. So you can get a sense here, there's just stuff happening all the time for Ben. and it's continuous, right? So Ben does not always have data that's out there. We've ground his footprint essentially into dust. You can see he's very closely tracking this goal score that we have, which essentially is, the ideal place for someone to be. But when something does pop up, we're able to find it, we're able to remove it. You can get a sense for Ben. He started out a little bit above the benchmark. He's obviously well below the benchmark at this point, again, driven by this automation that we're talking about, removing PII. To go down, so sort of like the most atomic level here, and I think, well, it wouldn't be a presentation and a demo of something in security without looking at a node graph. And of course, we also have one at Picnic. And what you can see here is 3 different types of data, data breaches, dark web data, essentially. Each of the locks that you see here, the lock icons, is a different individual breach that Ben has been involved in particular. Thank you, Ben, for letting us use your data in the demo. In the middle, we have data brokers. So each of these would be a public data broker profile. This would be people search sites, if folks think about them that way. This one's called That's Them. Here's a social catfish. I'm sure if we poked around a little bit, we'd find a spy fly, etc. So these are really pernicious, really nasty sites, and we're constantly discovering this data about folks and constantly removing it. And of course, for Ben, obviously LinkedIn here on the right for social media. And what we're doing is not just scanning these different places continuously. Of course, we're doing that, but we're also extracting the underlying PII that's on every one of these pages that really enables us to be able to power that view we saw earlier, which looks at how can someone be targeted? What are the different methods that someone can be targeted? It is this understanding, this ability to pull out these unique insights about someone's exposure that gives us that ability. And lastly, of course, it's not just enough to find the data. Our focus is on removing it. So of course, there's the view without and the view with. And today, I was in here yesterday looking at Ben's footprint, and this little puppy here was actually green. So it looks like social catfish has come back. And again, our automation, we've got quite a lot of agentic that we've built, will go out, find these different pages, go through the activity of removing them to get rid of it, and rinse and repeat. So this is a continuous process that happens for every person that's enrolled in our platform. And it's focused on dark web, public data brokers. I always say the first page of Google is much more dangerous than the deepest, darkest web hole that you can find. And of course, LinkedIn. So with that, I may just invite Mark back in here to see if there's any particular questions that folks might have, and glad to address them as appropriate.
Yes. So we do have some questions. I know that Matthias grabbed one, but the question was really focused on who you guys traditionally target. And there's a similar one about, can you help understand who in an organization could be at risk?
Yeah, so two great questions there. So I'd say we typically start with protecting high value targets in the organization. And so I'd say for a lot of organizations, those are folks that are at the top of the organizational hierarchy, C-suite, board of directors. But it depends too. In a media organization, it could be folks that are writing the articles or sitting on the TV shows. So I'd say that those are, depending on how you think about who your high value targets are, that's typically where we start. And then we do work on expanding from there. We have the ability to cover thousands of employees, tens of thousands of employees without an issue. And we do that for many customers.
Okay, good. Mm-hmm. I think those were the key questions, Matt. I mean, I think one of the big things is we will certainly share with the audience how they can find more information about you guys. We certainly appreciate you guys sponsoring the event, and look forward to partnering with you guys going forward. So, any additional comments or?
I think that's it. I was just looking to see if there's any more questions.
Yeah, I looked through. That was the biggest one.
Great. Yeah, and obviously I know you're running a program here, and you've got probably many folks to come along. So glad to help fill airspace and chat a little bit. If you're trying to make space for the next speaker, I'll obviously happy to take the hook and wish everyone a good day too if you're ready to go for the next one.
Yeah, we will bring on the next one, Matt. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
And, really appreciate it. All right, with that, I want to introduce Tricia Schultz. Tricia is with the Oak Ridge National Labs and is going to talk to us today about just how to secure critical infrastructure and basically learning where technology may not be enough in some cases. So with that, Tricia, I'll turn it over to you. I know you've got a presentation already ready to go. Let me bring that up. And you're on your way.
All right, thanks, Mark. So today, as Mark said, we're going to talk a little bit about our experience this past year and sort of filling gaps in technology in the security space. So as sort of a level set, if people aren't familiar with the national labs or Oak Ridge National Lab, a lot of the national labs, the complex got its start in the Manhattan Project. At this point, they all still fall under DOE, but we do a wide variety of things. So one of the things Oak Ridge is often known for is supercomputing. We have several other major missions as well. But you'll see that all of those revolve around technology and science. And that's really true across all of the labs. And this is sometimes, I think, how we believe things happen, right? I do research and then everyone is more secure. The world is saved. That's great. In reality, there is this middle step, right? Like there are a lot of things between the research that I'm doing day to day and an end user actually improving their security. One of those things is user input. So understanding who is the customer, which of course, everyone who on here who owns a business has probably thought about this, but it doesn't often come up in research because our customer tends to be the government. And so we aren't necessarily talking to the grid operators when we're doing all of our research. And this is across the board, but today I'm going to talk mostly about grid because that's what we've been working on. Another is workforce. That's both our workforce, which we do obviously think about, and then also workforce for the end user, right? Are they going to be able to use this tool? Do they have the people with the right skill sets? How, the best tool, if they don't have someone to use it, is not going to be very helpful. So what does that look like? The transition partners. How do we get our research into a form that can actually be deployed? Most of what we do is very proof of concept, low TRL research. And so it needs someone who can take it and support it and move it to the next level. And then the last one, I'm sure there are others, but the last one that we focused on is this realistic test and evaluation environment. And this is really broad as far as we are looking at how do we do research in a place that if we have an end user come in, they recognize themselves in that environment. A lot of times we tend to put things in racks. We do small scale testing on that. And then when you try and show someone, they say, well, that doesn't look like my environment. This won't work because X, Y, Z. So between having the right environments and getting that user input early on, the hope is we can eliminate some of that after the fact realization. And the solution that we've started to develop to this problem is what we call the Southeast Region Cybersecurity Collaboration Center. And broadly, our goal is to improve operational technology cybersecurity in the energy sector. So most of our work this year, this is the first year that we've been doing this, has been specifically on utilities, electric utilities in the region. And we've established sort of 4 main objectives to reach this overall objective. And the first one is establishing these regional industry partnerships. So The program itself is a partnership between Oak Ridge and the McCrary Institute, and we've been joined by Scott Madden, who helps keep us all in order, and who's also to thank for many of the slides. And then on top of that, we have 5 different utilities that we've asked to be part of our industry advisory board. And so their role is to help direct the center as far as what types of things we should address. But it's also a way for us to get buy-in and to get assistance with what we call our technical working group, which are the people who are doing this day to day, who are setting up these systems. The folks on our industry advisory board are generally CISO level or higher, and but they can identify the right people and have the resources to say, yes, please support this. And Southern has been a huge one for us because one of our leads for this program has been an assignee essentially from Southern for the past year. So that has been huge in getting input from all 5 of these companies. And we selected them, one, because they're in our region, but also because they're a broad swath of the types of utilities, right? So EPB being municipal, Southern being investor owned, Power South is a co-op. They also cover everything from generation to distribution. So on top of that, we also have our ecosystem partners, and there are a number of them, and that's growing since we're still building out our ecosystem. But that was one of the first things that we did. So to my earlier point about we need realistic environments, this is what we've been putting together. And obviously this is a low detail version of it. But we've tried to make a couple of different types of environments where researchers can operate, where students can operate, where we can do tool testing, etc. And as you can see, we've covered a variety of different energy assets, and we're working with both the utilities to get realistic architectures, and then also with those solution providers and OEMs to make sure that we have equipment that looks like what would be seen in the field. One of our big lessons learned, I think, from watching other programs is this constant engagement with industry. So I think a lot of times it's we talk to them at the beginning, they said, yep, that seems like a good idea, and then we go forth and do. And so what we've been trying to do here is to keep these regular touch points. And the idea there is to make sure that as we are making assumptions, they keep us on track if we sort of go off. So a big piece of having James Gooseby, is my colleague that is at Auburn, in the group, has been that he can help us a lot with that industry perspective on a regular basis, because that's the world that he comes from. But also we want to consistently check in with our technical working group and our IAB. So one example of that has been determining, one of the things we've worked on is determining what are the R&D priorities that we should focus on based on the challenges that industry is facing. So I say why technology is not enough, but at the end of the day, I do still work somewhere that values technology and development of technology and science. So one of the things we want to do is to make that technology and science more relevant. And so what we did was we hosted a series of workshops with our industry partners. And one of the things we heard from them in those workshops was that it was helpful for them just to talk to other industry folks. And so they would say, like, we'd get a couple of them together to kind of talk about things. They'd be like, oh, I didn't realize you had that same solution, or here's what we had done. And there are obviously groups in industry that do this already. It's not like nobody talks, but there's obviously still some gaps. And so that was interesting in and of itself. But then, of course, we also got the insights from them. We took those insights and we evaluated them against sort of existing cybersecurity frameworks so that we could try, we left it very open-ended, right? As far as what are your biggest challenges in the space? And so then we said, okay, well, how do we make these into some sort of grouping so that we can get additional information? We did that. We used the NIST CSF, and then we went back to them and did deep dives. We highlighted these are sort of the top things. Let's go through each of those and say, how does this piece, what are the specific challenges in this area for you? We took that and again had to boil all of that down. And then we said, okay, based on that, here are these priorities and what we think would be good R&D projects to try and address them. And we took those back to our technical working group and IAB to say, largely, did we interpret this correctly? And so that really leads to this facilitate development of OT solutions, right? I talked about this a little bit of we want to build better things, do better research, things that can be applied. There will always be a place where we're doing things that are perhaps beyond what the current applications of industry are, but we'd still like to make sure as much as possible that these align. And so these are the challenges that we talked about and identified as sort of the top high-level challenges. So we have a lot more information, but for the purposes here, third-party risk, security and event monitoring, and cloud security were big ones. And part of that is, I think, probably communication-based, right? Understanding what's out there. Part of it is the IT-OT gap. When some of these folks talk to solutions providers and they don't know what OT is, then, which is operational technology, so everyone on the call can say that, then that's like an automatic, nope, you don't understand my world, and that's probably not a tool they're interested in. And so, so moving sort of forward on that, we looked at these 4 strategic focus areas for research in the future. One of those is developing frameworks for tailoring and communicating about those IT cyber tools in OT environments. Because from talking to the practitioners and then what we kind of knew internally as a team, we thought there are potentially tools that already exist that do some of these things that they are wrestling with. And frankly, even their internal teams may use them, but those teams aren't talking. So how do we help make this sort of a shared language? How do we help people communicate better what their tools do, or to even change their tools if there really are differences for the OT environment? A second is evaluating, improving alerting. So there obviously is a lot of things already in the security and event monitoring space. There are lots of solutions. And the lab's role here, and the university as well, is really not to compete with industry. We're not allowed to. So the question here for us is, okay, what is missing, right? And this is something that we think needs additional research of sitting with the utility and saying, okay, what are you not getting? Let's deploy tools in a realistic environment and see what's the type of information we get. Again, is this something where there's just not clear guidance on how they should set up their tools? Is this that they aren't using the right tools? Or is it that the tools are missing something? So sort of doing that as an initial piece. And then if there's room to improve the alerting, looking at some of the technologies to do that. Sort of the follow-on to that is performing validation of the OT cybersecurity controls and doing cybersecurity response activities. So what happens on a bad day, right? And this is something that, especially for utilities that are SIP regulated, they are going to have these plans but not necessarily in the regulation as it currently is written do they have to know that they're going to work, right? But I think ideally you would like to know that they're going to work before you need them. So having people practice them is the best way to do that. And so we've been looking at how do we, basically work with people through adversary emulation type techniques in this space to say, okay, I have confidence that my controls work. I have confidence that my responses are going to be what what they should be, and that reduces my risk, right, as an organization. And then the last one is cloud security, and that one's been tricky because it's very split. Folks that don't fall under SIP are more willing, and in many cases already using cloud tools or cloud-based tools, and so they're like, yeah, I don't understand. We get it. We know how to do this. It's not a problem. A lot of the other folks in generation and transmission, what we heard was from the people on the ground, we heard no way, no how, we're never going to the cloud. And from folks, a little higher in the organization, we would hear, well, eventually the cloud is coming and we're worried that we're not ready because right now we can't and we have that excuse. But one day that won't be an excuse, and then we'll be trying to do this and we'll be behind. So a lot of the question there is around, okay, how do we improve assurance? And then also how do we improve readiness, which goes a little bit to our workforce. All right, so after we have these technologies, the question has been, how do we better enable technology transfers? So I talked to someone today from a utility who pointed out that they've tried multiple times to commercialize something for a lab and it hasn't been very effective, partially because they just can't make it make sense from a company standpoint, right? It's too expensive to implement. And there are lots of reasons, and we spent quite a bit of time going through what are those reasons and how have other people addressed them. And we identified 4 areas where we think this collaboration-based approach can help bridge this, what we call the technology valley of death, right? That can help get things from their early development stages, whether that's with a lab, with a university, or with the company, into being out there in the world. And the first is the technology showcases and demonstrations. So the goal here is to say, okay, we have a new technology, to show it to folks on this ecosystem that we've built, and show here's some of the advantages, disadvantages, what are the types of things you would like to see, again, in collaboration with our industry partners. What are the questions that you want to ask that you don't have a facility to do this kind of testing in? The second is doing these industry researcher and supplier roundtables. So just getting people together to talk. A lot of what we found in the last year that we've been doing this is that people are not always having those conversations, whether because there's not a trust, there's not a connection, right? No one knows who to reach out to, or just simply no one has time to do the organization, right? That's most people, that's not the key description of their job. And so that kind of gets pushed down the list when other things come up. Another was doing these early engagement and feedback loops. So we talked about obviously working with Auburn. They have students who are interested here in doing sort of these customer listening sessions, we'll say, of, okay, we're going to do this research project. Let's go out and find out who is interested in this topic, what's already out there, doing a lot of that sort of groundwork and saying, okay, how do we solve the problem? And then as we move on, having them continue that engagement with those partners to say, here's how we can continue to improve it, making sure that we have the solution provider partners on board throughout this process is another big piece of this. As I referenced earlier, the labs don't tend to put out final products, and we almost never support them, definitely not if you're not government. And so how do we make sure that this gets into the hands of someone who can? And if we have problems like this isn't going to be financially viable, we know those early and either decide, okay, we need another way to get this out. And if it's promising, we need to start pursuing those approaches, or saying, okay, this isn't going to work. We just need to scrap this and focus on something else. And then the last is this technology validation program. And so a lot of that is, how can we do these research prototypes and say, will they work in a real environment? And so that, again, is meant to be broadly available. From my perspective, I'm excited about that from the lab, being able to say, hey, we can deploy this in something that looks realistic. But the goal is to make that available to companies, et cetera. And then the last piece of this, as I talked about a little at the beginning, is the workforce. So we had a similar set of workshops and discussions with our industry partners on this. And what we found were sort of 4 things that they identified. One, they need employees who are skilled in IT and in OT, right? So they're, depending on who you talk to, and this was kind of a funny anecdote, is, if you talk to somebody who came from that OT world, who's probably an electrical engineer, and then had to learn some of the IT pieces on top of it, they'll tell you that that's the best way. They always hire the electrical engineers, and then they teach them what they need to know on the networking side. If you talk to people who came from an IT background, then they will tell you exactly the opposite. They'll be like, oh no, it's way easier to teach them the power piece that they need to know than it is to teach them all of the other cybersecurity and technology piece. So nobody can even agree on that. But what they can agree on is that we need people who know both of those things to do cybersecurity in this space. And that the challenge is those are very siloed right now, right? IT, if you kind of go even through computer science, right? You go through computer science, you don't see a lot of power systems equipment, probably none, unless you take a specific course in it. Cybersecurity, as people are offering cybersecurity curriculums, it's not necessarily focused on OT systems as well. And then we also have the internal split, which is very much around, does your IT security team talk to your OT team, and your OT team trust your IT team? Because they have a lot of, they need to exchange information and understand, for example, the cyber risk, but they need to do it in the context of operating a plant. Another thing we heard a lot is that students have no experience with the technology. They haven't gotten their hands on it. They've never seen it. Basically, when they come out of school, or basically through either a 4-year program or a 2-year program, they get to the utility, and then they just plan to train them for another year plus to do these rotations. It's a lot of resources. It means that you aren't getting people sort of in the loop very quickly. And as we need a lot more of these people, that becomes a bottleneck, and that's a problem. So how do we expose students to more of that? We heard a lot about non-technical and soft skills. So problem solving, critical thinking. And then we also heard certifications, and that we've sort of, as you can see, said doesn't really fall into Cert 3 and what we've been focused on. But I still put it on here in case anyone else is doing certifications and wants to think through that problem. But the things that we're doing here are a lot of focus on how do we expose students to these things. So we have 6 students right now who work on the project with us. From a variety of different fields, different majors, and that's intentional. So we have folks from the business school, we have computer science, we have electrical engineers, and the goal is to get them to work together on these kinds of things, so that, one, they know this field exists, because that was one thing we heard from a utility early on, is it would be really nice if people just realized this is a field they can go into. We do interesting stuff. And while, yes, we have a lot of old things, we do have some new things. And it's got its own challenges, and it's not, sort of, one of the things we heard from someone else was, what do you do if it's all technology that's quote unquote dying? People see it as not a relevant way to advance their career. And so by having technology in the labs that is both a combination of sort of what currently exists and also new things that are coming, they see how that trajectory for their career. We're also working on obviously exposing them to the technology itself in that ecosystem. And then we're trying to weave into all of that these non-technical and soft skills, doing the problem solving. The students have been responsible for setting up a lot of the pieces in the lab, in so much as it sort of aligns with what their major is, but also being involved when it doesn't, and understanding all of the different pieces there. And so hopefully these things are all reminders, nothing revolutionary here, but things that have really stood out from this past year. One, trust is built by listening. So I remember early on when we started this program, James invited us to an industry meeting, and he said, these people just want you to listen to what they have to say and not have a solution for them. I said, okay, I can do that. And I think that was the other half, is someone vouching for you doesn't hurt, right? He had access to a lot of those communities already, and him saying, hey, you should have this person join, they're not a terrible person, was definitely a big piece of it as well. Using a shared language. So I touched on this with the IT-OT boundary. I did actually have a phone call with a vendor, and I told that they were going through some of their things. And I said, well, we're in an OT environment, so that doesn't really apply. And they were like, we don't know what OT is. And so I explained, we talked about it a little bit. They're like, we don't know anything about that. That's a problem, right? When you end up in that boat, now they're not like, there's no chance of a sale, frankly, to someone who's in that space. And so having that shared language is important. It's also come up in very interesting ways as we're going through a lot of these different workshops, is that, for example, we'll ask about, okay, so we came to the conclusion that alert fatigue is a problem. And they were like, no, alert fatigue is not a problem in OT. There's not that much stuff. But what we really need is like better alerting so that we don't have false positives, which to me says alert fatigue. But it's important that if that's not what, they sort of think of it as, that's not the language we're using. And so that's come up multiple times. And then the last piece was really, we often, especially coming from the lab environment, see it as we need to have the technology solution. That's always what we're working toward. We found in a lot of cases that just facilitating the conversations was valuable. It didn't necessarily have to be us doing anything. The solution might already exist, and nobody knows it exists, or they don't know who to contact about it. And so being able to facilitate some of that has been maybe one of the biggest value adds that we've had so far. I hope that continues over the next couple of years, and that we're also able to move a little more into these spaces that I talked about. But that's a little bit of a summary about what our intro and first year has looked like, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions coming in. How will Circ3's mock utility operations centers and research labs emulate real-world cyber-physical attacks, and who will have access to that?
So the goal is to make access available as widely as possible. How we're going to specifically orchestrate that, we do not know yet, I'll be honest. So this year has been a lot of how do we build it? What does it look like? And getting it implemented, and less on the logistics of how are we going to sort of get people through determined time, et cetera. As far as emulating real world cyber physical attacks, well, one, we have talked to Scythe about this. So talking about how do we do that, the labs have experience in this. And so that's like one area where we've talked about, we may be able to say, okay, here's some additional things that rely on that, like operational technology expertise as well, and tie those in with existing tools. I think that answers that.
How can we as individual contributors or practitioners help? Is there a role for the community?
There is. So if you're in the Southeast, then please reach out to me, or I can get you some contact information. And if you're not in the Southeast, still please reach out, because we'd be interested in talking. The goal when we set up this program was that if it's successful, it would expand to other regions in the country. And the whole idea behind the regional concept was not to be exclusionary, but really to say we can't maintain, we think relationships are the foundation of all of these other things, and we can't maintain relationships with everyone in the country at once. You're going to end up with either just a few people who are sort of making decisions for everyone, or you're going to just kind of have a one-way communication channel. So we're looking at how else we can sort of expand. And like I said, if you happen to be in the Southeast, please reach out for sure, because we can find a way for you to tie in.
What unique cybersecurity challenges in the Southeast, ergo hurricane-related disruptions, rural grid vulnerabilities, will CERC 3 address that differ from other regions?
Yeah, so this is something we've also discussed as far as the regional challenge, right? Is that the Southeast is also growing very rapidly. So it's probably, I think, the fastest growth region in the country, which has its own challenges, right? Without any hurricanes or rural grid vulnerabilities. And so the way that we've been trying to address that right now has been in trying to make sure we represent as many of those like utilities that deal with these different challenges as possible, right? Because even within the Southeast, right, I say this, we need to split it into regions. Even regions is pretty big, right? Especially when we're talking about electric utilities, there are a lot of them. So how do we make sure that we get representative folks who are covering all of these different things? In Tennessee, we might see fewer hurricanes than, for example, in Florida. So making sure that we have both of those groups involved is important. Hopefully that answers the question for someone.
Does CERC 3 plan to evaluate and provide suggestions for the cybersecurity skills gap? And what specific training programs or certifications, obviously certifications are a little bit out of scope, will it offer to students and professionals?
Yeah, so we have done some of that. I didn't go into details, but we have more detail than what I put on the slides. So happy to talk through that if someone wants more information. And we are looking at how to make sure those things get published as well, so this is more readily available. So yes, we're planning to do that. And then for specific training programs, right now we're working on how do we integrate this into Auburn's curriculum, basically as a pilot, because that's who we're working with. But the idea would be that we can move this curriculum elsewhere, that this would be available to others. We've talked about a lot of other options as well, as far as having a certification more in the university sense, where you could say, oh, I went through this program, but maybe this program of study, but I also did this sort of side program where I got exposed to what does this world of OT technology look like. So yes, we're not really looking at certifications in the way that they might be useful to utilities, but hopefully something from an education standpoint. The other piece is moving outside of the four-year colleges. So we have that on our roadmap, because obviously, while that may be our first focus, like utilities have worked with, I know Southern has worked a lot with their community colleges to make sure that they have the folks that they need for instrumentation and controls technicians.
Are you partnering with or reaching out to National Guard or State Guard organizations? So we've seen this in other states, like the Michigan has also a civilian auxiliary corps, which has kind of been the standard for the country. In this case, he's talking about Maryland with an active cyber component and the Army National Guard and Maryland Defense Force. So how is this region looking at those state and federal and military partnerships?
Yeah, so we have been working on that. That hasn't been a huge focus for this year, though it has been something we've talked about from a roadmap perspective, and we've sort of had initial conversations with folks. So Auburn is also partnering with the state of Alabama on sort of a different effort to do a lot of their emergency response, which puts them at a good nexus between the two programs. So we're working on that. I know we've sort of talked to some folks in Florida similarly about partnering with the state. We've been working with Savannah River National Lab, and they're very close to Fort Eisenhower. So being able to have some of those discussions. So we're working on it. I think right now there's not a lot, but we do recognize that the defense critical energy infrastructure is going to be a big piece of this moving forward. And it's one of the things we're looking to expand on next year.
Okay, well, Trisha, thank you so much for joining us and sharing the CERC 3 program.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
All right. With that, we will kickstart. I think we've got all of the participants for our Leadership in Cybersecurity CISO Roundtable. Let me get them onto the stage. Hello, Jim.
Hello.
Hello, Phil. And hello, Olivia.
Hello.
How are you doing? So with that, as you guys know, we want to have Jim moderate a session really going through and talking about some of the challenges that CISOs are dealing with. And I'll turn it over to you, Jim.
Cool. Thank you. Real quick introduction. Name is Jim Webster. I handle federal R&D here at Scythe. But as far as this roundtable is concerned, prior to joining Scythe, I spent about 19 years at Mantic International. And the last 10, I was there as a CISO. So this is a topic near and dear to my heart. And I'd like to welcome Phil and Olivia. And I'd like to give you guys a chance to introduce yourself. Phil, we'll start with you.
Great. Hi, everybody. I'm Phil Gardner. I'm the founder and CEO of IONS. IONS is a Boston-based business. We support practicing InfoSec of CISOs and their teams in helping them make better decisions and develop their people, save time, pay down risk, all these different things. We do it with a subscription offering.
Cool. Thanks, Phil. Olivia?
Hi, everyone. My name's Olivia. I'm so glad to be here. I forgot my unicorn paraphernalia. Do you have an extra one? Oh, fantastic. There we go.
I've got my stuff unicorn. My emotional support unicorn.
I am a two-time CISO. I've been around in cybersecurity for a long time, about 23 years. I started with Internet Security Systems, ISS, back in the day. I'm also a faculty member with IONS. So Phil is dotted line, very faintly my boss.
Very good.
If you squint, you'll see it.
Well, welcome. And yeah, you have more courage than I did. I only could do the CISO thing once, and after 10 years, that was enough. I've always said I think that the CISO is the hardest job in the C-suite. The other ones are well defined. They have responsibility and ownership, and CISOs have lots of responsibilities but zero ownership.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, and that's one of the challenges, I think, is that, a lot of what CISOs have to do is really, not only just lead by example, but have those conversations. So that's what I wanted to really get into with this, today was helping a lot of the more technical folks that are on the phone understand, the business challenges that security leadership goes through. So I want to hit a couple areas, threat landscape, but then get into leadership and how we look at risk management as well. But based on some of the conversations that we heard from Ron and Sunil early on, I was real curious to get your opinions both on how you are viewing artificial intelligence LLMs as both a tool to help security, but also a risk that you need to manage. So Olivia, can we start with you?
So I'm going to show my age here. I personally do not like AI at all in any shape or form. I think it's scary. I remember watching Blade Runner when I was a kid. I mean, it's that kind of scary to me. However, professionally, you can't avoid it. It is the future. It is what the Shopify CEO sent out in his memo. It is going to be replacing jobs. And so you have to figure out how your skills can fit in with AI, not how AI can fit in with your skills, because that is long gone at this point. So I think the discretionary use of company data concerns me the most with AI. Because people don't understand the concept of the idea that if they're posting something out to the world on ChatGPT, it eats your content and reuses it. So there's not a lot of understanding about that. So that's probably where I like to focus the most.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Phil, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I'm sitting higher. So in that, we're with approximately 900 clients. I get the chance to sort of hear in on conversations, but I'm past the technical stuff. So what I'd like to do is have Olivia take the lead on the technical side of the equation.
Okay.
What I'd like to do is sort of give an overview of, Jim, what you just described earlier, which is you just see the remit of the CISO and the team going up. And ChatGPT and AI is another great example. And so stepping back, here's what's going on, guys. We just keep on digitalizing business processes, currency, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And when you digitalize all this stuff, there's risk associated with it. And that risk sort of floats around the businesses, and people say, who's going to own this risk? Sales doesn't want it, marketing doesn't want it, ops doesn't want it. And it shows up at this poor executive called the CISO and team. And so I'm stunned by Irons is now a 20-plus-year-old business. We defined originally the threat vector being network security. Well, that's sort of quaint now when you think of the different things that the CISO and their teams are grappling with. And that is not going away. So at a higher level, AI is one thing, but there's going to be something next week and the next week, and it just keeps on coming because we just keep digitalizing everything.
No, agreed. And I think one of the thoughts, just from both technical as well as just a evolution of risk management, I tend to look at AI as really it's evolutionary. So you look at, we've been dealing with robotic process automation for quite a while now. How do we help the end users automate their actions? And I sort of see there's a greater risk with it, but I see AI and LLMs as just a natural maturation of the robotic process automation of how are we dealing with that. And so the work we started doing with digital identities and digital personas, and including those in our IAM, identity and access management conversations, I see that transitioning into LLM. And so if you had to deal with RPA, then hopefully you've got the processes in place for your digital personas that help you deal with the LLMs a little better. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the ways I look at it. Mm-hmm. The other question I've got would be, so we talked AI, what other threats do you see? And so Phil, a couple things from your perspective, what are you hearing about threats? And then Olivia, I ask you what you perceive as other threats that the CISO has to have in his portfolio, her portfolio, that they need to deal with. So let's start with Olivia.
It's the unknown. There's always a little part in the back of your brain that's scratching when you're a CISO, and it's 24 hours a day. It's what do I not know? And CISOs have got to be one of the most paranoid species on the planet. If you think about it, I mean, what other group of people are that paranoid?
Oh yeah, every digital device out there is a threat vector. You're doing what with that?
But I'm. Last year, I said the same thing. This year, I'm saying the same thing. Third-party risk, fourth-party risk, fifth-party risk, and so forth. Really terrifying. It really is. It's because it really plays on that. What do I not know?
Right.
What's hiding out there? I have zero control, but like you said, all of the accountability. It's a beast out there. So
no, I agree with that.
That's really that's where I like to focus.
Phil, what are you hearing, from people that are coming to IANS?
Yeah, no, I've been out on the road a bunch. So two things I'm hearing, and both of them are make CISOs and their teams' jobs tougher. First piece is our clients are saying that they're expecting the threat picture to darken. Three reasons. Recessions tend to lead to an uptick in cybercrime. As we think about some of the actions coming out of Washington, we should expect hacktivism to pick up, not degrade. We have a bunch of people around the globe who are not happy with the US right now. And that can be reflected in Canadians. And I mean, you just name just about everyone we're pissing
Even
off
the
right
Canadians.
now. Yeah, it's tough to piss off the Canadians, and we seem to be doing it. And then the last piece is nation states. Don't believe, people are seeing and expecting more from very sophisticated places like China, where they're just seeing more activity and they expect that to continue. So threat picture darkens. I guess the other sort of double whammy of this is an open question as to what capabilities are going to be provided by the federal government and what are not. So this is not meant to be political. It's a fact is the budgets are being cut. And so the question is, what are you going to see out of CISA? What, the the Cyber Safety Review Board is now been defunded. What are we going to see out of the ISACs? Which ones are going to survive, which are not, and what are the capabilities coming out of the ISACs? What are the capabilities? We hear about stories about brain drains at different institutions. Some of that is apocryphal, some of it's not. But I guess what our clients are all saying is, okay, these services that we expected to be of high quality and they're coming out of the federal government, the real question is whether both the quality will continue or whether they'll even be there. So sort of a double whammy where people are freaked out would not be too strong of a term.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you're right. Because you take a lot of the CISA services in terms of the known vulnerability database, or a number of those are written into policies and procedures and into public law that you have to patch in a certain time frame. So if CISA's not going to be there doing it or not at a high quality, it's got a downstream consequence. So yeah, I can definitely see that. Given that everything that's going on in the economy right now, in the environment right now, it really points to leadership challenges. So I'd like the next set of questions really about leadership as a CISO, and I've always found that to be like most managers, but it's even more so with the CISO, is it's really bidirectional. It's that leading down, managing down, and leading the team, but also managing up and providing that leadership to the rest of the business executives. So, Olivia, to you, in terms of twice having done this, what do you really find to be that effective or an effective leadership strategy when you do have to provide that leadership for your technical team, but then also work with your business partners in an organization and provide that cybersecurity counseling to them?
You have to learn two things. One is translate. You have to learn how to translate, which is where the soft skills come into play. You have to really understand how to translate a technical concept, a pen test finding, and translate it and map it to business drivers, or else it won't resonate with them. They won't react the way you need them to react or do the thing you want them to do. The second one is, I think it's always been really helpful that I've always been able to frame it as what it means to you. So you have to look at everybody individually. You have to look at how they learn. There's 7 or 8 ways of learning. How do they best intake information? Are they an introvert or extrovert? What are the pressures they have every day as part of their job? And then you have to frame your ask or your tell in such a way that it hits all those items. So it really comes across as customized to that person. And that is how you efficiently can not only talk to technical folks, but also to your partners and to executives and make sure everybody's on the same page. But it takes a lot of work. You have to spend the time and effort in reaching out individually a lot of the times. And that's one of the interesting things about the CISO role is that I can't think of many other positions where you literally have to translate like that, and you have to approach everybody as an individual and make sure the message resonates with them.
Yeah, I always had a communications plan that had, what were those talking points, the key concepts that I wanted to promote to make sure that I was, through repetition. That's just one of the ways that you can bring people on board. It also helps the team below know that these are our valuable and equities, or the things that we really want to put our weight behind, and make sure the organization understands how those benefit the company. Phil, I'm really interested with your background in the Air Force, as well as a lot of CISOs coming to you for advice and leadership. What questions are you getting now in terms of how people are looking to shape their organizations, and also work with boards and work with the rest of the C-suite?
Yeah, no, I noticed the F-16. Is that an F-16 over your head?
Yeah, it is. My next door neighbor was in charge of the South Carolina Air National Guard, and so flew F-16s, and so he had one of his tech sergeants make that for me with my name on the cockpit.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I was actually I was a naval aviator, but
okay.
we're the thinner capitalized group of aviators. So I totally agree with Olivia. What I'm struck by, again, and this is a decades-long challenge for InfoSec, is it's a little like the Charlie Brown conversation. When the CISOs often speak at the C-suite, what they hear is the teacher and the Charlie Brown going walk, 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 and they just don't understand it.
Yeah. Glazed look on their faces. Yeah.
And that is a place that we as InfoSec just have to improve. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, because yes, the board is deeply interested, and I'll give you some examples of how they've existentially they view cyber challenges, but they're not technologists, and you won't make them into technologists. Right. And so the security team has to both figure out ways of telling their story, but also, much more importantly, I think, is understanding what drives the business and how they can link their activities to specifically what's driving the business, not generically, specifically. Mm-hmm. So understanding, and by the way, this sounds easy. This is stunningly hard. Mm-hmm. But as you think of what Lockheed Martin is trying to do, understanding what Lockheed Martin specifically is trying to do over the next 3 to 5 years, and then be able to link the InfoSec initiatives to support the next gen of that aircraft, or cost reduction, or selling to Ireland, or whatever it happens to be, at that level of specificity. And so what that requires is two things that the CISO and team are not particularly comfortable with: is getting outside of InfoSec and talking with business executives at a really deep level, and then adapting their program so they're talking in business terms as opposed to talking in technical terms. Because candidly, often when the CISO shows up in the board, because I'll talk to board members about it, it's a pro forma exercise. They come in, they talk, they ask a couple of questions, just 25 minutes, and then they're done. And that's not where we need to be. It's too important.
Correct. Yeah. Go ahead, Olivia.
I have a way of doing this, and I'm going to cut it very, very short because or else I could take up the entire time. So if you look at a manufacturing organization, what do they care about the most in general? They care about uptime. I mean, any kind of downtime is going to be very detrimental. Delivery, the last mile, getting the product into the hands of the consumers, things like that. So if you look at the drivers for the industry as a whole, and then you take each one and you go, what would happen, or what would be the cost if we went down for 30 minutes, X amount of dollars? Then you take that and make a story from that saying, well, the security controls we have in place will effectively inhibit any chance of that happening. Of course, you can't say that, with 100% certainty, but, fairly. And then you can say, and that means it's saving the saving the company X amount of dollars, which is the cost of the downtime. So that's just a simple example about how you work the story through to security is the savior of the day, as opposed to security is just a cost center, a money pit.
Right. I'm glad you mentioned story, because that leads me to another one of the questions that I wanted us to talk about, because I find myself doing this a lot, and that is really cultural awareness, and by that I mean not just everything that's in the news, but just security culture. Yeah, as a CISO, again, you look at other groups, maybe the chief human resource officer. There really isn't another C-suite person that is trying to affect cultural awareness across an organization. So, a question I've got is what effective tools have you seen CISOs or security leaders use to really drive that security awareness or to improve awareness across an organization?
It ain't phishing tests, I can tell you that.
No, you want to piss people off? Yes, yeah. I've had so many arguments with compliance personnel about the negative aspects of a phishing test, but they still put them on the list.
And they report on the results every month.
I had a CEO that wanted to fire people after 3 failures. And I had to personally sit down with them, and I crafted a couple of phishing examples, and I said, look, I know enough to make sure you will click on any phishing test I give you. So you cannot make, if you want to make this a punishable offense, people are not going to participate, and they're going to rebel against it in lots of ways. And one of the ways I've seen it in a different organization is it was implemented, and basically people were just like, this is a fish, this is a fish, I'm going to report every email I get to the SOC and make them go through all of these things.
Yeah. Or they're not going to click on any emails at all.
Right.
They'll just stop working. So it's one or the other.
Correct. Yeah. So what other keeping phishing aside, what types of training or security awareness events have you seen that did get traction and were effective?
I've seen, and this is an off the wall concept is. I personally don't believe security awareness training programs work. I don't see the platforms working. This is my personal experience. But what I have seen working is when an organization has a CISO who they really admire, they really look up to this person, and this person is involved with different committees and groups and different diversity even, and doing mentoring and things like that within the organization. Employees then tend to think 1 second more, which is what you need, 1 second more before clicking on that link. Or they think before they share and give permissions to a document. Or they consider different factors, or maybe they report things. I think a lot of it has to do with the respect that the CISO has gathered within the organization and how integrated that CISO is, or security leader, within the organization as well, and how well known they are. That I see as successful.
Agreed. Once a year in October, making people sit through a 60-minute video.
I'm always terrified I'm going to fail this.
And have to do it again and lose 2 hours of your life, right? So just 1 hour. But Phil, people must be coming to ask you guys all the time, how do they improve security awareness training?
Yeah, so I'm going to defer to Olivia here. She's the one. Okay. She's the expert here. But I am going to talk about communicating the program to the executive suite.
Okay.
Because I think we as an industry, do a really poor job of it. And what we sort of preach is this idea of long arc and short arc communications. And I had a board member once say to me, every time the C-suite comes to me, they have a different topic they're talking about. Mm-hmm. And it's incredibly disorienting because we're not technical people. So it was a she said, it's the equivalent of one time they're speaking French, and then I have to learn German, and then I have to learn Dutch, and then I have to learn Spanish. Because it's just like, and I can't keep track. It's just these shards of information that I don't really appreciate. I think one of the things we have to get much better at is what we call long arc communication, which is there's always a standard message. Where's the 5-year plan for this program? And what are we trying to do, and what are we trying to accomplish? And then any new thing you bring in needs to be tucked under that and how that fits into the long arc. And so it's sort of just narrative more than anything, but understanding what is the value of this program, and then how do these individual pieces, whether it be zero trust or whether it be MDM or whatever it happens to be, give the narrative of how zero trust is actually going to support and bolster what you're doing from a long arc perspective. It's just way easier for them to understand. So you're just back to my silly analogy. You're speaking one language and you're not flipping on them all the time.
Yeah, again, you're trying to get that, what's that thematic element, and you're right, it's not something that changes, every quarter. You want, if you're only, because typically when I was briefing the board, it's once a quarter. So, and you're right, I had my obligatory somewhere between 10 to 15 minutes in front of the board. And so I had the consistent theme. This is they heard me say the same thing, 4 times a year, because I wanted to drive that point home and make sure that they were behind, what we were trying to do.
There you go.
I always say, if you want to know what the board is going to ask you, get a week's worth of USA Today newspapers and read the front page, because that is what they're going to ask you about.
100%. Actually, I wrote that down because Ian was talking about, I used to call it, Mantech was up in the DC area. So I used to call it, security alerts by WTOP, because my CEO would listen to WTOP on the drive-in. And and so I started listening to it too, because if there was a security story, I knew I was going to get a phone call and say, are we secure about this? So that is 100%. So one of the things I did want to ask, and Phil, you do have to answer this one. How do you answer that question when business leadership asks you as a CISO or the security leader in the organization, are we secure? I would always, I'm going to tell you my answer was, I would either say, as far as we know, because Kevin was pissing me off because he kept asking that. So I would say, as far as we know, or in regards to give me a specific, then I can tell you if we're secure. And so I'm just curious, how would you recommend if somebody, a CISO, should answer that question if a leader comes to him and says, are we secure?
The answer is absolutely not, because there's no way to be secure. I mean, again, it depends who's knocking on your door. I mean, if sophisticated folks are interested in getting into your network, they will. So are we adequately spending the capital you've given me to reach a level of defense? Yes. But it's all a continuum. It's just, this idea of binary is just, it doesn't make any sense.
Olivia, your thoughts?
From what perspective?
You've been there. You've had leaders come to you and say, are we secure?
Everyone has their own definition of what secure means. That's how I usually approach it. And I say, my definition is is exactly what Phil just said.
Right.
But your definition might be different, but my professional definition is exactly what Phil just said. You can't ever be 100% secure.
No, and I agree. That's the advice I've given other CISOs and security leaders. You have to reframe the question. Is that it comes from it's easy to discount it, but it comes from a valid point. There is concern by business leadership, and so the idea then is pull the threads and find out what that concern is, and then hopefully provide the answer. Next topic I want to pivot to is one that I've always, as a CISO, and just working with just background. I came up through IT. I was a network manager. I was a programmer, and so I came from the technical side of the house, not the business side of the house. So I always, and I was one of those guys that said compliance never equals security. But as I got to be, more into leadership and became a CISO, it was like, no, I realized that compliance and security were highly related. But I always had that conversation with my technical staff that didn't want to, that if once something was tagged as compliance, it was irrelevant or it wasn't effective. So Libby, I'm curious, how do you deal with, when you talk to security teams, that tension between security and compliance?
There shouldn't be tension. I've never personally experienced tension between security and compliance, because compliance is the velvet hammer. When nothing else works, when you're done talking and even legal can't get your point across and they're supporting you on something, then you can always trot in compliance and say, this is something we have to do for SOC 2. Oh, well, isn't that terrible? So I always went that approach. I think security and engineering tend to not play well in the same sandbox.
Right. Yeah, because and that's when security gets the reputation of being the Department of No, and trying to either stop or change things, which is at least what I found with, and why the engineering teams didn't like, security, is because, we're there to find fault and find risk, and engineers just want to go build things and make it go fast.
Well, that, but also security is very pesky and very reactive compared to engineering. Engineering plans things out, but what does security do? Get a pen test, and 2 days later start sending over criticals and highs saying you need to fix these within within a month or whatever, 30 days, whatever your timeline is. So, that's annoying. I mean, here comes security trying to push their way onto your roadmap that you had all nicely put out and scheduled for the next year and a half. And here comes security saying, I need these fixed within 30 days. That can get a little tedious if you're engineering.
Well, in particular, like you said, engineering, the business is in the business to do something, to produce, a widget or provide a service. And engineering's got a service delivery schedule where they're trying to provide something to the business. And then here comes security, upsetting their schedule for what they see as, maybe not a great reason. So,
and so then you got to go through the exercise of translation and explaining why it's important to fix the critical and highs. And of course, they're not going to take you seriously until you align it with the business.
Right. Have you seen success in other areas where, because one of the things, the way I tried to deal with that is I made sure that, and I was able to get the backing of the CEO and the CIO, that security had a seat at the table early on in all major projects. So we had a tiered system. So anything that had a certain level of funding, security had to be involved from the beginning, so that we didn't get those surprises that, we're going to deploy this on Friday afternoon. I hope it's secure, and then you have to scramble. We were there from the beginning. Have you seen in your experience that security does get that seat at the table with engineering?
Security is like that little brother who always wants to get invited to the party, and drink the beer with the older siblings.
Until mom says that you've got to take your little brother with you, it doesn't usually happen. Right.
So mom says you have to take your little brother with you and bring him to the party, but you really don't want to. So you should be inviting him to the party, but you really don't want to. And I think that's really what I see the most is, yes, it's on paper, it's a process and a policy, but does it actually happen in real life? In my experience, more times it often doesn't, but I also haven't really experienced security getting added at the very tail end and being the blocker. Security has always been invited kind of to the party around the middle when everything's been planned already. But they're able to bring streamers and balloons.
They get you put the wrapper on it and say, security's looked at it so that when it goes to the board or goes to leadership, then engineering can say, look, we brought them along and we got them to agree to it.
We played nice. We did what we were supposed to do.
Very true. And that leads me into organizations go through various ways of managing risk and trying to understand risk. And one of the things I always tried to tell my team is that security doesn't own risk. We advise the company on risk and potential risk avoidance. What have you seen as a good or a workable strategy to, again, let the technical folks in the security team know that they can't stop everything, and then also communicating that risk and the risk acceptance to leadership?
Olivia, you want to take that one?
Yep.
What was the question in that?
So the question in there is I
was hoping Phil would answer.
No, it's really about communicating risk, because I've worked with a lot of security engineers that look, and Phil mentioned this earlier, that see risk as binary. There's either some risk or no risk. I've got to put this in place, and I've got to eliminate all risk in a system, as opposed to, I've always looked at it as it's a spectrum, and it's based on a business decision of how much risk does the business want to accept. And I found that, at least in my experience, was very difficult to bridge that gap between the technical team that saw it as binary and business that wanted security somewhat out of the risk business, unless, like you said, it was compliance. So I was just curious, in risk communication, what have you found in the past that was effective at communicating risk to the board or to leadership, but also gave you a way to talk to the security staff about risk? So is there any particular methodology or thing that was successful for you in the past?
I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier, honestly. Just you align it with what's important to the business. And the very last thing I try to frame risk as, and it's ironic, is that an initiative will reduce risk. That's the very last way I describe it. I talk to initiatives, planned initiatives, in relation to growing the business, customer satisfaction, expanding internationally, reducing internal costs. That's how I always present the risk. I apply it to those. And at the very tail end, if none of those can work, then I say, oh, and it's going to reduce risk.
So it's more in terms of what's the business benefit, to the initiative, as opposed to, there's a certain amount of cyber risk or operations risk, with
right. So you spin it from risk, which is not a nice word, but you spin it to, hey, look, doing it actually creates opportunity for these things that you care about.
And Jim, I would add there, I think the real thing that we as an InfoSec industry need to get better at is developing our direct reports, because the CISOs can sometimes do that. The directs are not good at that. And so again, because the CISO can't, especially as the organizations get big, you see these CISOs are sort of run ragged because candidly, they don't feel confident in having their directs go off and have business meetings. And so what ends up happening is their calendars are triple stacked because they're off doing all this stuff. Whereas they really need their deputies off having those conversations with different people, but that's just not what their deputies are capable of doing yet. And that is clearly a place that we need to get better.
Right, because typically the deputy is going to be more, at least in my experience, functionally aligned. They've got a technical, it's the network security person, or the EDR, or incident response.
Yeah, but they got to be able to walk in the moccasins of the other person across the table. And we train for technical acumen and a whole bunch of stuff. But that's one of the things business acumen and sort of EQ skills is a place that we just need to keep working on.
Yeah, it's soft skills. Agreed that how do we improve the soft skills in the not only just security, but I think it's IT in general probably has that as an issue. Another area that we talked about just in terms of the are we secure question. So when it comes to budget, so we've already talked about not using risk, or only using risk and compliance as sort of a last element of trying to get somebody approved. But what have you seen that's effective in terms of way of communicating those asks to management that you do need additional budget for a security concern that you have out there, whether it be people are moving to the cloud, so now I've got cloud security posture management, and that's going to cost me more, or we're bigger, so I've got more events, so my SIM costs have gone up. Explaining those budget impacts to an organization, at least to me, I always got caught up in the technical details, and it was difficult to get back into here's the business aspect of the budget ask, and trying to get those things approved was always hard for me. So if you developed or see any strategies that were effective for security teams to make those budget requests?
Jim, I think you answered your question, which is the ones who are really doing it well are talking about how they're going to make the business go faster or be more successful or grow enterprise value. And super hard to do, but the ones who do it really well are able to link their programs into what matters. And when they do, or a big initiative that InfoSec is a critical part of, and to do that, so we need to do zero trust because zero trust is really cool, as opposed to we need to do zero trust because it's going to allow us to, and it's part of a larger initiative. Those are always the more successful conversations. But again, here's the other piece is, the C-suite gets it. I mean, these folks are really smart. So they understand they know that the business is getting digitalized. So often we just need to talk about and educate them like, e-commerce happens because of InfoSec. And I don't think we do a very good job of sort of broader digital transformations. The foundation of all of that is security. It doesn't happen without it. So, I mean, and you talk to smart executives, which I talk to, they appreciate that toll. They're just wanting to know, does this make sense? And, this is getting really expensive is what they keep saying to me.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And I think that what's always worked for me is I don't go in there with my security hat on. I go in there with I support everybody. I love everybody here. Let me just help you enable the business. That hat on. If you go in with your security hat, they're going to put you in a corner and restrict you to talking just about technical stuff. And you don't want to be put into that corner.
Right. Yeah, because that's what I found is that when I could get the conversation to either about a service delivery or about customer trust, those conversations were much more successful. And it helped being in with a defense contractor because there were all sort of hoops that we had to go through with different customers, and being able to show they could come to the table, with a VP or the project manager and provide him the tools he needed to gain that customer's trust was always very helpful. Last question I have, we've got like 5 minutes left, and I don't know if we have any questions. I'll check with Mark in a second. But we talked a little bit about AI, but so, what other technologies do you think are going to have the biggest impact on security in the next, 1 to 2 years?
AI.
AI.
No, and the reason AI being put into tools that aren't working so well right now, things like those awful assessment questionnaires that you have to fill out.
Third-party risk management.
Third-party risk management. I mean, the beauty of AI, there's so much opportunity there. I really see AI just getting put into every single little thing you can think of. Even Notion has AI right now. I have no idea why, but
Zoom does. Every web collaboration tool has an AI note-taking component.
Yeah.
So, Jim, we do have some good questions. Let me just pop them up on the screen and we can go through them real quick. It's interesting, Olivia, you were just talking about AI being everywhere, because this question is great. Who owns the risk when AI-enabled tools make decisions or inadvertently leak sensitive information?
There's no way to be inadvertent about leaking sensitive information. You either do it or you don't. I mean,
it was put into, right. Somebody put it into the LLM, either by policy or against policy. And that's where
so how do you guys, how do you see this? Both from the C-suite, Phil, and from the CISO perspective, who has to own the risk? Let's say IT is bringing in some new tools, and those tools, the next version's got AI integrated. We saw this with Microsoft Copilot, right? All of a sudden, Copilot was scanning a bunch of Microsoft assets that weren't expected. So who owns that risk?
I think the business owner, the stakeholder, the person who wanted to bring it in, owns the risk. But they can only own the risk if the risks are truly explained to them, and the caveats and the rules of, okay, you want this tool, you want AI in this platform, these are the rules.
Yeah, the issue, the problem with that is, I agree with you in concept. The problem is that what happens is, Copilot's a great example, all this unstructured data flying all over the organization. Mm-hmm. So what happens is you ask a query, mm-hmm. and you get, the CEO's equity package comes back in your response. And inevitably they show up at the CISO's doorstep, because that's the only executive who's capable of fielding this thing. Mm-hmm. So, that's sort of where we are. It gets cross-functional real fast. It gets complex real fast. And so the default is, there's another task gets stacked outside the doorstep of the CISO.
Yeah, I think Mark's like we were talking risk earlier. The business owns the risk, but the CISO or the security suite team owns the responsibility to communicate that risk to the business, so they can make an informed decision. Security doesn't have to like it, but they just have to make sure business knows what to do when they decide to turn Copilot on, when they decide to open up ChatGPT for everybody in the organization, that these are the risks, and they're willing to accept that, to get those productivity gains.
Yep. Here's another one. How do CEOs connect cybersecurity investments to operational continuity, business value, and long-term risk management?
Poorly. No, I think that, so at least in my experience, I think it really was, like Olivia said, you've got to tie those investments back to a line of business, or an offering that we're doing this because we decided to go to work for the federal government, so we need to be CMMC compliant. And these are the investments we need to make. If the business has decided that this compliance framework, whether it's CMMC, ISO 27000, SOC 2, is important to securing business, then here's the cost associated with that.
I mean, not to be a smartass, but I sort of take issue with the question. I don't think it's the CEO's job to do that connection. I don't think the CEO is capable.
I was wondering that too. Yeah.
Like the CISO, that's why the CISO gets the big bucks. That's their job, is to connect. I mean, the CEO is never going to be a cybersecurity expert, nor should he or she. They've got other things. They got a different job. So this is exactly what the CISO is tasked to do.
Yeah, I think the CEO should be CISO. I think that's a mistake, a typo.
Yeah, I think maybe the context was they were saying, if the CEO is looking at budget, how do they determine where they draw the line? Because the CISO is going to ask for more than you're going to probably give them. So how do they make that correlation?
Well, it helps if you've had a very minor breach. Never let a good breach go to waste. But if you haven't had that, and you're probably lucky if you haven't had that, again, it's what we've been saying through this whole session is you have to turn it into an enabler. Yeah. And there are 6. So everything that you want, you have to align with one of 6 business drivers. And those are what the CEO wakes up in the morning and what they're happy about, what makes them happy. Reducing risk. Sorry, not that one should be last, I should say. Increasing revenue makes them very happy. How does what you're about to do increase risk for the company? Sorry, increase revenue. I keep messing up that word. Increase revenue for the company. How does it decrease costs for the company? How does it improve internal efficiencies for the company? How does it help them grow globally? And how do they keep customers? How does it help them keep customers happy and repeat customers so they tell their friends? And the very final one, the very one that you should only use if you have to, is reduce risk. That is how a CEO can actually talk about why they want to spend X amount of money on a outsourcing or whatever, moving to the cloud, is because the CISO has to connect the dots.
Correct.
And so the CEO can then understand in their brain, in their world, because they think of the world in those 6 ways, 6 drivers. Now they understand why they're being asked to put forward this money.
Okay, well, those were the key questions that came up. I don't know if there's I didn't see anything else, but we certainly appreciate the time, Olivia and Phil and Jim.
Thank you guys very much.
Yes,
thank you guys. This was great. Appreciate this. Appreciate it.
Yep. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Okay. Take care.
All right. So, Bryson, we're at the end. We've got Danny here to help us with our game.
Well, we're going to do the raffle just before we kick off with Danny /Rando for an old school hacker style game. And then we'll be doing a raffle for the game. I mean, we'll actually just do prizes from the game. I guess the game is the winner. So Danny is going to get to choose who gets unicorn swag. But all right, let's do our...
Yes, by all means, keep stalling for me. That's what I like.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm not doing, but it benefits you anyway. So you can see this. We have a ton of folks who have been participating with great comments and questions. Let's see who gets unicorn swag. Remember, you have to be on to win. Kenny Warren, another unicorn himself. Kenny, are you on? Yep. And Kenny just responded about Danny. So Kenny, you
Yes.
win unicorn swag. Look at that.
Well, fantastic. So, Danny,
Now
how
you're
much-
on, Danny.
yeah,
No.
how much time do you need, Danny?
No, I am good. I am used to riffing or just doing it in prod. Hi, how is everybody? Mark, Bryson, nice to see you.
Every day is a holiday. What are we in store for while you're working this up? Why don't you tell us what's coming up?
Okay, well, for the uninitiated, I don't know how many people, Bryson, I know you've seen Who Slides It Anyway. Mark, have you ever seen me perform Who Slides It Anyway?
I have not. You and I talked about it, but I've not seen it live.
So Whose Slide Is It Anyway, which should be downloading here any second now, is a lovely mix of improv and hacker sadomasochism, because you get to watch your favorite people perform slides, as we all are want to do in our respective careers, present PowerPoint slide decks and have to present to the board and all of these super important people and sing for your supper and all these kinds of things. This is nowhere near that. This is complete stupidity. This is complete, oh, well, you'll see what it is in just a moment. Me and my little team of slide monkeys have been doing this at DEF CON. This will be year 9. We are rushing headlong into year 10, praying they don't, decline us off the stage anytime soon, so we get to a full decade, and at which time all of us will disappear into the ether. We make slide decks. They can be and will be about completely anything, mostly memes made by our slide deck master general, Tim, also known as a Jedi Day. Our contestants will have to present these slides. Now, here is the key. This is a very old show, very old concept. This is actually a very old legitimate. We've completely delegitimized all of it. It used to be a legitimate sales tactic to train salespeople about how to present under pressure, how to think on their feet, how to improv, how to get the sale, close the deal. So they would actually get actual slide decks with numbers and pictures and stuff that wouldn't offend as many people as these are about to. And that has somehow morphed into a contest. I stole this from Rogue Clown. Rogue Clown, I believe, did this either at Cypher or ThoughtCon. And I saw it before my second year at DEF CON. And I said, hey, that's super funny. Do you want to do this with me at DEF CON? And they said, absolutely not. I want no part of this, but you can do it. I believe they called it Slideshow Roulette. And it's known by many different names. And they're like, but I stole it, so you go forth and do it. And we have added quite a bit more pageantry to it. It's a little less today because we don't have people, here in person. But we have a panel of judges, which usually between 3 and 5, or if I get to pick them, 20, as we did one year at DEF CON, where I had about 20 judges because I thought that'd be funny. It took 17 hours to do the contest. I think some of those people are still sitting there, namely Alcantara, who fell asleep on stage. And our contestants come up, present them. Now, here is the key, contestants. You have to present these as if you made them. The easiest, I didn't have the gong out, whatever. We usually have a giant gong, 4 feet tall now, to gong people off. When they would say such silly things as, oh, I don't know, I didn't make this slide deck, I don't know what these things are, instant gong. You have to own this. This is improv. This is yes and, not no if or no but or just straight no. You take what you give and you figure it out. We have had some truly, truly epic contestants over the years. Our 2 or 3 time winner, Bia Scilab, started when she was, I think, just 11 years old. Wait, she's 18 now. Oh my God, she was 9 or 10. She was our first presenter ever at DEF CON 25 and killed the whole thing. I think she's won twice since then, including a return ticket to DEF CON. So, does everybody get the rule? Now, judging. How does judging work? We actually have matured a little bit with actual numbers. People used to just, I believe Khalil kicked it off one year, the first year, by awarding people 17 bananas and 100 Raspberry Pis or something like that. We need actual numbers. So our judges will score 1 through 10. When the presenter is finished, they will then critique, give their feedback, Obviously, not a huge diatribe or soliloquy on this, but give a minute or two, give your critique, and tell us why you judge the way that you judge. And at the end, the winners will get prizes. And in natural fashion, I have no idea what the prizes are going to be, but I promise I will think of something. As a matter of fact, off the top of my head, the winner today, if they go to DEF CON, if they're planning on going to Vegas, gets their badge, courtesy of Who's Slide. I'm going to just, off the top of my head, that's your number one prize. First place gets a badge to DEF CON this year. Second and third get to argue about why the first place winner won and they didn't. That's your prizes.
Well, we also got some unicorn swag we can sweeten the deal with too, as well, Danny.
Fantastic. Now, let me just make sure all these files get extracted properly. Oh, good. A Jedi Day named it Clean Slides. So don't worry, not too many people are going to be offended. There won't be any of the usual Vegas stuff. So
who's playing and how?
Well, we do need contestants. I was under the impression that we would have contestants, and judges, I guess, will be you and Mark to judge.
So
you
we
may
need
have
to pull. We need to pull folks into StreamYard then, because we were not set up for that.
Okay, I thought that we were going to be. So if anybody wants their hand at this, you get 5 minutes to present. And that is the first place prize is up for grabs. And then I just have to, I guess, share my screen somehow. Yes.
Well, sharing your screen's easy enough.
How many contestants do you want, Danny?
Okay. How long are we going? 4:30 it said?
4:30. Yeah.
All right.
You might need to shorten it from 5 minutes each.
Okay. Give me 5 contestants on deck and we'll see who we get through.
All right, I have put the call to action out there.
And when you sign up, all you do is you give me a number 1 through 23. And then I will start the corresponding deck. I'm going to presume, hopefully rightly, that they'll be able to see what I'm showing them on the screen. And then you will tell me next slide.
Yeah, and we can provide the link to them, Bryson, and they can pop in.
Yep.
And by the way, this is going just about how it goes every year for the past decade.
Nobody wants to play.
No,
nobody wants to play.
Nobody wants to play. It's that we kind of run and prod.
Yeah. All you got to do is talk. That's all you have to do.
Let's go.
Man, DEF CON tickets ain't cheap these years. I believe we're over $500 this year, if my memory serves correctly.
Yes, so, the ticket is it's pretty expensive.
And if we only get one contestant, and they present, and nobody else wants to, it's like getting a free ticket to DEF CON. Now, no flight or booze or food or shelter or any other life-saving treatments. You just get a badge. But yes, that's how, and I take after Lintile. Lintile inspired me my first year.
One person who can't play because they're in a skiff, so they don't have a mic.
Okay, but can you turn your phone? Oh, that's right. You probably don't have your phone on you either.
All right, Lewis.
I'm hunting Lewis down.
Yes.
So, and we have evolved while we're waiting for Lewis. We have evolved over the years
there you go. Lewis, check your LinkedIn DM.
I had no idea what we were doing the first year, little history, and just kind of went with it. I believe we had between 7 and 8 judges the first year on one of the smaller stages. And last year we were in track 1. And luckily, I think people thought they were there for Hacker Jeopardy. So we just got to slide in with, a built-in audience. Some of our biggest winners have done our hardest decks. We've had to retire decks because they were done so well. We don't think anybody can beat them. We may bring them back.
There's another one, Bryson.
Okay.
And honestly, since we have 3 of us here, Mark, Bryson, and myself, we'll just act as judges. That'll make it easier.
Okay, Victor, check your DM. Happens to not be stuck in a skiff. That's Archer's funny. If you don't have a mic, use your phone in the skiff.
Yeah, what could go wrong? turn on your wireless. Also turn on your Bluetooth while you're in there too. Don't set a password because it makes people, it makes it hard to get the signal out.
Come on, who else wants to play? I'd like to have at least 3. One
We
more.
have Lots
minimum.
of people online here.
Skiff equals signal chat information facility. Yeah, we have several hundred of you watching right now. Like, come on.
You know what? My second place prize, just thought of it, will get 2 months of hacker boxes. For those who don't know, they're not sponsored by me. I just really like them. Hacker boxes are little soldering kits that you can make for yourself. You can sign up for the subscriptions. You can get one-off boxes. Second place gets 2 months. First place gets 1 month. Or I'm sorry, third place gets 1 month.
And
Look
so
at that. The
amazing
deal gets
swag.
sweeter. Like, look at Danny rocking and rolling on the fly.
Wow.
I feel
All
like
courtesy
I'm seeing a
of me.
bug bounty in process.
Yeah. And I'll even throw in one more. The person who wins first place gets prime placement if they do come to DEF CON. Use the ticket I give you, and you either have your choice to present during Who Slide this year, because we are coming back this year, or you have your choice to be a judge. Or you have a third choice to be completely corrupt and do both and judge yourself.
All right.
All right, Danny.
You 3 should all have links.
All right.
Just
Danny,
click the
hit
link
the link in
and we
DM.
will,
We got it too.
bring you in.
Ooh, this is exciting. I like not being able to see their faces before they come up. If people are talking, I don't know what they're saying. Oh, there's the comments. Oh, hey, look at there. That's where you're playing.
Yeah.
So, if you would like to have a few more hours to get to St. Louis, we are now offering $500 to play Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Which really is the
All
antithesis
right.
of hacker
Victor,
culture.
We've got someone we can
You have
bring.
a connection request from me.
Yeah, what's up, man? You handsome devil. You there?
Hey,
You
how
got it?
y'all doing?
Yeah.
Happy Unicorn Day.
Happy
doing all right.
Unicorn Day.
Try.
Okay.
I mean, you just won the raffle right before for free unicorn swag, and now you're on for getting some more prizes. I mean, it's pretty good Unicorn Day.
Yeah, no, it's turning out to be a pretty great one.
So, Michael, are you're listening to my little weird description of this show? Are you ready to go with this? Yes? Maybe? You good? You ready to go? Can people hear me?
We can hear you.
Hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying, why did I say Michael? Michael, the name Kenny. I'm sorry, bro. Kenny.
Well,
Yeah.
Michael was the one who had the funny flight attendant comment.
No, but the name Michael
Come on, Danny.
appeared under Kenny's face in these big letters. So
Yes,
I thought it
That was the comment. Yeah.
That's the comment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, welcome to a production studio. See, we can do this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. Well, it's there. It's gone.
Oh,
It's there. It's gone.
wow, you guys
I know.
are way more organized than I'm used to. Okay, Kenny, are you ready, my friend? Do you understand how to play the game?
I do understand. I don't know that I'm ready, but can anyone really be?
No, absolutely not. Never, ever. And that's an excellent question. You get an extra 5 points for asking that question. There you go. That's how this works. Okay, give me a number. By the way, there are bribes involved in Whose Slide. We do them every year. Give me a number between 1 and 23.
I'm gonna go with lucky number 13.
Lucky number 13. Okay, let's see how this comes up. I should have opened PowerPoint before I got here. Make sure it works. No, I don't want the
It's also
temptation.
currently 13 where I'm sitting. So
Fantastic. Let's get out of here. Let me see.
This is absolutely gonna go wonderfully.
Present. Ooh, it lets me upload? Let's try that. Upload a file. Don't worry, we're getting there. You
If
said number
nothing
13.
else will take so long that I'll be the only one who gets to go, and then I win.
Okay, it is uploading. Oh, this will be amazing if this works. Uploading. I'm going to give it 5 more seconds until I just share regularly. All right, let's go. Select window or screen. Is it? Oh, wait, no, it's in.
There it is.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, without any further ado, and that was way quicker than I am used to. Take it away, Kenny.
All right, I'm going to be giving a talk today about modern film and technology, otherwise known as it's all crap, and everyone knows it because have you seen the box office scores lately? Next slide. All right, these two movies have had pretty bad reviews over time, but they're also good ones at the same time. You have like that kind of campy B-level genre, but they approach those stories in kind of the same way. It's just really about that execution. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Okay, -1 for not using. Next slide. All right.
So
-2.
You can look at these two movies. You can look at these two movies, and you can see where even though the storylines kind of cross over, they all have their own thing, and it'll appeal to different audiences. But they all basically tell the same story of some underdog type taking on some big major problem. But when it comes down to it, all the costume design and everything, it all ends up looking the same. Just kind of that's why the movies nowadays are so garbage, is because really they just boil down to the same thing. Next slide. So how can we make that better? We can do that by really kind of expressing our displeasure with our pocketbooks, right? If we see that the movie looks like crap, we don't have to go. We don't have to be there. But we still do, because maybe you're really invested in a specific set of movies and stories. Think of like the Marvel movies, right? Everybody says as they've been going down and down and down, but I've been watching them since the beginning. Of course, I'm going to go see the next one. Maybe if I didn't, they'll get better. Not sure. Next slide. We could do something else besides going to the movies. We could play games like we got on here. Some of our favorite games in my house. We've been playing Dice Throne lately. That's a really great one. Or we could get on TV or the internet and do weird, funny games like this. Next slide.
We now have a fourth judge.
So the best thing we can really do is either approach these problems, these crappy movies, go see them with a positive light, not go in with our cynicism and really just all of the things that naturally make us good hackers, and try to actually be positive for once. And we could try to not let that inform our opinions, or we could just positively do effectively anything else with our time. Next slide.
I like that. We could be positive. Positively do nothing.
Speaking of positively doing nothing, sometimes we may need to take that time and go back to the office and get some work done instead. You know, funny story, actually, when Iron Man first came out, I took, it was like my first job after college. I took a long lunch, went and saw Iron Man, and then came back. So, but that was actually a good movie. And yeah, some of us are actually fun employed right now. Next slide. Evolution or mutation, the choice is yours. We can either choose to get better or just drastically change the way we approach these problems. But maybe it'll take a short period of time. That would be like that evolving, not going to those movies and then watching them get better, or just kind of pray and hope that some random spontaneous change happens and everything gets better. But as security professionals, we all know that's never going to happen. Next slide.
Nope, that's it. That's the end of your slide deck.
Hey,
well done,
all
Kenny. Right. There it is. Yeah, very good. Now, we are also going to allow an audience score. The first 5 numbers in the chat get to be part of his score.
Well, what's the score out of?
What,
1
so
out of
then-
10. No, 0 out of 10. I'm sorry. You got to be legitimate. 0 out of 10.
0 out of 10.
All right,
So
throw
there are
him in the
11
chat.
possible scores.
0 out of 10. How did Kenny do?
Let's go to Mark.
Lewis is
Mark,
on
what do you
deck to
think?
Do this out of his car. We're talking about real commitment.
3.
A 3 from Mark. Why'd you
Thanks,
give that
Mark.
score, Mark?
Because he was supposed to be talking about a topic he didn't really mention throughout the entire presentation.
Oh,
Yeah.
harsh
Lewis,
critics.
competing against him
Fair.
gives him an 8. 7, 9, 7, 7.
Hey.
Okay. So
I got to
that's
be
gonna-
tough here.
Are we doing this Olympic style and just throwing out the high one and the low one? And,
Clearly, Mark is your East German
Yeah.
judge, but he's actually a judge, so that wasn't an audience score.
All right. Yeah.
All right, Bryson.
Thanks, Mark.
I'm going to reserve my score until I see how Lewis does.
Ooh, I'll allow it.
I'm
Okay.
going to do relative scoring versus subjective scoring.
Oh,
Okay.
we've never done that
I would
before.
rather do relative scoring as well.
And Danny, that is how innovation happens.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
okay. So now, okay. So,
My 3's gone.
okay, your
I'm gonna
3
do
is
relative.
gone. Mark and Bryson are going to be doing relative.
Oh,
we
I
have
like,
the audience scores that I'll add
I like
later.
what Michael said. Michael said in the chat that they think I should get an extra point for going first.
That's fair. Whatever Michael says goes. All right, we got
Okay.
another one. And you started off with a +5 from me, but then you got
Yeah.
2 taken away from Bryson because that's just how he rolls. You started with a 3 plus another 1. So your introductory score is 4. And once I do some quick addition, because I'm a slow adult, I'll do the audience scores and then we will add Mark and Bryson. This time I'm actually writing stuff down as opposed to other times I just try to remember it. Kenny, thank you very much, my friend. Who is our next? By the way, Lewis, are you playing or are you? What's going on over here?
Well, I'm
Hi.
supposed to be playing, but I was when I.
Ready to roll.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
yes,
hear
I
me
can hear
okay?
you. All right.
When I saw where I was
Uh,
going, I was driving, so I found a place to stop and do it because I felt bad that no one
That's
would do it.
commitment. I mean, I'm going to have to give a
I
plus
was-
2 for that.
Yes.
That,
No,
that
it's
gets an
okay, don't worry
introductory
about it.
plus
That's a
2.
plus
I mean,
2.
that's commitment. That's passion.
All right, let's do it.
That's
all
sequence.
right. Give me a number, please, if you will, my friend, between 1 and 23.
8.
8. Okay, 8 is.
Well done, Kenny, by the way.
Well done. Upload file. Let's go with number 8.
And we've got Vic on stage, so Vic's also.
Now I see how we're doing this. Very good.
Hmm.
And did I hear some scoring already happening for Lewis?
No,
Plus
it's
2.
okay.
I just gave him a plus 2 for driving, stopping driving, finding a place to make this happen to play the game.
Very good.
That's right.
Vic, if you've got some other good story like that, you might get some points, but it just mostly looks like you're in not a skiff in Alexandria.
Yeah, to bypass the firewall at work.
Good luck. I'm behind 7 proxies. All right. Let's go. Let us do this. And I want to, how do I, okay, present. Slides and PDFs. Number 8. Why are you not, what am I doing? Browser has blocked your screen. Has, what?
I can do it without slides if you want.
You can do it without slides. That's interesting. Let me. Yeah, I want to present. I want to do this, and I want to do this. How come it's not?
There you go.
Here we go. Oh shit! Spoiler alert. Okay, Lewis, from your car, thankfully not in motion. We've caused problems, but not deaths that we know of yet. Take it away. Hacking the cyberspaces.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for being here for my presentation on hacking the cyberspaces. Next slide, please.
Plus 3 points for sounding like you're using a dial-up modem.
We all understand that languages are important in communicating. This is one clear example where the picture doesn't kind of paint 1,000 words, right? You need to be relevant while you're presenting to your audience. If we were in Japan, this would make sense. We're not. So Just wanted to make that point clear. Communication is key. Next slide. Yep. Some research on the symptoms of the plague. Actually, we are very lucky because we have COVID-19 as an epidemic that has come through. And one of the biggest issues about COVID is that the symptoms were actually not so severe for the majority of the population. It's why it was so difficult to contain. With the plague, and we're talking here about the plague with capital T and capital P. I have to apologize on behalf of my slide team. Really, the effects were horrible, and it was horrifying. Going back to the previous slide, and we were not able to explain to stay away. People actually went to churches to keep themselves safe from the plague, communicating with other people, getting together, and just making it worse. Half the population was wiped out, which is something we definitely have to think about when we think about cyber attacks, cyberspace, all this. It just blows your mind. Next slide. Yeah, that's how it feels. Probably this is probably the best description about what it felt like going into a church when the plague was going on, and mixing that with the cyber world, right? So the plague today, to make a transposition of what we're talking about, is the bad actors that are polluting the new frontier of our world, which is now digital. So we are making a reference to all these bad actors as the plague. And if you make some kind of correlation between what it feels like to be in this world, this is what we're trying to paint here with this. It's just not a good picture. You really have to get it right, otherwise you're going to look like a bunch of kitties inside a box of some kind of computer equipment. Next slide. Yeah. So talking about language that makes no sense, because this is the other angle. When you think about, hacking the cyberspace, which is the key, right? We must not forget. And again, my slide team, they should put the title on every slide. But hacking the cyberspace, the important thing is you need to really understand what's being communicated. And in the Asian language slide that was funding, it was about a completely different language. But also, if you talk in the right language, but you make no sense with what you're saying, it is just as bad. Sometimes it's even worse because it takes people into reading things that they think they must understand, and it generates even further confusion, right? So this is a perfect example. Good afternoon. The Swati Spa. May I help you? Kathy Smith speaking. What this is about? It has no relevance to the audience, right? And so everybody is lost at the end of it. It's even worse. Anyway, next slide. Yeah, so you got to do your best. That's for sure, right? And the only thing, thinking of decaf, that's just about example because I love it. And the reason I asked the team to put this here is because I love coffee, can't live without it. And really decaf is just, you have to do your best, right? And the best is really, you need to think about what's real. You need to think about what's coherent for you, right? Don't make excuses. Don't go halfway trying to communicate poorly. If you're going to really hack the heck out of the cyberspace, you need to do it with authenticity, right? So do your best. Always come through with the best of what you have. If you're going to have an espresso, have an espresso. Next slide, please. Yeah. Talking of hacking, the tools with which you hack, that is important, right? And you really have to pick the right tool for the job. This can be in communication. This can be in how you're diluting your messages. But it is very important. Just think and focus. You should not try to take both. You're going to not do yourself a favor. Try to focus, pick a lane, and just hack the heck out of the cyberspace. So, next slide. With this, just to end, any comments, any questions that you may have, please make them in a language that I understand or with English that I can comprehend. Next slide.
Nope, that's it. It's over with. Bravo for that, for also sounding like most of the cyber scenes in that movie Lawnmower Man. That was awesome. And then you had a saboteur who had a tickle in his throat, so that couldn't have been
What
easy.
happened with the Lawnmower Man? What did I do with a lawnmower, man?
No, it wasn't you.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. That joke is just weird. That joke is 30 years old.
I am going to do -1 point though for trying to push decaf on the rest of the world. That is an abomination to humanity. Stop.
I did the opposite.
Oh, you did the opposite?
Yeah, I'm saying drink an
No,
espresso.
no decaf.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, then plus
You
one
let
for
it
you, Lewis. I retract my fact that you are not human.
I'm saying don't have a decaf. That's bullshit.
There we go.
Okay, but you gave him a -1, which that takes him to -1, so a +1 would just be a 0.
No. I retract my -1 and make it a +1 because I misunderstood again because he sounds like the lawnmower man. What was said during that segment?
Fair enough. All right, let's go to Mark quick. So, do we have time for one more? Do you have a hard stop at 4:30?
We got to get our scores from the audience.
Okay. Okay. First 5 scores in the audience. Go.
Audience, first 5 scores. Throw them in 0 to 10.
Ooh, this is exciting. Your fate is in his hands, audience. 6.
8, 6, 8.
Wow. Good.
8, 6, 8, 8. The 6 is now a 7.5. So 8, 7.5, 8, 8, and 10.
This is why we go to the audience.
And he gave you a 10, Lewis. You should feel really bad because you totally didn't give him a 10.
So we got a 7.5. No, we got
8.
All right, I'll keep up with that later.
5, 8, 8, 10.
3, 8 to 7 to 10. Yeah. Where's your top 5?
3, 8, 7, and 10. All right, very good. This is why we don't involve the audience all that much. Mark, are you ready to give a score, or are you doing relative to Vic?
We're going to do relatives, right? But
all right.
Lewis slightly above Kenny.
That's just harsh. All right, very good. All right, we got time for one more.
Vic is up.
Vic, I would like you to give me a number between 1 and 23, please.
East 11, 7, please.
7. Very good. Let's go with this. And you know what? In the interest of time, I'm just going to present from my desktop. So let's just do this, and let's do screen 2, maybe. Yes, that's what I want. Allow.
I got it.
Yeah, there we go.
Although that's
the end slide.
Wait, no, that's not it.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, that's it. Nope, that's it. That's my screen. You want number 7. And let's see what happens when I do slideshow. All right. Do you see the main slide?
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Very good. Take it away.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Shrilling Products for Fun and Profit. Of course, I'm in sales, cyber sales. I have a limited SOL capability. Next slide, please.
Okay. +5. Actual sales. That says no SOL. You spun it to limited capability. Holy shit. Off to a really good start.
Well, we're clowning around and talking about shrilling. A little bloody mess will happen every now and then in the sales gimmicks when it go down. And when you combine that with a bad 502 gateway, you're pretty screwball for the most part. But shrilling is not about all that. It's not about death. It's not about zombies. It's not about bad gateways. It's about selling a product that nobody wants. Next slide, please. My favorite. How to shrill toys to oversized adults. So, more driving, nothing better than a Lego set to get you down to that pathway. Doing your CCNA, oh my gosh, it can only be done through Legos and Play-Doh. So these are 2 products that are on sale today for less than $9.99 a box. And we'd like to get that to your product right away. Next slide, please. Different pathways. Well, when the circles of life come together, and you put your hands up, you can sell just about anything. And, we're not talking about bank robberies. We're not talking about DJing or preaching. We're all talking about you and me just coming together so that I can accept your money and you can get a product that you really need. Next slide. My best part and my best friends are all the cats that live in my house. I've got a lot of them. Some I don't feed so well, so they get a little anxious. Because they listen to me all day, shrilling and trying to sell crap across the internet. So should I pillage? Should I take a trip to France? Should I just be a cat? When you shrill, yes, you should be all these things. Next slide, please. And in the end, ask for help. If you're going to shrill and sell and do things you really don't want to do for a living, the demons will come upon you. And every now and then you will need to ask for help. You can do this at a local church, rabbi, or other instrumentations on the web to get that accomplished. Next slide, please. Cause and effect. This is what drives everyone every single day of our lives. You know, having a password like Kenny, if you're Kenny Loggins, that is a cause. Hitting the OK does cause an effect. And, you know, drinking can help a lot of matters, and especially when you're shrilling and selling stuff. Next slide, please. The slide that brings it all together. How to get a master certification and shrilling and selling garbage that you don't want in your house anymore. Just people who desperately need it on a daily basis. So, you know, getting certified, all you need is about 8 years experience and a good tongue and just a lot of talk words that come out of your face. Next slide, please.
Talk words that come out of your face.
It's up there with flickering.
By the way, this is one of those slides that Jedi puts in because he knows I don't QA these. You're seeing these for the first time like I am.
And here we are with some real world examples. You know, Homer said it best. Just shrill it and jump into the pond of life. You know, weird pictures with no context, that is extremely helpful when you're trying to shrill. And it's perfectly good in group chats also. And, you know, days that denigrate and are full of nonsense are what I live for when I shrill and sell things on the internet. So thank you for listening to me. Next slide.
That's it. Very well done, Nick.
Got through it. Yeah, that hurts your brain.
Right? And by the way, points on using the word shrill. I don't know if you mispronounced and then just owned it for the rest of it or not, but
it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter.
It worked. And I honestly, that was great because you were the only one that made that. You had a theme through all of it,
Yes.
which is really the hardest thing to do. So you kept a consistent theme through all the crazy rando slides.
Okay, we already got our first audience score. I need 4 more. Jack gave you a 10. Okay, automatic 10. You shrilled me.
The Shrill, the AC/DC song that didn't come out.
Let me get 4 more scores in the chat. Let's go.
Some hell's bells next.
8, 10, 9. One more.
9, 10.
10.
Wow.
Oof.
All right, very good.
I have to agree on this.
Oh, you
one.
got more 10s coming in, but they're too late. They're after
Nah,
the
too
cutoff.
late. Only top 5. We got to have some kind of self-control for once in this contest.
I have to agree. This was the winner.
I mean, honestly, 10, 20. I mean, he's almost killed it without even the judges' scores. But we got to be fair. So let us go. Mark and Bryson, give your scores for Kenny, please.
I'll give Kenny a 5.
Bryson,
Kenny, a 7.
A 7.
And remember, we have modifiers.
They're factored in already. With a total score of 55 for Kenny. Anybody who checks my math is not going to get me carrying at all. Lewis's scores. Mark, what did you give Lewis?
7.
7. Bryson.
Also 7 because I already did my modifier on them.
7, 14, 15. Okay, we have Lewis in the lead, but I don't think 65 is going to be enough. Okay, what are you giving Lewis, Mark?
No, you mean Vic.
Yeah.
Or Vic. Yeah. Sorry, my head's all shrilled.
I give him a 9.
9.
Wow.
It's that theme. Well played.
And Vic, because you got no modifiers, you just get a straight score of a 10. The dulcet infomercial nihilistic tones that made me want to just throw myself out a window like the Russian government was there doing it for me. Get you a 10.
All right, very good. Then it is clear that we have our winner, Vic. Well done, sir.
But everybody is a winner, and everybody's going to get a
Listen.
prize that participated.
Yes, everybody's getting a prize, and also that's not. This is not easy, right? I haven't even done my own contest because I don't have to. But to get up anywhere and do this in front of anybody is incredibly difficult. It takes an incredible amount of guts. So thank you to Kenny, Lewis, and Vic for participating. Lewis, are you planning on going to Vegas this year? Oh, I'm sorry, Vic. Jesus.
I probably am now.
Okay, well, if you do go, then your badge to DEF CON is on me. So that is your prize.
And you better be wearing some unicorn swag that you also won from us.
I will
Absolutely.
definitely wear some swag. I'll even get some headgear.
Second place would be Lewis. I'll give him 2 hacker boxes. And Kenny, I will give you your single hacker box and time to think about what you did wrong. So in order to get that, Bryson's got my information. He can coordinate or just give me their information.
Y'all have contact with me. I am now your conduit.
All right. Very good. Kenny says my hands are still sweating. I didn't vote for the first few. Yeah, we have a lot of that problem in this country. That was pretty funny. We should do it again sometime. I am for hire, and I'm pretty cheap. So anybody wants me at their con, but we primarily stick to DEF CON, sometimes Kansas City. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you guys very much. That was very fun. Thank you for inviting me. I hope that executed semi-well.
Thank you very much.
About as well as a hacker thing's going to go, Danny. Oh, and he's gone.
All right, Bryson. Well, that's a wrap. It was a great day of, I think, great information. We definitely appreciate everyone sticking around. We still have over 200 people online, which is great. For everybody that did join us, we will have all the recordings available. We'll send that information out. If you are looking for anything and you're not finding it, you can simply send a note off to marketing at Scythe, and we'll be able to answer that for you as well. So
and of course, these will be posted. So look forward to all the recordings, the ones that you missed and didn't miss, or you were like, that was so amazing, I want to see it again. We got you, fam.
Yes. Thank you, everybody.